HarperCollins presents The State We're In by Adele Parks, read by Ioana Kimbuk and Michael Fox.
They say opposites attract, and The State We're In is a story about exactly that. Two strangers meet on a plane journey to Chicago. Jo is a desperate romantic who has had her heart and confidence crushed far too often. She's convinced that her only chance of happiness is to fly to Chicago and break up her ex-fiancé's wedding to another woman in order to win him back. Dean is an angry cynic. His background of neglect and disappointments mean he'll never believe that love is for keeps. He's returning home after visiting his estranged father who is dying in a London hospital. They are not suited, and yet they are irresistibly drawn to one another. I ought to add that although I've described Dean as an angry cynic, he is by far my favourite character and possibly my all-time favourite male character that I've ever penned. He is to die for. I hope all my readers fall a little bit in love with Dean. I certainly did. Indeed, this book is a great, big, fat, proper love story. People assume that commercial women's fiction is only ever about boy meets girl, but here's some news. I've never written a novel about a single man meeting a single woman before this, my 13th book. I thought it was time. However, this isn't an easy boy meets girl romance. It's a family drama played out over 2 generations. I look at some big issues about falling in love, living with deception, the value of family, and the sacrifices a woman might make for the sake of her children. It's got some really meaty twists and turns in there. I'm pretty obsessed with how personal histories and childhood experiences shape individuals. I wanted to write about how important our parents and backgrounds are in creating who we become, and what a huge responsibility that is. Whether we wish to imitate our parents and accept their morals and philosophies, or whether we wholeheartedly reject them, they are still the foundation. That was my starting point. Obviously, I can't tell you much about the middle. You are about to hear it for yourself, but I can tell you something about the ending. I'm often asked whether I know the ending while I'm writing, and the answer is yes. I decide that before I start writing, as I'm a very structured planner. I like every word to count and to work hard, and I find that happens if I know where I'm heading. I try to make my endings unexpected, but also, when the reader finishes the novel and thinks back, I want them to say, "Oh yes, of course, that makes sense." That will only happen if the planning is meticulous. We ought to have a word about the ending because once you get to the end of this novel, I'm going to ask you to keep it a secret, whilst, hopefully, robustly urging everyone to read this novel. I'll promise you'll understand when you get there. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. Enjoy!
Prologue. So you know all about love, do you? I know enough. Well, I know nothing. I don't know anything about aliens or ghosts or any other empty phenomena either. She laughed as though she thought he was joking. The laugh flew out into their history. It was a strong, heartfelt laugh, bigger than her. He wriggled in his seat, uncomfortable that he found himself intrigued by her nonsense. "Why wouldn't you believe in love?" she asked, unable to hide her incredulity. "Oh, the usual. I think it brings nothing but pain," he said, putting a well-practiced, neatly deflective hound dog expression. He mocked himself so that she wouldn't guess how serious he was. "Hating isn't exactly a bag of laughs either, though, is it?" she pointed out. "I've never met a happy cynic or a miserable optimist come to that, so obviously being an optimist is the way to go. Open and shut case." She beamed, content in her own reasoning, and he slowly moved his head from side to side, bemused, amused, interested. 1976.
1. Eddie. Eddie stood on the step of his terraced house in Clapham and drew a deep breath. He took in as much of the chilly blue-black night as he could. Slow, calming breaths that he hoped might rinse away some of the smells of good times that Diane was very likely to object to. Smoke on his clothes, whiskey and beer on his breath. He'd need to shower to remove the scent of woman. As he paused, he noticed that the people next door were now also ripping up the black and white Victorian tiles that decorated the front steps. Eddie had got rid of theirs as soon as they'd inherited. They'd pulled out the old bath and replaced it with a more sanitary plastic suite in avocado green. They'd installed central heating too, done away with the mess and inconvenience of real fires. He'd felt unshackled. Out with the old, in with the new. Progress. Looking forward. That was what it was all about. Not looking back. That had never been his style. Never would be. Diane hadn't wanted to make the home improvements. She'd gone on about original features, insisting that they would one day come back into fashion. She hadn't wanted to change anything from the way her mum and dad had had it when she was a girl. Yeah, but we want something bigger and need to sell on. No one will look at this dump in its current state, Eddie had explained. Frankly, it irritated him a bit that she had no idea that everyone else in the world actually enjoyed living in the 20th century. She'd become upset and unreasonable, which was often her way nowadays, especially after a glass of wine. We don't need anything bigger. We can't afford anything bigger, she whined. Her voice was always whiny or screechy, had been for a few years. It was true that they struggled to pay the bills on this place, but even so, Eddie regretted Diane's lack of ambition. Anyway, it was his house, even if they had inherited it off her parents. Law of the land. If he wanted to sell it, he could do just that. He found the old panel doors, parquet floors, and stone sinks depressing. He told her he wasn't going to live in a museum, so they'd all gone. Eddie sighed as he recognised that he hadn't done much in the way of redecorating for over a year. He discovered that no amount of orange plastic chairs could turn number 47 into the home he wanted. He tentatively pushed open the front door and forced himself over the threshold. He was immediately hit by the smell of regurgitated breast milk and steeping nappies. He wanted to turn and run. Diane appeared in the hallway. She had a distinctly unwashed vibe. Her hair hung in greasy curtains about her face. She was wearing grubby jeans and a t-shirt stained with perspiration. That said, Eddie could not deny she still had a cracking figure, despite having given birth twice. He noticed it anew every time he looked at her. Even though she was feeding, she still had small breasts, and so she never bothered with a bra. Her tiny hard nipples were nearly always provocatively visible. She had long legs and a trim arse. It bemused Eddie how she could resist progress when her body seemed to be made for this decade. She'd have struggled in the 60s to warrant a second glance, because back then, men wanted something to grab onto. But her lithe, elongated body made her a goddess in this decade. Or at least she could be a goddess, if she ever washed. Wordlessly, Diane thrust the baby into Eddie's arms, causing him to drop his script on the floor. The sheets scattered like petals from an overblown rose. He regretted not numbering the pages. Diane shrugged indifferently and stomped straight into the kitchen. Words were no longer a nicety that either of them regularly bothered with. Eddie didn't need Diane to tell him that she'd had a bad day, that the baby was teething and had been difficult to settle, that her nappies had been exceptionally pungent. Diane had said as much, often enough, with this baby and the boy when he'd been younger. It seemed to be the same story every day, over and over. Eddie could not help. Diane thought that he wouldn't. Eddie barely knew whether there was a difference anymore. Thoughtlessly, he hoisted the grumbling baby onto his hip and leant his forehead against the hall wall. He was a little flushed. That would be the whiskey. He should have stuck to pints. He shouldn't have allowed himself to be tempted into drinking spirits at lunchtime. But it was difficult to resist. She was such a fun girl, frivolous, game. Plus, he knew whiskey made her dirty. There was nothing better than a free and flippant afternoon in the sack, other than, perhaps, a filthy and risky one. The hall wallpaper was a smooth, cool vinyl, brown squares on a slightly paler brown background. The floor was covered with cork tiles. Eddie had picked them both out, but now regretted his choices. Momentarily, he felt like he was inside a cell for the mentally ill, but there was no padding. Eddie forced himself to look at Zoe. She was a fat baby. When old women peeked into her pram, they oohed and ahed and swore blind that she was a cherub, a bonny baby, a proper baby. The women who gave these compliments had been mothers during the war and so liked fat kids. Eddie didn't like the way his daughter looked. He wished she wasn't quite so opulent. This child seemed to burst out of her nappies and smock dresses. Hats popped off her head. Tights wouldn't quite pull up over her chunky thighs. Her brow melted into her nose and she had no neck at all. Dean was the same. Eddie had thought that once he was running around a bit, he'd slim down, but he hadn't. He was 5 years old, but he had to wear clothes for 8-year-olds. The bottoms of his trousers were always covered in mud because Diane was too idle to hem anything. Idle or incapable. Still, at least with a boy, you could tell yourself he was stocky and hardy. You could console yourself with the thought that he might make a rugby player. It was 1976, for God's sake. Lithe meant affluent, fashionable, desirable. Chubby meant, well, the opposite. Eddie was a writer for the BBC. People expected certain things from him in terms of style and presentation. He was part of the it crowd. He knew people who would no doubt one day be described as iconic. It was assumed he would wear his hair inches past the collar, and he needed long sideburns. He had to wear corduroy trousers that fell dangerously low around his groin, with unforgiving polo neck jumpers which did not allow for an ounce of spare flesh. People presumed he would indulge in recreational narcotics and free love, that he'd have a wife who had once dabbled as a model, but now was a little bit too dependent on Valium and vino. Every night was a party. No one expected kids. But if there had to be kids, then they should be skinny, whimsical types. They ought to wear fancy dress costumes all day long and have long blonde hair that made it difficult to discern gender. Scandi or American kids were the role models. Dean looked as though he was getting his vibe from Billy Bunter. Eddie blamed the copious amounts of tinned rice pudding, Angel Delight and Findus crispy pancakes that Diane spooned into him. He knew why she did it. Kids couldn't cry when their mouths were full. Lazy cow. His mother had warned him that Diane would not make a proper wife, that she couldn't cook a decent meal or sew or clean. He'd agreed. It was her improperness that he'd fallen for. He thought she was like him, bold and irreverent, selfish. And that had been attractive. Now it was just inconvenient. Eddie followed his wife into the kitchen. For a moment he allowed himself to hope she might actually have cooked something for supper. It was a ridiculous thought. Even if she had been the sort of wife to have his dinner waiting for him, he'd arrive 2 hours later than he'd said he would, so it would be cold or burnt to a crisp by now. Anyway, there was no hint of home-cooked dishes. The kitchen smelt damp and dank, a mixture of drains and stale food. The only thing Eddie could ever taste in the kitchen was sour air and neglect. Diane always had the radio droning on in the background. She turned the volume down low so as not to disturb the baby, presumably, but this irritated Eddie. How was he supposed to enjoy the tunes or follow the news stories at that volume? He snapped the radio off, and the silence was only interrupted by the sound of the hot tap dripping. He'd been meaning to get that fixed for a while. He doubted he ever would. Eddie thought it was bizarre that despite the lack of industry that occurred in the kitchen, the room was invariably a mess. The lino on the floor was sticky. It was like wading through a sea of blue tack, his shoes making a strange squelchy sound as he walked about. The circular plastic table was crammed full of dirty pots and condiments, left over from the kids' tea, lunch and breakfast. His critical eye noted the open packet of butter that was turning rancid. There were gummy jam jars, a bottle with souring milk, a gunky ketchup bottle and plates covered with greasy smears, suggesting that Dean had been fed fried eggs tonight. They'd get mice again if she wasn't more careful. They rarely sat down as a whole family at the table. Eddie didn't care that they didn't eat together on a Sunday. The family gathering for meat and 2 veg was bourgeois and staid, something the last generation valued. But he would have liked it if she'd sometimes made pasta or curry, neither of which was bourgeois because they were foreign. Pasta and curry were cool. He'd have liked to invite friends round for supper. They could use the fondue set and drink red wine. They bought a carafe when they'd been on honeymoon in Spain. Where the hell was it? Eddie wondered. How come nearly every pot and pan they owned was left on a kitchen surface, but he'd never laid eyes on the carafe? Had she put away all reminders of their honeymoon? It was only 6 years ago, but it was a lifetime back. The wooden clothes horse was a permanent fixture in the pokey kitchen. A never-ending stream of damp clothes hung on it, draped in a way that always put Eddie in mind of dead bodies. There were 2 plastic buckets by the door that she used for steeping the fouled nappies. Dozens of mugs and glasses were dotted around the kitchen. They each had their own bioculture growing inside, and around them crumbs were scattered like confetti. Diane ate 10 rich tea biscuits a day. With 2 apples and a couple of glasses of wine, she could stay under the 1,000-calorie mark and ensure that her hip bones continued to jut. Recently, she hadn't bothered with the apples, but had had the odd extra glass. The room could do with an airing, but the window was jammed. The kitchen was Eddie's room 101. Not a cage of rats put on his face like in the George Orwell novel, but death by domesticity. In this kitchen, they did not talk about the strikes, David Bowie's music, or even the perm or the chopper bike. The sort of conversations Eddie and Diane limited themselves to, if they spoke at all, were ones about this child having taken a fall and got bruised, the other having a funny rash, or Diane would moan that she needed a few more quid to buy a new bread bin. Her aunt had been round. Her aunt thought they needed new curtains. Her aunt wondered when he was going to get a job that was better paid. Depending on how much she had to drink, Diane might yell that she wondered as much too. He was a graduate, for God's sake. He had a degree. Why was he wasting it being a writer? Writing didn't pay. She should have married an accountant. That was what her aunt said. That was what she thought too. Eddie knew men who hit their wives. He never had. That wasn't his thing. Hitting your woman didn't sit well with reading the Tribune. But sometimes, when she went on and on and on and on, he could imagine grabbing one of those dirty tea towels that lay screwed up on the kitchen surface and shoving it into her mouth. He didn't want to choke her, not exactly. He just wanted to stop her going on. He glanced down at his fat gold wedding ring. This wasn't how he'd imagined it would be. He was suffocating.
1982. 2. Clara. Clara snapped off the TV with impatience. There was never any good news, just bombs, kidnappings, the threat of strikes. She only watched the news for the bit at the end when they told you what the Queen was up to. Had she visited a public garden or perhaps some youth centre? Clara would never know because she'd switched off before they got to that bit today. They were saying there were 3 million unemployed now. 3 million! Couldn't someone find them something to do? They should, because nothing good ever came from idle hands. The thought stung. She knew how destructive boredom could be. She'd said to Tim that perhaps they should make these doilies join up. The soldiers and sailors and what have you were being so brave out in the Falkland Islands right now. They were doing a fine job, but no doubt they'd welcome a helping hand, a few more buddies. Clara didn't really know what was going on out there. In fact, she hadn't known exactly where out there was until she checked in the atlas. But Neil, Todd's father at the school gate, said she wasn't to feel bad about that. Hardly anyone did know. All that was clear was that there was a lot of bombing and burning and young men coming home with shocking injuries. Thinking about it, maybe the doilies were better off at home after all. Clara sighed. She didn't know what to make of it. She didn't like to think about it. Instead, she turned her attention to how she should kill the next few hours before she had to start the school pickup. What should she do with her afternoon? Had she anything on video to watch? It was her guilty pleasure to watch recorded episodes of Dynasty when the children were at school. She had tried, but found it was impossible to give the TV her full attention in the evenings. The children would invariably squabble their way through an entire episode, or worse, they pestered her with irritating or inappropriate questions. Normally, she was a very patient mother. She was quite prepared to answer endless inquiries about Barbie dolls and Danger Mouse. No, she did not know that Barbie's full name was Barbara Millicent Roberts, but yes, she did think Barbie Millie was cuter, and yes, she did believe Danger Mouse had trained with James Bond, certainly the same school, if not the same year. But it was significantly trickier explaining the saga of the wealthy Denver family who had made their money in oil. "Does Daddy have much to do with oil?" Joanna had asked thoughtfully when they'd last watched the program together. "No, stupid, Daddy's a banker," Lisa had replied harshly, dismissing her younger sister. Although there was less than 2 years between them, the gap seemed wider, as 14-year-old Lisa had now clambered into the teenage world that allowed access to DM boots and black eyeliner, while 12-year-old Joanna was quite innocent, still content to dress up her dolls. "Perhaps he should do more with oil, because then we'd have a house as big as Crystal's," Joanna had added, her childish lisp not quite hiding her fully formed ambition to marry well. Joanna lived for the Cinderella fairy tale. "We're very lucky as it is, darling," Clara had reminded her daughter, as she often reminded herself. "We live in a much bigger house than nearly all our friends." "What does Crystal do in that house all day anyway?" Lisa had demanded as she turned back to her homework. Joanna had shrugged, unconcerned by the glittery woman's inertia. Then a thought struck her. Horrified, she'd asked, "I don't understand. Why has Blake been married to 2 ladies?" Clara had tried to explain. Well, Crystal was his secretary, but now she's his wife. Alexis was his wife before. What is she now? His ex-wife. What does that even mean? Jo had asked, stricken. In her protected world, the leafy suburbs of Wimbledon, it meant very little. She had no idea that divorce was run-of-the-mill in other postcodes. In Wimbledon, people stuck it out. Clara, more than anyone, knew that. She's not just his ex-wife, she's the boss of an enormous multi-million, possibly billion-dollar company, Lisa had muttered, rolling her eyes. "Which wife do you like best, Mummy?" Joanna had pursued. "Crystal. She's so patient, serene, and composed," Clara had replied, even though secretly she was sure Alexis had all the fun. The insipid second wife wasn't half as exciting as the feisty first one, who had a string of younger lovers, but Alexis Carrington wasn't a role model Clara Russell could openly aspire to. Not openly. "Why didn't they look more for Adam? If someone kidnapped me, would you look lots?" Mark, her youngest, had asked fearfully. He'd hopped onto Clara's knee, and she'd enjoyed his warmth and chubbiness. "Yes, darling. I'd keep searching until the end of time and as far as the end of the world." "The world is round, so strictly it doesn't end," Lisa had pointed out. "He's 5, Lisa. So you shouldn't fill his head with rubbish." Lisa had nodded pertinently in the direction of Joanna whilst continuing to glare coldly at Clara. Clara knew that Lisa firmly believed that Joanna needed to be weaned off the romantic fairy tales she'd been allowed to believe were gospel, and that Lisa did not consider Clara a particularly good role model for Dreamy Joe. Was she a letdown? She had tried so hard, nearly always done the right thing, even though doing the wrong thing was so much easier, so much more fun. Clara was confident that she was a superb homemaker. That wasn't up for debate. The house was spotless. Their food home-cooked, their clothes carefully ironed, even nighties, petticoats, and Tim's underwear. But Lisa would no doubt have preferred it if Clara was a career woman. The sort that wore shoulder pads and carried fat, impressive filofaxes. When Joanna had started school, Clara had worked, briefly. Through an old school friend, she'd found a rather fun position at the BBC. It was mostly typing and filing, but it had got her out of the house for a couple of hours a day, and she'd met such exciting people. Too exciting. Dangerous. So, after that foray, Tim wouldn't hear of her working again. He said that working was not for women like her, ones with children and a husband, and he had a point. Tim rarely got home before 9 most nights of the week. Sometimes he was much later. How would it work if they both had careers? Clara often felt uncomfortable under Lisa's gaze, literal and metaphorical. She suspected that Lisa knew much more than she should. Did she know, for example, that Mark was a patch-up baby after, well, Clara's difficult period at the BBC? She'd insisted on him. She'd needed him to anchor her. Did Lisa know that, despite trying not to have favourites, Clara enjoyed the company of her son far more than she enjoyed the company of her daughters? It wasn't that she liked one child more than the others. Not as such. It was just that he was so easy. He was so confident, independent, and somehow other. The girls seemed to be mixed and meshed with Clara in a more fundamental, primal, and confusing way. It was probably something to do with the endless comparisons people made between mothers and daughters. The girls were said to be the funnier or not as funny as she had been, prettier or not as pretty, more confident or not quite so. She felt a burdensome responsibility towards them that for some reason did not extend to her son. Besides, by the time Mark came along, she'd been significantly less innocent and pliable. Perhaps that helped her to be a more confident mother. After all, she'd only been 19 when she'd had Lisa, still a child herself. Attempts at watching her favourite show with the children were brought to a definite halt when Joanna asked, "Why doesn't Stephen have a wife? Does he want to marry that man? Is that allowed?" After that, Clara had bundled the children straight up to bed. So, how to fill the afternoon? Clara had nothing left to do. She'd prepared chili with jacket potatoes for tonight's supper. She'd made it relatively mild, but to further induce the children to eat it, she'd also baked a chocolate fudge cake. They knew that pudding was only allowed if they could show her a clean plate. Rita, their cleaner, had changed all the beds. The sheets were hung on the line right now, snapping in the wind. Tim thought Clara was insane, but she liked to keep her hand in the domestic duties around the house. Even though she could have left everything to Rita, it gave her something to do. So she dusted all her Yardro figurines. There were 28 of them, so this was no small task. And now she glanced around her sitting room, wondering whether there were any other outstanding chores to tackle. It was immaculate, dust-free, and the height of fashion. A mass of pastels, cream, peach, and salmon hues placed side by side, swirling and morphing. Her father-in-law had once said that coming to their house reminded him of visiting a French brothel. She'd chosen not to dignify his comment with a response. He couldn't have visited a brothel ever, could he? Perhaps he had. Parents were people too. Her father-in-law had a tendency to be very coarse. Tim didn't take after him at all. The carpet was a pale beige colour. She'd quite fancied cream, but hadn't thought it practical, not with 3 children utilising the patio doors to the full. They were constantly running in and out of the garden, trailing mud, so she had settled for beige. She'd taken a risk with the floral pastel 3-piece suit, though. One spilt glass of orange squash and it would be ruined, so she didn't allow the children to bring drinks into this room. The wallpaper was another floral pastel design, but it was a slightly smaller, tighter flower than the suite. The paper stretched just halfway up the wall. There it met with a very impressive, almost regal border. The top part of the wall was painted peach and then ragged with an iridescent gold paint. Clara was very proud of the ragging. She'd done it herself, even though Tim had said she could get decorators to do the job. It had been a challenge. By the time she was finished, there'd been as much paint on her overalls and hands as there was on the walls. but every time she looked at it, she felt a swell of satisfaction, knowing that she was responsible for it. Hung on the wall above the television was a picture of a river and some hills. Clara didn't know the name of the artist, but she had seen the original painting in the National Gallery and then bought the print in the shop. The colours were more muted on the print compared to the real thing, but that didn't really bother Clara because the paler colours matched better with everything else. There were 2 brass chandeliers, and other than the dark, dreary bar in the corner, Tim's Folly, the room was perfect. It was exactly the sort of room Clara had always imagined she'd preside over as wife and mother. It was everything she hoped she'd have as a married woman. She hated it. Clara sighed and picked up the Radio Times. She combed it carefully, as she always did, scouring for his name. She'd spotted it twice in 6 years, and she'd seen it on the credits of 3 different TV programs. Each time it had caused a small spark to flicker deep between her legs. Wasn't it strange that a name written down in print could have that effect? She didn't regret her choice. What would be the point in regretting? Her lover was trouble. Her husband was kind. She preferred kindness to trouble. It was as simple as that. Yet there were always the sparks. Clara was delighted to find an article about Harrison Ford. Goody. She hadn't been able to get the man out of her head since that first Star Wars film. It was the way he wore his gun slung so low. The thought made her smile all over her body. She'd seen Raiders of the Lost Ark twice. Once with Tim, but the second time she'd gone on her own. She'd never let on to Tim. He'd have thought she was silly, but it had been such fun, sitting in the dark alone with her thoughts and fantasies. Little secrets were fine, harmless. Little secrets were allowed. She'd bought popcorn, but had hardly been able to eat it. Harrison certainly could wear a fedora, and a whip in his hands. Well, yes, she jumped to it. She read the entire article, but it was in fact quite dry. Harrison wasn't prepared to say whether that amazing on-screen chemistry with Karen Allen was for real or not. But then he wasn't the kiss-and-tell sort. Real gentlemen weren't. The challenge was working out which were the real gentlemen. Clara carefully put the magazine back in the rack and wondered whether it was worth changing into her new top before she went to pick up Mark. Yesterday, she'd bought a shimmering, silvery shirt from a brand new store, Next. It had big puffed sleeves that were brought into line by a neat row of fabric-covered buttons running the length of her forearm. It was quite a dressy shirt intended for a restaurant or even a nightclub, but Clara didn't get out that often nowadays, and so she figured she might as well wear it at the school gate. After all, it never did any harm to look your best, especially on a Thursday. On Thursdays, Neil Todd's father did the pickup. He was such a friendly man, very attentive. She wondered what he'd look like in a fedora. Would he be able to pull it off? Wednesday, 20th of April, 2005.
3. Dean. Dean, there's a call from overseas. Is it Rogers? Dean grinned. A flame of excitement and aspiration licked his innards. Dean was a board account director at a huge international advertising agency, Q&A. However, the Chicago branch of the agency was unofficially viewed as the younger brother to the New York arm, and this was something that chafed at Dean's keen sense of ambition and professional pride. The 2 offices were equally large, expensive, and state-of-the-art. They each serviced approximately the same number of clients. The creative teams were similarly innovative, award-winning, and obnoxious, but in the final analysis, when it came down to the numbers, and it always came down to the numbers, there was a sizable difference between the revenues each office managed to pull in. The New York arm had been more profitable than the Chicago office for many consecutive years. Dean wasn't sure how many exactly, but it was all the time he'd worked for Q&A. It irked, but he was sure that was all about to change. Rogers was the international marketing director of an extremely large confectionery company. For the last 5 months, Dean had been leading a team of 12 in a pitch to win the company's advertising campaign. The ad spend would be approximately $132 million. That sort of income would catapult his agency and his career. The board account director in New York would have to eat his dust. Dean knew he was on a short list of 3 agencies. Success was within his grasp. Success was everything to Dean. He valued it over popularity, friendship, and even love. Confectionery wasn't normally what he considered to be his area of expertise. He was stronger on cars or gadgets, but he'd been pretty sure that his strategy was groundbreaking and the creative concepts he presented were bold and exciting. Off the fucking wall was how he described them in the pitch. Rogers was in London right now, discussing the pros and cons of the various agency pitches with his international team. He'd assured Dean he would call as soon as a decision was reached. Dean was not an unreasonably arrogant man. In fact, he was a realist. He'd led a harder life than anyone would imagine when they met him now, clad in Armani, driving an Audi TT. It was because he'd had more than his share of disappointments that he'd learned how to judge carefully. His optimism was always curbed, but still he hoped and almost expected that the decision Rogers would reach would pan out in his favour. If Q&A Chicago secured the business, there might be a healthy bonus. He would treat himself to a trip to Vegas. Uncomplicated tits and arse, fun clubs and gambling. What was not to love? He deserved it. He had worked hard to win this pitch. Besides the endless hours needed to develop solid strategy and tease out some crazy concepts, he had invested a lot of time developing a relationship with Rogers. The promise that Rogers would call the moment a decision had been reached was elicited in a strip club that Dean had taken the marketing director to. Turned out that Rogers had never been to a strip joint before. Dean considered that a sin. "Get out of here," he had said, laughing and slapping Rogers on the shoulder. Rogers had initially appeared a little reluctant. "The expenses for tonight won't turn up on the bill for the pitch, will they?" he'd asked fearfully. Dean had pitied Rogers for his inexperience and slightly despised him for his inability to be a fearless man. "No way. This, my friend, is on me, man to man, buddy to buddy." Rogers had been flattered. It was clear that he, like most corporate marketers, thought the agency guys were where it was at, especially Dean. Dean was quite a guy. Everyone said so. He was funny, a wisecracker, full of killer one-liners, and he was tough, worked hard, fast, determined. He completed the Chicago Marathon every year for 5 years, and although he was, obviously, getting older, he always improved on his time. He was the sort of guy people invited to their parties, and if he couldn't make the suggested date, they would postpone the celebration. He was the type of bloke who might hold the lift for a woman and then ask, "Are you going up or down?" And the woman would beg to tattoo his phone number onto her breasts. He was a man who other men dreamt of becoming. Dean could almost hear the slot machines pounding. Ka-ching! Viva Las Vegas! No, it's not Rogers, his PA, Lacey, replied. "It's a hospital, a UK hospital. Queen Anne's in London. I didn't catch the state." "We don't have states in Britain," said Dean with a sigh. His PA was hot, but not sharp. He might have to reconsider his recruitment policy. "I'll take it in my office." He hoped to God his sister Zoe and her kids were all okay. "Mr. Dean Taylor?" "Speaking." "I'm Kitty McGregor, a nurse at Queen Anne's Hospital, Shepherd's Bush, London." "Is it my sister Zoe or the kids? Are they okay?" he demanded. "Actually, I'm ringing on behalf of Mr. Edward Taylor." The nurse had a gentle Scottish lilt to her voice. She sounded no-nonsense, firm, calm, and in control. For a moment, Dean could not compute the information he was being given. It was not the Scottish accent that was confusing him. It was the name, a dim and distant memory, not to be whispered, let alone said aloud. The words Edward Taylor. struck fear and loathing into the core of Dean Taylor, the way the word Macbeth, said during rehearsals of any show, struck actors. It was sure to bring bad luck. "I'm sorry I have to inform you, Mr. Taylor, but your father has pancreatic cancer. It's unfortunately spread to other parts of his body and—" She paused, tenderness creeping into her voice. "And I'm afraid it's terminal. In fact, he doesn't have long left. It's only right that you should know." "There must be some mistake." "We're estimating a week or so, perhaps less, perhaps days. There is no mistake." "I'm not talking about the diagnosis." "You are Dean Taylor?" "Yes. Son of Edward Taylor." "I suppose. Then there's no mistake." "The mistake is him asking you to call me."
4. Joe. I just can't believe that in 72 hours Martin will be married. Married! I drag the words out of my dark and dingy subconscious and throw them onto the table for my big sister to examine closely. But Lisa is so obviously far more interested in the dessert menu. I understand. She's a working mother of 3 children, and so nights out require military precision planning. She's keen to have a good time, which includes ordering something lovely and indulgent for dessert. We've only managed to pull off this evening because I'm temporarily living with Lisa, and Lisa's husband views the idea of getting me out the house, with or without Lisa, as one less obstacle between him and the remote control. So he offered to babysit. "What do you think, chocolate souffle or tiramisu?" "I think I'll go for the tiramisu," says Lisa, closing the menu with an air of finality. She's taken advantage of the fact that I'm her sister. She'd never order such an unfashionable dessert in front of her city analyst friends. But with me, she can even drink Baileys in her coffee if she wants. Sisters are forgiving about such things. I love her, but right now, she's driving me nuts, as she's clearly reluctant to engage in the subject of my ex's imminent nuptials. The only thing I can think about. I bang home my point. Less than 3 days, 72 hours to be precise. But are you being precise? Is it 72 hours? Technically, I'm not sure what with the time difference and everything. I mean, Saturday afternoon in Chicago is different to Saturday afternoon here, isn't it? Points out Lisa. Theirs is later, isn't it? I think you are looking at about 80 hours. I glare at my sister. I think you're missing the point. Am I? Lisa replies. She takes a sip of her white wine and feigns innocence. What is the point, then? It's clear from her face that she regrets the question the moment she's asked it. I'm aware the entire evening's conversation has an awful sense of déjà vu rumbling around it. I know that as well as she does. That's exactly why I need her to indulge me. It should have been me, I wail dramatically. No, it shouldn't, Lisa states emphatically, not really grasping the concept of indulging. Yes, it should. He asked me first. But you didn't want him, says Lisa. No, not then, maybe not, but now, I insist. When I say that this evening has more than a hint of déjà vu, that's because 3 months ago, when I first received the stiff, gold-embossed cardboard invitation to Martin's wedding, Lisa and I had a similar night out, one where I poured out my heart to her and she accused me of rewriting history. That night, like this one, was steeped in indignation and self-pity. During that evening, I'd initially tried to say all the things that I knew were expected of me. I pretended to be delighted that Martin had moved on and met someone else, someone he cared about so deeply that he wanted to marry her. Then, when I'd had a glass or 2 of wine, I swapped the words cared about with settled for and wanted with prepared. The 3rd time I repeated the story, after I'd finished the vast majority of the bottle of Shiraz, I commented on the indecent haste with which he'd rushed into this unsuitable match and repeatedly muttered the words, clearly rebound. Well, it's been nearly 5 years since you two split up. I don't think that is indecently speedy in terms of recovery. Lisa had pointed out calmly and somewhat irritatingly. I'd glared back. Yes, but Martin only met this woman 18 months ago. That piece of gossip had crawled all the way from America to London through a network of friends that we still shared. It takes 18 months to book a high-quality venue. His fiancée must have placed a deposit the night they met. I'd snapped. Some people just know straight away that they want to be with one another forever and don't see any reason to hang around. This is usually the sort of point I make, so it was difficult to argue. Instead, I'd suggested we buy another bottle. The night ended very badly. Drunk, I'd telephoned some other, less significant ex and dashed over to his place for a bout of consolation sex. Lisa had been very concerned as she helped me into the cab that was to take me away. "There's something about you that's making me think of Paddington Bear," she'd commented. "Cute expression, doleful eyes," I'd suggested, hoping I was hiding my slur pretty well. "More the helpless and confused stance, I think," she'd sighed. I'm tempted to attach a note, "Please look after this bear. She's slighted and worried about dying alone, therefore vulnerable." Lisa had tried to smile, but I knew that what she was saying was serious. "No point. I'm not sure if all my ex-boyfriends can actually read," I joked. It was a sad joke, really, because I think both Lisa and I know that since Martin, my standard in boyfriend selection hasn't been too rigorous. Lisa once described my preferred sort of men to be boorish, almost animalistic. Certainly, I didn't have the type of ex-boyfriends who'd care about my motivation for turning up on a booty call. They'd simply want to take advantage of the fact I'd done so. That night turned out as you'd expect. I'd had careless sex with a careless man and woke up feeling worse, not better. Bruised, not physically, but emotionally. Lisa interrupts my thoughts now by saying, "Jo, you have to remember that you dumped Martin." She reaches for my arm and squeezes it. "You weren't in love with him," she adds baldly. "Well, no, but I can't bring myself to admit that now I'm 35, almost 36 years old, practically staring 40 in the face, I might not be so fastidious. So much has happened in the 5 years, 2 months since I split from Martin. Right now, all I can think of is the fact that I've attended 17 weddings and currently have invites to 3 more. All I can say is, Martin was kind and solvent and tall. And dull. You were always going on about how you had nothing in common. I could have learnt to enjoy his hobbies, I insist. I bet you can't even remember what his hobbies were. Before you received the invite to his wedding, you hadn't given him a thought in ages. I'd send him a Christmas card every year. You send all your exes Christmas cards every year. Honestly, I don't know how you do it, let alone why. You must have to start writing your cards in October. Ha ha, funny. Her point is, I've clocked up an above-average share of exes in the past few years. Different people have different views on that. Some of my friends who have been married for a dozen years or more think it's exciting. Others think I'm slutty. My mother thinks it's disappointing. I think it's heartbreaking. I can't imagine why he's invited you, adds Lisa. To gloat, I offer miserably. Or maybe his fiancée has a string of exes that she's inviting and he wants to prove he had a life before her. Depressed, we both stare at the highly polished table between us. Neither reason is particularly heroic or appealing. Suddenly, I'm struck by a more cheering thought. Maybe it's an SOS. A what? A cry for help. You think he wants you to help him? I try to ignore her astonishment. Why not? Because I don't allow her to finish. I won't want to hear it. Lisa and I don't think alike on matters of the heart, at least not my heart. Maybe he wants me to go to the wedding so I can stand up in the church and object to the thing going ahead. Stop it, Jo. You're scaring me. It's possible, but not probable. Look, get real. Just accept it. Martin has moved on. I glare at her. I think her words are sharp and nasty. She probably thinks they are sensible and necessary. She pulls her gaze away from mine, embarrassed for both of us, then reaches for my arm again and gives it another little squeeze. I move away. not allowing her the satisfaction of comforting me. Joe, I hate it that I have to dole out the yuckiest medicine, but the fact is, nothing has changed. Just because Martin is about to marry someone else does not mean that he's any more suitable for you than he was before. Obviously, if anything, he is less suitable. He's in love with someone else. Can't you be happy for him? Can I? Am I still capable of truly reveling in other people's happiness? As hideous as I sound, no, I don't think I can. If I admit as much to Lisa, she'll be disgusted with me, probably make me pay for my own dinner. So I bite my tongue and pretend to be a better person, more like the person I was until endless, fruitless dates took their toll. Lisa has been married for 14 years. Happily married, some might say smugly. So I know she just can't understand what I'm going through. She already had 2 children and was pregnant with her 3rd by the time she was my age, and she never even expressed any particular interest in getting married when we were growing up. For her, it was all about her schoolwork and then her career. She has no idea about loneliness or grief or remorse, which are the emotions that haunt me. She most certainly does not think of her life as one long corridor of closed doors, marked missed opportunities, regrets, and lost chances, along which she dawdles aimlessly. I can't explain it to her. It's too humiliating. She doesn't think I'm due any sympathy because I threw over Martin. I dumped him. But honestly, sometimes that makes things harder, not easier. The regret is sharper, more poignant. I messed up. He was a great guy. Marrying material. The sort of man women want to marry. Should marry. I see that now. All my friends are married or living with someone, and once they have settled partners, they're no longer interested in coming out and meeting new people. Oh, okay. What I'm talking about specifically here is coming out to meet new men, obviously. My horizons are narrowing. When I was younger, I used to meet new people by the dozen every week, at uni, in bars, in nightclubs, and then at work. As the years have passed, opportunities have diminished. I can hardly go to bars on my Todd, and I could never go to a nightclub now, even with a battalion of supporters. Those places are frequented by women who are literally young enough to be my daughters. I'd have to fight the urge to encourage them to wear a coat or button up their tops to cover up their smooth, plump skin. The biggest irony is that I work for a bridal magazine, which besides being a constant taunt is, as you might guess, an entirely male-free zone. I have tried to find other places to meet people, I really have. I'm not a quitter. I'm a member of a gym. I've joined a night class to study French. As everyone knows, it's a very sexy language. And I go to a salsa club to practice flirting every other Tuesday at the town hall in Wimbledon. Afterwards, I stay at my parents' house. I know a sleepover at the parental home probably does reduce my chance of wild nights of passion, but my mum makes unparalleled lasagna, and it's hard to resist. I have made some new friends through these channels, but no men friends, no single men friends, which is the aim. The classes are largely populated by other women who are also looking for romantic leads. And while I'm quite good at making new friends, and these women are smiley and usually up for a glass of Bordeaux or a margarita after the class, it seems my new friends are invariably more adept at finding life partners than I am. They keep getting married, one after another. Hence the obscene number of wedding invites I receive. It appears to be the case that no sooner have they decided they are ready to settle down than they do exactly that. Then, inevitably, a ritual is observed. Initially, the newlyweds invite me to join them on double dates, or they set me up on blind dates with their friends and colleagues, but for one reason or another, I've never stumbled upon my soulmate. And while I maintain the friendship with the new bride, the invites for double dates eventually dry up. We settle into girl-only evenings where we spend the night picking over my disastrous dates, And when that's just too depressing, we pick out kitchenware for their new homes. What is wrong with me? I have a good sense of humour. It says so on all my profiles, but it is also true. I'm generally caring, thoughtful, sympathetic, and I'm known to be generous. I'm fun, I think, as far as anyone can ever judge this about themselves. I know I'm lucky to have a number of interesting, amusing, and committed friends. Friends I've secured through my resolute loyalty and ability to remember their kids' birthdays. But the fact is, I also have an endless trail of faithless, irresponsible, or arrogant exes, which I'm all too aware that I've acquired because my growing desperation has led to a terrible lack of discernment. The issue is, I have always wanted to marry. Some people hate the idea, think it's an outdated institution, restrictive, unrealistic, etc., but it's always been something that I thought would be part of my life plan. My parents have been happily married for 38 years this weekend. They're the gold standard. Well, technically closer to the ruby standard, I suppose, but you know what I mean. They are happy, fulfilled, and inseparable. Lisa and Henry have been together forever, as I mentioned. Even my younger brother Mark is happily married and has been for 3 years. Divorce statistics are trumpeted in newspapers. The pessimists like to present the UK as a country falling apart at the seams, populated with people unable to maintain a relationship for as long as they maintain a hairstyle, but that isn't my experience. I sometimes think I only know married people. I've been actively trying to get married for over half my life. When I was 16, I begged my parents to let me attend a sixth form that had only just started to accept girls so that I'd meet lots of boys while doing my A-levels. I only settled on a university after carefully studying the male-female quota of not only the university itself, but my subject in particular. Naturally, I wasn't daft enough to think I'd meet men at Loving Bride. But I was engaged to Martin when I took the job. I wasn't on the lookout then. Deal done, or so I thought. Considering all my effort and vigilance, it does seem a bit weird that I've mucked it up and I'm still alone. I have made mistakes. Perhaps I have a tendency to pursue the wrong sort of man, not necessarily the marrying kind. I'm fatally attracted to the wilder sort of guy. The sort with chiseled cheekbones, cool clothes, and eyes and a heart to match. I'm drawn to exciting, sexy, unobtainable men. Damaged or divorced men, worse still, married men who forget to mention the existence of their wives until the said wife makes a phone call or, in one humiliating and heartbreaking case, finds me in her bed. Like metal shavings to a magnet, I cling to bad and bold men. It is an issue. My problem is, I don't see my potential boyfriends in such bleak terms as I approach the relationships. Of course not. I date each man I meet with renewed optimism. I'm a hopeless romantic. I just don't seem to learn. If I meet a new guy who is reticent when questioned about his romantic status, I never assume he's married with 2 kids. Instead, I have a tendency to construct an elaborate excuse for his monosyllabic responses and his reluctance to give me a landline number. I mean, it is perfectly possible that he's grieving for a tragic lost love. Maybe his last girlfriend died, or maybe he's never dated because he's been nursing his terminally ill relative. There's a shopping list of reasons why a man might be reticent. I suppose I am inclined to spend a great deal of time and energy imagining how I might save him, how I, and I alone, could draw him back into the land of the living, fill his world with love once again, a love that would be better, deeper, more meaningful than anything else he's ever encountered. I don't believe I'm the only one who does this. I always start with sex. It's an odd thing to admit to, but I think I'm pretty safe in saying I'm good at sex. Lots and lots of men have given me the thumbs up. Well, not thumbs exactly, but you know what I mean. And men like sex. So sex seems an ideal place to start. Experience never seems to teach me that relationships that start with sex usually stay with sex. Martin was different. He isn't a bold and bad man. He is a steady and solid man. I dated him for 4 years. We took things slowly. We were really happy in the beginning, or at least content. There's nothing wrong with Martin, and that alone sets him apart from my other exes. Martin is handsome, unlike many of my other boyfriends, before and since. He had a good job. In fact, during the time that we dated, he shot up the career ladder. He was promoted from analyst to manager to senior manager in the management consultancy firm he worked for. Lisa was always telling me that it was unreasonable to resent the long hours he worked and the way he appeared to always put his work ahead of his relationship. Of course, the marrying kind often do that. They know the importance of being successful and creating financial security. I just wished that sometimes he'd get home when he said he would, that he'd take a day off work on my birthday, or that he'd simply turn off the damn mobile phone when we were in bed. Still, everything was on track. After dating for 2 years, we moved in with one another. After a year of living together, on my 29th birthday, Martin proposed, and I accepted. Our plan was to get married on my 30th birthday. Well, the day before, actually, so then I could say that technically I'd married in my 20s. We went at the wedding planning full speed ahead. Me, Martin, my mother, and my entire office. It was going to be a fabulous event, one with white doves, chocolate fountains, and ice sculptures. I thought I had everything I'd ever wanted. Until one day I realized I wasn't in love with him. I loved him. Probably. I certainly liked him, but he didn't make my heart, or any part of my anatomy, leap. The realization came to me during my final dress fitting, just 2 weeks before the big day. Timing has never been my strong point, but now I'm considering the fact that maybe I got it all wrong. Those 4 years that we were together were important, defining years. When I stepped into the relationship, I'd been a carefree 20-something. By the time I returned the unwanted wedding gifts, I noticed that practically everyone I knew had married and started families. Not to mention the years since. Where's the time gone? I have been left behind. Maybe Martin was my one, and what I experienced when I gazed at my reflection in the bridal shop wasn't horror. It was nothing more than pre-wedding jitters. As I sit in the cozy restaurant with my big sister, sipping wine and eating tiramisu, the alcohol sweeps around my brain and shimmers through my limbs, and it strikes me that I've blown my best chance ever. I've urinated on my happily ever after. Thursday, 21st of April, 2005.
5. Dean. Do I hate you? Dean murmured the question, his lips close to the sleeping old man's ear. He'd always thought he'd known the answer to this one. For as long as he'd been aware of the question, he'd been sure. Yes, he hated Edward Taylor, known as Eddie. Yes, he hated his father. But now? Now, when the old man was dying, his breath rasping and lumbering through his heaving chest, his skin grey and waxy like sweating cheese, his eyes closed, Dean was surprised to find that it was impossible to summon up the necessary passion to hate. The wizened old man, who slept in the hospital bed, looked nothing like the father of Dean's memories. That man had been virile and healthy and cruel. The father he remembered had had long raven-coloured hair, almost blue-black. This Edward Taylor was practically bald, and the bit of hair that remained was as white as the hospital sheets, whiter. His head was blotched with age spots. It looked vulnerable. Dean seemed to remember that Edward Taylor had always been vain about his hair. He thought he could remember that his father had a habit of checking his reflection whenever the opportunity arose, in the hallway mirror, the wing mirrors in the car, shop windows and shiny teaspoons. He was almost sure he could actually remember this, but it might have been something his mother or his great-aunt had told him a very long time ago, and he'd allowed it to morph into a make-do memory. It might have been something he'd made up. In the absence of any sort of a reality, a presence, or even letters or phone calls, Dean had resorted to filling in the blanks. He'd done so for many years, and over time, the wishful thinking, the fantasies, the false memories had all solidified and now had a hardness to them that suggested fact. It was tricky to know anything for certain. Edward Taylor wasn't a presence at all, just an absence. Dean always thought it was ironic that he'd been tortured with feelings of missing and absence. How was that possible? Or fair? He had grown up with no idea whether his father smelt of cigarettes or aftershave. He'd not known if his voice was gravelly, stern, or soft. He had only been able to guess which football team he supported. As a boy, he had decided it was Fulham, because all of his mates' dads supported Fulham. He went through a stage, it lasted 2.5 years, where he used to avidly watch the Fulham games on TV, scanning the crowds for a glimpse of someone who might, just might, be his dad. He strained his eyes, expecting to see a mop of dark hair, stubble, and tight designer cords, even though fashions had moved on and his father, by then, was probably wearing ratty oversized jumpers and ripped jeans in a grungy homage to Nirvana. Eddie Taylor had once been so big, broad and strong. Not dependable, never that, but massive. One of the few memories Dean was certain was real was the one where his father's broad shoulders practically touched both sides of the doorframe as he walked out of it for the final time. When he'd opened the door, the orange glow from the streetlight had flooded into the hallway, splattering across the floor. But then his bulk had blocked out the light as he crossed the threshold and left the family home. He'd been in a hurry. He hadn't even checked his reflection in the hallway mirror. Dean had watched the exit from the top of the stairs. Dean was having trouble reconciling the shriveled physical presence of this old man in front of him with the stories, hopes, and hates that he'd carefully cultivated for a lifetime. As he turned from a boy to man, Dean had stopped hankering after his father in the same pointless, heartbreaking way. He had been left with a void that he couldn't fill with small details. So instead he stuffed the hollowness with the one big fact he was certain of. Eddie Taylor had left his wife, son and daughter and never contacted them again, not once in 29 years. The longing had turned to resentment and then congealed into pure hatred. What was he doing here anyway? If Dean hated Eddie Taylor, it made little sense that he was here. If he didn't hate him and was now indifferent towards him, it made even less sense. He hadn't meant to come. It was all down to his PA, Lacey. After that nurse had called, he'd put down the phone and then sat at his desk, intending that business should carry on as normal. Thank you for the information, but the life or death of Edward Taylor was of no interest to Dean Taylor. But Lacey, terminally bored with her job, had latched onto the crisis and made it into a full-scale, high-cost drama. She dashed into his office the moment the line went dead. "I listened in," she stated, without any embarrassment or apology. "I heard that nurse say your pop is, Dying? I'm really so sorry. Her eyes had stretched an unfeasible fraction wider. Dean felt caught in headlamps. Right. That is so awful, if you say so. Lacey paused. She'd watched enough trashy reality TV shows to recognise this moment. She hurried back to her desk, returning to Dean's office just 10 minutes later. Okay, I've booked you on today's 16:05 flight out from O'Hare. You'll arrive at Heathrow at 5:55. I didn't know which hotel to book, the usual one in Covent Garden, or would you like something nearer the hospital? Where is the hospital, anyway? But England's small, right? London's even smaller. Wherever I book for you is going to be reasonably convenient, yeah? What? Dean had gawped at his PA in bewilderment. The 16:05 gives you plenty of time to go home now, throw a few things in a holder, and get over to the airport. I'm not going to London. Dean had turned purposefully back to his screen, no longer able to hold Lacey's gaze. Of course you are. Your father is dying. He doesn't need me for that. Dean could not stop himself adding, he didn't need me for living. If he had thought about it for a moment, he might have guessed that Lacey would relish this insight into her boss's more sensitive side. She knew more about his private life than was strictly professional. She'd often have to take calls from disappointed women who had hoped Dean really would call them as he'd said he would. She knew he was an aloof prick when it came to women and relationships, a classic love 'em and leave 'em type. Hopeful and hopeless women regularly turned up at the office pretending they were just passing. Oh yeah, in their Christian Louis Vuitton red heels, of course. They were hoping to have a word with him, maybe grab a sandwich lunch. Dean always told Lacey to get rid of them. Those were his words, get rid of them. Lacey had made and cancelled enough dinner reservations on Dean's behalf to know that he dated regularly. She'd frequently been sent out for a fresh shirt and therefore knew that he was stopping over regularly too. But never with the same woman. At least not for longer than a couple of weeks. Lacey hadn't yet been able to work out exactly why an otherwise decent guy, seemingly intelligent and a good brother and uncle, would behave this way. Lacey was actually glad to hear this first hint at trauma in Dean's life. She hadn't wanted to believe her boss was simply a douchebag. There was a father issue, and he'd admitted as much. Despite her size, she was a force to be reckoned with. I've already told the CEO that you're going to see Rogers, that he wants you to meet his international team. The flight is business class and on expenses. By way of a thank you, you can pick me up a bottle of Linnet by Gavinci in the duty-free store. It's quite hard to come by over here. In the end, it had been easier to go along with Lacey's plan rather than unpick it. Dean's CEO had been extremely excited that the chances of winning the pitch appeared so promising. Dean couldn't find the energy to explain the reality. He'd had no intention of visiting his father. He thought that perhaps he would swing by and see Rogers. It couldn't hurt. It might be the thing that would indeed clinch the deal. Besides, he should cover his arse in case anyone ever checked up on him. He'd also go and see his sister, Zoe. That would be a treat. He'd looked at this as a bonus break, a reward for the numerous late nights he'd clocked recently. He was not going to be burdened with grief or tempted by curiosity about a man he hadn't seen in 29 years. Edward Taylor could go to hell. Most certainly he was going to hell. And he could go there without a final chat with Dean. And yet, Dean's flight had arrived in the UK on time. He'd passed through immigration with unprecedented ease. There were no queues snaking the length of the concourse, and then he'd caught a tube that effortlessly transported him into central London. He was surprised to discover that his hotel could accommodate an early check-in. He'd taken a shower and a walk to try to beat the jet lag that was likely to hijack later in the day. He'd set out aimlessly. Perhaps he'd grab a coffee and a croissant from Patisserie Valerie on Bedford Street. He'd had no intention of getting on a tube again, and certainly not pitching up at the hospital in Shepherd's Bush. He'd been stunned to find himself outside the large red brick building at 10 in the morning, but told himself that just because he was there on the street didn't mean he had to go in. Hospitals were like warrens anyway. It would probably be impossible to track down Eddie Taylor. Then a chilly spring breeze had bitten the back of his neck. He turned up his collar and gone inside. The more Dean looked at this man, the more confused he became. There was nothing at all about him that was familiar. For a moment, Dean panicked and considered the idea that he might have been directed to the wrong bed. This might not be Eddie Taylor after all. He was probably in another ward. He would have a nurse sat on each knee and another giving him a head massage. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't that be the case? Because wasn't that how he'd always been? At least in Dean's imagination and in his mother's stories. The serial philanderer, the womanizer, the bastard. Dean rushed to the end of the bed and snatched up the patient's notes. There it was, typed up in black and white. Edward Charles Taylor. Proof. The other thing it said was that the patient had requested no more resuscitation, no life-prolonging drugs, nothing other than medication to ease the pain. I'm sorry, visiting hours don't start until 11 a.m. I'm going to have to ask you to leave and come back then, said a nurse, with a polite efficiency that didn't quite mask her exhaustion. The patients need rest. He's asleep, Dean pointed out. He felt a mix of relief and frustration about this. If his father slept, he wouldn't have to talk to him. But on the other hand, if his father slept, he couldn't talk to him. Which did he want? It was a deep sleep, but not restful. Eddie Taylor's pupils darted left and right. The movement could be detected through his thin lids, and his chest rose and fell with a shuddering violence. This was not how Dean had imagined a death scene would be. It seemed wasteful to sleep through your last hours. But then maybe it was fitting. He and his father had wasted so much time, their entire lives. What did it matter if they wasted just a little bit more? Visiting hours are 11 until 1, and then 3 until 5, and 7 until 9, the nurse replied firmly. A little longer, please. Dean wasn't sure why he'd asked for more time. He didn't want to be here. The hospital was bleak, rammed with blatantly baffled patients who drifted through the wards and corridors. There appeared to be an infinite number of anguished or sorrowful souls propping up the walls or slumped on the bedside chairs. Some were no doubt anticipating news about their friends and families. Others had already received it. Dean sighed. This was not his sort of place. He liked attractive, successful, resilient sorts. He liked to be cushioned by the lucky and the charismatic. He worked hard to surround himself with luxury, decadence, and delights. Now he was surrounded by skinny hardback chairs, tubes, trolleys, and a faint smell of disinfectant. Dean didn't want to be sitting on one of the uncomfortable chairs by Eddie Taylor's bed. Why didn't he simply leave? It was true that he was anti-authority, and it was possible that he wanted to negotiate extra time just to prove that something as petty as rules regarding visiting hours didn't apply to him, didn't tie him. Maybe. Or maybe he actually wanted to stay by this man's bedside. He wasn't thinking straight. He probably needed some fresh air. Sorry, I didn't know the rules. He treated the nurse to one of his grins. It was practiced, perfect, showing off a line of teeth that had had the benefit of a top Chicagoan orthodontist. He'd used this grin when he needed a shop assistant to accept his returned item, even though he had failed to retain proof of purchase. He used it when he needed a female maitre d' to find him a table, even though he'd failed to make a reservation. and he used it when he needed some hot woman to drop her morals and her knickers. It never failed. "Are you family?" The nurse was already looking for a way to allow this man to stay until official visiting hours had started, even though she could get into trouble for doing so. "I'm his son," said Dean, turning back to glance at his father, as though he too needed confirmation that this was the case. "Eddie's never mentioned a son," pointed out the nurse, unaware or at least unconcerned about any potential hurt her comment might cause. "No, he wouldn't," admitted Dean with a sigh. The sigh seeped like an ink stain onto the hospital sheets. "I think I'll go and call my sister. I'll come back at the proper hours." "Oh, he has a daughter too." The nurse turned toward Eddie and beamed, clearly pleased for the sick man. "How lovely." "Yeah, lovely." Dean turned away quickly so she wouldn't see his glower. "Hi, Zoe." "Dean? Is everything all right?" Dean wondered whether there would ever come a day when his sister would simply pick up the phone and be pleased to hear from him. He doubted it. She'd probably always assumed that he was the bearer of appalling news. Their exposed and lonely childhoods had taught them to expect the worst. They both made a valiant effort to pretend that this was not the case. They'd clawed their way out of their inheritance and become decent, hard-working members of society. But the fact was, they lived with an awareness of the world's underbelly. Zoe was the epitome of upright and reputable. She drove an old but reliable estate car to toddler dance classes and to resident association meetings. She dressed in white stuff jumpers and bought her jeans from Gap. She usually carried a cotton shopping bag. Ordinarily, it was filled with responsibly farmed produce, which she made into delicious meals for her family. Most people would probably peg Zoe at a little older than 29. She had dashed towards being an adult, as childhood wasn't a place either sibling had wanted to linger. But if anyone watched her striding through the cobbled streets of Winchester, where she lived in a small but cosy house, they would never guess that she wet her bed until she was 13, and that she couldn't sleep without leaving a light on. Dean had pulled off an even more stupendous transformation. He was a wealthy and extremely successful advertising executive who oozed charm and composure. There was nothing about his expensive and elegant style of dressing, his confident swagger in the boardroom, his affable generosity when buying rounds at the bar, that suggested that as a child, his wardrobe was limited to charity shop purchases. Nor was there anything to betray that he had been treated by a child psychiatrist for anger management until he was 16. They had managed to construct convincingly respectable, balanced personas for the benefit of almost everyone else they knew. It was trickier with each other. They couldn't hide the truth of their histories from one another. "Hey, don't panic," he said soothingly. "It's just that it's so early for you. 10:15 here means it must just be 4:15 your time. If you call in the middle of the night, Chicago time, then of course I'm going to assume that something is wrong. Actually, I'm in the UK. Are you?" Dean could hear Zoe's relief and pleasure. "You never said you were coming over." "Yeah, it was sort of impulse." "Great. Will you get time to squeeze in a visit to Winchester and come and see us before you have to fly back?" "That's my plan." "I know your work is always hectic, but we do love seeing you. The kids have grown so much since you last saw them. You won't recognise Hattie." "I'm not here on work, as it happens." Dean paused, searching for the right words. He wasn't sure he'd ever find them, so he just blundered on. "It's our father." "Our father?" Zoe sounded stunned. "Edward Taylor," added Dean, just in case she didn't know who he was talking about. "Is he dead?" "No. More's the pity. Come on, Zoe, you can't mean that. You're too lovely to think that way." Dean thought that way, but he considered Zoe to be the more compassionate of the two of them. I really do. I am lovely, except when it comes to him. He's dying. And I thought you'd want to know. You thought wrong. I'm not interested. Dean could hear her breath down the phone line. It was increasingly rapid. She must be wondering why he'd called her about Edward Taylor. Why had he brought this to her Thursday morning? She was probably just on her way to take the kids to the park, walk their dog. She didn't need this. How do you even know? She demanded. He got a nurse to call me. How did he know where to find you? I don't know. I can't imagine I'm that hard to find. Yet it took him 29 years. Dean ignored the interruption and carried on. I've never been missing. He was the one who disappeared. Oh, so you do remember that much? Dean did remember that much, every day of his life. Zoe, I'm as angry with him as you are. No, you clearly are not. Or else you wouldn't have come from Chicago to be by his bedside. I'm assuming that is why you were here. You're planning on visiting him. He couldn't lie to her. I'm actually at the hospital right now. You've spoken to him. Her fury and disbelief caused her voice to crack, and she squawked down the phone. Zoe had always suspected that Dean nurtured a secret need to forgive his father. She did not harbour any similar compunction. No, he is asleep or maybe unconscious, I'm not sure. Why has he got in touch after all this time? Does he want a vital organ? The thought hadn't crossed Dean's mind, and now he felt stupid. It was possible. I don't think so, he mumbled. What are you thinking? They said he only has days. I don't care, I don't know him. That's my point. You think you're going to get to know him in his last few days? Maybe. You're an idiot to visit him. A bloody idiot. Has he ever visited us? Silently, the siblings began simultaneous but independent mental tallies of the times that they had waited in vain for Edward Taylor to come and visit them, maybe even rescue them. For the first 3 years after he'd left, Dean had believed his father would turn up at his school sports days. He'd hoped for this with all the energy and commitment that a young boy could muster. His size had given him an advantage, and he'd always been a good athlete. But there was never anyone to cheer him on or witness his victories. What was the point of romping home a good 10 metres in front of the other boys if there was no one to feel proud? Dean would be shocked to know that Zoe had harboured similar secret fantasies until she was much older. Right up to her wedding day, she dreamt that maybe her father would turn up out of the blue to give her away. But he didn't, of course, underlying the fact that he'd already done so many years previously. We had each other, only because there was no one else around. Still, it was enough, wasn't it? They both know it hadn't been, but neither could insult the other by saying so. After a brief pause, Zoe added, Well, I'm not interested. I don't want to know anything about him. I don't want details. Don't talk to me about him again. Not until you call me to tell me he's dead. Zoe, Dean pleaded. Don't make me hate you too, Dean. Not you too. That's not what I'm trying to do. I don't want to fight. I have to go. The dog is going to pee in the kitchen otherwise. Dean knew the chocolate-brown Labrador was perfectly well house-trained. Zoe just wanted to get off the line. Okay, sis, I'll call you when... He didn't get to be specific. Zoe had hung up.
6. Joe. This is the start of something big. This is important. Well, it could be. It might be. I've had enough false starts. My hopes have been raised more than enough times for me to be aware that true love, while certainly in existence, isn't easy to stumble on. But still, I cross my fingers. I lie awake and concentrate on not moving. I don't want to disturb and wake Jeff. We only fell asleep at 20 to 3 this morning, and the smart, enormous aluminium clock on the wall says it isn't yet 6 a.m. But I can't go back to sleep. Emotionally, I'm too full, too charged. I try not to fidget or wriggle, but staring at the ceiling is boring. It's entirely blank. There's no impressive coving, no offensive polystyrene tiles, not even a patch of damp that would suggest a financial struggle or a lackadaisical neighbour who might have forgotten to turn off the bath tap. I slide my eyes around the room. The decoration is immaculate. I can smell new paint. I wonder whether Jeff might be the sort of person who has professional decorators in every couple of years to ensure that the place always looks spick and span. Some people do live like that, don't they? Well, my parents do, obviously, but other people too. I can imagine living here with Jeff. I know, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just saying, if things panned out, this would suit me very well. At least it would once I conquered my concerns about breaking something or messing everything up. This really is an exceptionally clean and tidy environment. Slowly, my confidence picks up, and I dare to move my head from left to right. I don't want to wake Jeff yet, but I need to get my bearings. Last night I was too drunk on wine and lust to take in much. I remember him fumbling with a massive bunch of keys, and then once the door slipped open, I flung him against the hall wall. We had exciting, wild, uninhibited sex right there and then, followed by a second round in bed. That time it was slower, more meaningful. Twice? That is something I have on my married friends. How many of them can say they have sex twice in one night? Most of my friends hint that twice a month is average. It is a mystery to me how I can be privy to such information but still be more than keen to join their club. Oh, Jeff's bedroom is gorgeous. So modern and comfortable. He has great taste. The prints on the wall are dramatic black and white photos of a beach in winter time. It's unusual for a man to appreciate throws, candles, and cushions, but Jeff has them all. I glance around for photographs that might give a sneaky insight into my new boyfriend's world. I can't remember any of the details he told me last night, not specifically. We didn't do that much talking about personal stuff, really. There wasn't time. I gleaned that he liked going down to Bude to windsurf. I remember that, and the fact that he works nearby in Hackney. We discussed the joy of a short commute, although I can't quite remember what he does for a living. Did he say? He has a brother, or it might be two. The details are patchy. There are no photos to help fill the gaps. Nor are there any books or clutter that could give clues. Wow, this man is a neat freak. If I ever moved in here, I'd have to buy a set of those laundry boxes that say whites and darks. It's clear that Jeff is the sort of guy who likes a system. I turn my head and drink in the sight of my new boyfriend, who is sleeping peacefully beside me. Exhausted, spent, properly hot. He has a great jawline, dark eyes, dark hair, plump, pink, let's face it, sensual lips. Wonder how old he is. It's quite possible that he is a year or two younger than I am, maybe 3 or 4. I'll have to take care not to let him see my driving license, at least not too soon. That's not the sort of thing I want to lead with. This properly hot guy will undoubtedly be in demand. He could choose from a queue of women. Younger women, taller women, pretty women, funny women, women with more successful careers, all of the above. The thought causes my breath to quicken. It is tough out there. It is busy and predatory. 21st century dating rituals are like being continually embroiled in the first day of the January sales. Elbows out. Still, he is here, right next to me. I am here in his bed. I push a long, slow breath out into the world. As I do so, I try to let go of my panic and worry. I can take this slowly. We have time. Obviously not years and years. I am 36 next month, for God's sake. Back to that again. But we have some time. I could skive off work today and then we could stay in bed. In fact, if I ring in and said I had a stomach bug, I could play truant on Friday too. Then we'd have 4 whole days of uninterrupted loving. Who knows where those 4 days might lead? To weeks? Months? Okay, I'm going to stay optimistic. Imagine we did fall in love. How would the timing work? Let's say 6 months dating, followed by a 6-month engagement. Whatever I said about Martin's indecent haste, I've now conveniently blanked. This time next year, Jeff and I could be drawing up a wedding gift list in one of the smarter department stores. Then we could have a year enjoying ourselves as a married couple, 3 months trying to get pregnant, 9 months pregnant, and then the first baby by the time I'm 38. It is just possible to have 2 before I'm 40. Just. A tight schedule, but it isn't unimaginable. I have a tendency to think in double negatives. It's the closest I ever get to a positive these days. But this time, I think there really is something to get excited about, because there is one thing I remember with crystal clarity from last night. Something he whispered to me after the second bout of lovemaking. He said, "You're just the sort of girl I should marry." Men don't say that sort of thing lightly. He has to have meant it. And the sex was phenomenal. I really have never, ever experienced anything like it. Just thinking about it causes a fleeting spike of excitement between my legs. It was so... I searched for the exact word to describe the marathon session we enjoyed. My head is still a bit fuzzy. What is the perfect word? It was so energetic. I really need to pee. Carefully, I inch the duvet aside and edge out of the bed. I glance around, hoping to locate his robe so that I can cover up. No matter how acrobatic I was last night, in the cold light of day, my body demands sanctuary. I can't see a robe, nor is there a jumper or hoodie flung across the back of the bedroom chair. I have no alternative but to dash naked into the bathroom. The bathroom is a delight. He must have a cleaner. I know it is shallow to care, but the idea of having a boyfriend with an income that allows him to employ a cleaner is fantastic. I've spent far too many dates cleaning the homes of various exes. To start with, it is always smart restaurants and a club. Then a couple of weeks down the line, it's often a trip to the cinema and a bag of popcorn. And before I know it, I'm lucky to be watching a DVD from the sofa. I try to tell myself that dates that consist of me scouring ovens or defrosting freezers are intimate and domestic, part of a real relationship, but in my heart of hearts, I know that I'm simply being taken advantage of. The towels are sharply folded and stacked in a precise tower on the shelf near the enormous walk-in shower. There are tea-light candles lined up like soldiers along the basin, and the end of the loo roll is folded into a triangle. I have only ever seen that done in hotels before. This place is amazing. I want to hug myself. Instead, I pee, and as I wash my hands, I force myself to confront my reflection. There was once a time when a long night of sex meant that I sparkled the next morning. Nowadays, such antics are more likely to lead to bulky blue bags under my eyes. I splash water on my face and look around for some cleanser or soap. There isn't any. In fact, there aren't any bottles of lotions and potions at all. There is a cabinet, but it's empty, pristine. Pristine like the candles that have never been lit. I quietly make my way through to the kitchen. Something about this place is a bit off, a bit weird. But without coffee, I am not up to puzzling it out. The kitchen diner is as immaculate as the bathroom. The laminate floors and all the surfaces shine. The taps and windows twinkle, and the many scatter cushions are plump and smooth. There is a full set of gleaming crockery set out on the dining room table, as though Jeff is waiting for imminent dinner guests. The room makes me think of Miss Havisham's wedding breakfast, except these dishes are clean and polished rather than covered in cobwebs and vermin. But who is Jeff expecting? I need coffee to think. I open the cupboard above the kettle, but it's empty. I'd expected a jar of instant coffee granules and a box of breakfast tea bags at the least. Though the apartment is so stylish, I wouldn't have been surprised to find coffee beans, filter papers, and 3 different herbal teas. We'll have to go out for coffee, of course. I jumped at the sound of Jeff's voice. Despite the intimacy of last night, I don't recognize his tone. I turned to face him. He's standing naked in the doorway. I am naked too. Suddenly, rather disconcerted, I think that there seems to be too much nudity in the kitchen. I suck in my belly. My thighs and bum are towards the high-gloss kitchen units. I really hope they aren't so high-gloss that they reflect my cellulite back out to the world. It is always so much harder in the cold light of day. Are you out of coffee? I ask. Jeff doesn't reply. He just grins and then walks towards the bathroom. I seize the opportunity to dash back into the bedroom and dive beneath the duvet. Thank goodness he hasn't opened the curtains. Daylight is sneaking through the drapes, but it is subdued rather than exposing. I listen to him pee and flush. He comes out of the bathroom without washing his hands. I try not to dwell on that thought, but it does bother me. I expect Jeff to jump back into bed, but instead he stoops down and snatches up his discarded clothes. Sorry, lovely lady, we don't have time for another helping. We have to get up and out of here before anyone spots us. I am so busy trying to tell myself that he really does think I am a lovely lady, and that's why he's used the endearment. It isn't because he's forgotten my name that initially I don't compute the significance of the second sentence. Spots us? What does he mean? Who might spot us? Why does it matter? But I haven't had any breakfast, not even coffee. I really do need a coffee. My hangover is beginning to take effect, as though it has awoken with Jeff. Well, there's nothing to eat here. I can go out and buy something, if you like, while you take a shower, I offer. Jeff is buttoning up his shirt, but he pauses. I wonder whether he's offended that I suggested he shower. Does he think I am commenting on his personal hygiene? Well, in a way I am. Who makes love all night and gets up and goes to work without a shower? I can't shower here, the other agents will notice, and we can't eat here for the same reason. Come on, get a move on. We have to make the bed so you can't tell anyone has slept in it. There's an iron, and just plug it in and iron the wrinkled duvet in situ. I'm getting pretty good at it. I stare at Jeff bemused. Agents? What is he on about? Isn't this apartment yours? Then an explanation strikes. Do you share it? I'm trying to sell it. I told you last night, this is a show home. I'm an agent. Wow, how drunk were you? Jeff is by this time fully dressed, except for his socks. He sits on the end of the bed and starts to pull them on too. Come on, get up. He taps my leg through the duvet, but it isn't an affectionate caress, and there's an edge of impatience in his voice that I didn't hear last night. Then his tone was all about desire and persuasion. We really have to be out of here by 7:30 or I'll be fired. You're an estate agent? Yes. What sort of agent did you think I meant? A secret agent? Oh, an estate agent. That does ring a bell. I am disappointed that this beautiful apartment doesn't belong to my boyfriend. Mentally, I'd already started to arrange my books and trinkets, but I take a deep breath. I'm not going to show my disappointment. Obviously, he brought me here because it is exciting and sexy. Lots of men like to do it on their desk or their boss's desk. It means that the next day during office hours, the flashbacks provide entertainment. There is nothing wrong with that. I wonder what his flat is like. Remind me, where do you live? I never said. I wait expectantly for Jeff to fill in the blank now. He stands up and then picks my dress up off the floor. He tosses it at me, but before it even lands, I somehow sense the next sentence. It always seems a bit weird talking about my home and stuff, a bit disloyal to my wife. Now come on and get dressed. Like I said, there's nothing to eat here and I really need some carbs after last night's performance. I wish there was a cafe around here I could kill a fry up. Wife? Jeff glances at his watch, then shrugs apologetically. I have a terrible feeling that he is apologizing for the lack of a cafe rather than the presence of a wife. I can't remember him mentioning a wife yesterday. I know I would have remembered that no matter how many shots we downed. I'm always particularly careful to listen out for talk about long-term girl or boy, friends, fiancés, and wives, especially wives. It isn't something I could overlook. Wife is a stop word for me, unequivocally. No matter how much I want a husband, I don't want someone else's. I would never, ever have let it get this far if I'd known he was married. There's only one explanation. Clearly, he didn't mention his wife last night because she isn't a wife in the true and absolute sense. They are separated, divorcing. I'm not too squeamish about that. I've long since reconciled myself to the thought that I am most likely going to be someone's second wife. It's just a numbers game. 35 plus still hunting equals divorcee. An ex-wife isn't a problem. He's too handsome not to have been nabbed in his 20s. So, when did you and your wife split up? Was it recently? I ask. What? You are separated. But my confidence in my assertion is already beginning to dwindle and fade. There's something about Jeff's rather arrogant and bemused face that tells me he certainly is not separated. I pull the duvet cover a fraction higher up my body. Awkward, he sings sotto voce. I thought you knew I was married. How would I know that unless you told me? You didn't tell me. You're not wearing a ring, I point out. But as I look at his tanned hand now, I can just about make out that whilst he isn't wearing a wedding band, there's a ring of paler skin that shows that generally he does. Wow, thanks for reminding me. He fishes about in his trouser pockets, retrieves a platinum ring and slips it onto his finger. I suddenly feel extremely tired, weary. So, do you want something to eat or not? There's a corner shop at least, and they sell veggie samosas. Do you do this sort of thing often? Eat breakfast? Have sex with women other than your wife? Jeff looks unabashed, a bit bored. Yeah, I do. When I can, you know. No, what? I don't know anything. I feel sick. I have never, ever come across such casual cruelty. I have been ditched many, many times. I've even done some ditching of my own. I've snuck away in the early morning before the guy has woken up. But this is a new all-time low. The young, hard face in front of me. How did I fail to notice its sharpness last night? Is unapologetic, unrepentant, unavailable. You said I was just the sort of girl you should marry, I protest. Did I? Are you sure? I think I might have said you're just the sort of girl I should have married. It was a joke. I was joking about what a fun slut you are. I'd never really marry someone like you. Like me. I don't mean it to be a question, but Jeff interprets it as such and chooses to be explicit. Well, older and so available. I leap out of bed and start to struggle into my dress. At the same time, I hold up my hand, trying to stop him from saying anything more. I do not want to hear what else he has to say. It's all too painful. But Jeff isn't looking at me. He's staring at his reflection, running his fingers through his hair, and so he carries on. I mean, you came on to me pretty strong last night. I didn't do the chasing. You practically threw your sister in a cab. She wanted you to go home with her, but you said you'd make your own way back. I distinctly remember you said you were a big girl and you could look after yourself. I lied, I say with a sigh. What? I don't think I can look after myself. I lied, I admit, a little louder. He has no idea how momentous this confession is, how sickening this thought. Well, I didn't lie to you, he adds self-righteously. You never asked if I was married. I sort of thought you must have known but just didn't care. You kind of had a predatory look about you. I am tangled in my dress. It is tight-fitting and I fight to find the sleeves. I ought to have stepped into it, but in my haste I yanked it over my head. Angrily, I turn to face Jeff, but I can't see him because my head has not yet emerged through the neck hole, and as the dress has stuck on my hips, my muff is exposed. Even though I'm fastidious about waxing, this is undoubtedly a humiliating stance. Predatory as in cougar? I demand as I finally pull the dress down over my thighs and pop my head out of the neck hole. I didn't say that. It's not a nice word. I wonder whether he thinks fun slut is a compliment. But I am sick of being on the back foot. I decide to go in for the attack. I can think of a few other ugly words that might appeal to our situation. Adulterer, fornicator, bastard. Hey, there is no need for that. I'm not going to fight with you. I don't even know you. We had a great time, Jill, but Joe, sorry? My name is... Never mind. The fight in me vanishes. There's no point. No point at all. I begin to collect up my belongings, tights, panties, handbag and jacket. I want to get as far away as possible from the scene of the crime before we are caught and further exposed. This is humiliating enough. It doesn't need to be heartbreaking too. I pity your wife, I mutter as I stand in the doorway. My wife has nothing to do with you. She would not want your pity, replies Jeff. He's ironing the duvet as I have refused to help. Maybe not, but she has it anyhow.
7. Eddie. I open my eyes. I'm not dead yet then. Strangely, I feel a bit disappointed that this is the case and am shocked by my own disappointment. I don't long for death or anything morbid like that, but I can't be asked to fight it either. This indifference is depressing. Indifference to my own death is the most clear and compelling evidence as to how completely and utterly I've screwed up my life. It isn't so much that I'm despairing, nothing so dramatic. I am, frankly, bored. Bored of being sick. Bored of the pain, the discomfort, the long days. And before the cancer, well, I was bored then too, for quite some time. Getting old hasn't suited me. I was good at being young. I had a penchant for irresponsibility, wildness, and a predilection for living in the moment, carefree and careless. It's tempting to imagine it would be better just getting it over with now. But then what? Recently, I've started to think about church and God and the afterlife. I'm trying to work out what to expect next. I can't remember when I was last inside a church. It was probably someone's wedding. 30, maybe more years ago. It might even have been my own wedding. I've never given religion much thought, beyond that it's a convenient excuse for lots of wars and lots of hate. But since I've had to organise my own funeral, I've started to give the whole idea a bit more consideration. I don't believe in the type of afterlife I was taught about in primary school. I cannot accept a heaven located in the clouds where a bearded guy with a halo mans the pearly gates, much like a bouncer at a nightclub. I can't imagine St. Peter stood with a list of the names of those who had earned access to heaven, shaking his head with a mixture of smug arrogance and fake regret, those who had sinned and are going to have to wander along to hell to spend eternity there instead. It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't the evil guys just storm the gates of heaven and demand entrance? Bad guys aren't normally known for accepting rules and limits. Isn't that the point? What could one old bloke do, saint or not, against a crowd of murderers, thieves, paedophiles, warmongers and mercenaries? They'd have him. And at the opposite extreme, why would the devil be up for torturing the villains when they go to hell? Aren't those guys the ones who have been out doing his work? In which case, wouldn't he welcome them with open arms? Come on in, Idi Amin. Take a seat right there between Stalin and Hitler. No, not that one. We're keeping that for Coney. Why would he burn them in eternal fires? Unless I've got that wrong. Maybe I wasn't listening properly at school. But I'm not dead yet. I know as much because I can see the other patients lying in the beds opposite and next to me. There's the bulky, hard-faced nurse who has let herself go, slouched by the doorway, and there is my bedside table. Unlike all the other bedside tables, it's not cluttered with get-well-soon cards and flowers. All that my table accommodates is a plastic jug of water and a plastic beaker. I'm still inside my life, such as it is. Besides, I know I am alive because of the pain. The excruciating pain that has soused my body for months now pounds with an angrier intensity. My throat is so sore and dry that it feels as though someone has ripped out my tongue. But no, it's still there. I edge it carefully onto my lips in a doomed attempt to moisten them. It feels like sandpaper ripping against wood. Someone is sitting next to my bed. The man stands up and reaches over me. He picks up the plastic beaker and brings it to my lips. I take a sip and then ask, "Who the hell are you?" The man doesn't answer. I eye him suspiciously. Is he a doctor? He isn't wearing a white coat, but then some of the senior consultants don't. He needs to shave, which suggests he might be a doctor shoved up at the coalface end, too busy for personal grooming, but this man does not seem to be in a hurry. The air surrounding him is still. The man hesitates. Pain has eroded away what little patience I ever possessed. "Don't you know who you are?" I demand crossly. "Don't you?" I pause. I look carefully at the man's face, his hair and eyes, the arc of the eyebrows, the width of his nose, and I recognize every feature. "Hello, son. Thanks for coming."
8. Joe. I smell. I smell and I ache. I reek of sweat, alcohol, and disappointment. My thighs throb with exertion and my eyes sting with exhaustion. I know that I should probably find my way back to Lisa's, shower and change before I head into work. My colleagues are the type to notice if someone is wearing the same outfit 2 days in a row. In most offices, you might expect walks of shame to be a legitimate source of gossip and teasing. But in the Loving Bride office, a shrine to the happily ever after, they're actively condemned. It's a little like it was in the 1950s. Unplanned sleepovers are only considered acceptable if the perpetrator ends up marrying the man in question. Obviously, there's no chance of that with Jeff. I sigh as, on some subconscious level, I acknowledge that there wasn't a chance with Mick, my fling from 3 weeks ago, or Darren, a guy I had a brief thing with a few months before that, either. My walks of shame happen with reasonable regularity, and I'm concerned that while congregated around the water cooler, people might have started to comment that at best, I show a lack of judgment and discernment. At worst, I'm a ridiculous, desperate slag. If I go to Lisa's to shower and change, I'll avoid being subjected to more knowing looks from the scandal mongers. However, I run the risk of bumping into my family. I can imagine that encounter with awful clarity. As I sneak in the back door, I'll find the children buzzing around the kitchen, which will as usual be full of delicious smells like buttered toast and fresh coffee. And if I manage to make it upstairs, then I'll no doubt meet Lisa or Henry on the landing, and they'll throw me that look, the one that is a mix of disappointment and concern. It's the concern that embarrasses me the most. No one would actually say anything too cutting, of course, but arms would be folded across chests in a way that would be clearly condemning. The thought makes me freeze. I pause for a moment and consider which is the lesser of the two evils, being exposed in front of my colleagues or my family. It's a bleak choice. I'd care less if I could brag that Jeff and I had enjoyed a croissant breakfast together and that we'd made plans to meet up and catch a film this evening. But as the situation stands, it is pitiless and brutal. I could lie, simply tell everyone I've had a night of unprecedented romance and it's the start of something special. But I'm not quite that pathetic. Not yet. A spring breeze nips meanly at my legs. I didn't have time to put on my tights. Besides, they're most likely laddered, as last night they were removed in a hurry. My hands shake. I feel a bit like I did when I fell off my bike last autumn and had to go to hospital to have my head glued. The nurse said then that I was in shock. I try to get my bearings. I look left and right, but don't recognize the street I've tumbled out upon. We travelled to Jeff's show home by cab, and so I have no idea which part of London I'm in. I look around for a familiar landmark, but can't locate one. A frightening sense of disorientation swamps me, drowning me. I'm lost. I try to read the bus stop's timetable, but the numbers blur as tears threaten. This is ridiculous, I scold myself. I'm a grown woman. There's nothing to get upset about. It isn't as though I'm the one who has deliberately betrayed someone. I didn't intend to be the other woman. Besides, this isn't the first time a man has lied to me and deceived me. It crosses my mind that that's exactly why I'm crying. This isn't the first time, and it is unlikely even to be the last. The sky is low and grey. It suits my mood. It's a sort of sky that seems to wipe out possibility. This sky negates the fact that it's actually a new day. I pull my jacket tighter around my body. I need to find a tube station. I need to get underground. Then I'll go to my gym. I won't be able to change clothes, but at least I can get a shower. That way I won't run the risk of bumping into any of my family, and I won't cause my colleagues to heave. Although I speed down the escalators and along the platforms and dash to the gym, where I try my very best to shower as quickly as possible, I find that time dances away from me. My need to be efficient is hampered by the fact that I don't have a coin for the locker and have to negotiate at reception to secure one, which I then drop. It rolls underneath the pine benches. I find 2 used elastoplasts and a soggy hairband before I find the pound coin. Then I have to queue for a spare cubicle and shower. There's another queue at the coffee shop, but I really can't get by without my morning mocha, so ultimately, despite the very early start, I arrive at the office an hour and 50 minutes late. When I started working at Loving Bride, I believed with every fibre of my body that it was my dream job. I couldn't imagine working anywhere more romantic, exciting, or thrilling. The added bonus was that Martin and I got engaged very soon after I started the job, and working on a bridal magazine allowed me to indulge in every aspect of wedding planning, to the max. I could legitimately have conversations about invitation calligraphy, flower girls' ballet shoes, and the latest trend in buttonholes without anyone actually calling me insane. As my job meant I was constantly talking to cutting-edge wedding providers, who were all desperate for positive editorial coverage in Loving Bride, I was in a position to blag a Caroline Castigliano wedding dress, 4 floor-length strapless raspberry bridesmaid dresses, and a tiara designed by Lulu Bell, as well as cut-price rates from a photographer, a videographer, and a chauffeur for my wedding. Ultimately, because of my zest and interest in all things bridal, I was given my own column, Marrying Mr. Right, in which I detailed my wedding plans, triumphs, and disasters in a humorous manner, guiding other brides every step of the way as they moved towards their big day. Calling off my wedding was not only a private catastrophe, but it had a devastating effect on my career too. My editor, Verity Hooper, insisted that it was out of the question that I announced to our Loving Bride readers that I'd got cold feet. Instead, she forced me to write a piece pretending that the wedding had gone ahead as planned, and even insisted that we stage some fake photos. After all, there were a number of sponsors who were expecting product placement. I forced myself into the Caroline Castigliano dress and smiled for the camera. What choice did I have? My job was on the line. To say that it was a tough day in the office is the biggest understatement I have ever muttered. However, my devotion to duty did not go unrecognized. The original plan that I continue to write my column under the new name Being Mrs. Wright had to be abandoned, naturally. Even Verity saw that I could not sustain a fake marriage just so I could deliver a monthly column about domestic bliss. Instead, I was given a column with the self-explanatory title, Meeting Mr. Wright. Simply put, it is devoted to ways in which a woman can meet someone she might want to marry. I write under a pseudonym. I'm not even a real person. But you write for a bridal magazine. Surely the readers have already found the man they want to marry, Lisa pointed out when I told her what I was going to write. Verity thinks my pieces might catch the attention of the single bridesmaids who flick enviously through their friends' mags. She hopes that we can expand the readership beyond the affianced to the struggling and desperate. Charming. I'm quoting. And she sees you as the perfect woman for that job. I'd pretended not to catch the sarcasm in Lisa's tone. I survive a lot of embarrassment by simply pretending I'm a bit hard of hearing. Isn't the concept all a little antiquated and rather more suited to a Jane Austen's era than the 21st century? My sister had persisted. Marriage is still as relevant today as it was when women embroidered, wore bonnets, and never discussed menstruation, I'd replied. Lisa had tutted and pointed out that was a difficult position to maintain, considering that I'd just ditched my fiancé, practically at the altar. However, we both accepted that work is work, and at least I still had a job. In the name of research, I have investigated the pros and cons of speed dating, the authenticity and effectiveness of various dating sites, and the triumphs, trials, and tribulations of blind dating. I've gone on singles camping holidays where you're forced to share a tent with a stranger. That shouldn't be legal. I've scoured social networking sites, and I've even faked a smoking habit so I could give smirting a whirl. What in God's name is that? Henry, my brother-in-law, asked when I told him about that column. Sounds like an illness. Flirting while smoking, I explained. Outside, away from the noisy den of a bar, I'll be able to chat to people beyond my usual social circle. However, my asthma started to bother me, and I eventually had to admit that I think smoking is a filthy habit that ruins clothes, looks, and lungs. Besides, I didn't want to kiss anyone who tasted like an ashtray. Somehow, every month for 5 years, I've produced 1,200 words detailing different schemes for meeting and netting Mr. Wright. No one is more aware of the irony that I have failed to do as much. Recently, although I don't want to admit it to anyone, including myself, I've found that I've been running out of ideas. I sometimes struggle to maintain the necessary, hopeful, cheery, and bright tone that is required at Loving Bride. I've resorted to bulking out the word count with entire paragraphs comparing wedding favours and bows on chairbacks. Sometimes I question whether I wasted my time studying journalism at university. The email detailing a sudden request for a meeting with Verity doesn't come directly from the editor herself, but rather from her PA. Who sends an email is a slight but distinctly important statement that isn't lost on me. The tone of the note is carefully designed to make it clear that my presence is expected, almost demanded, rather than requested. Panicked, I check that I've actually pressed the send key and delivered this month's column. I occasionally forget this detail. But I'm relieved to find my article has been flung across the web. I quickly reread what I sent to check that it's free of typos and any libelous comments. It was a tricky moment when I wrote about Durex rather than Dulux in the article about tasteful colour palettes at single parties, but I can't see any similar glaring errors. I wonder whether there's anything in the content that might have irritated Verity. There was that time when I wrote an entire article saying that I simply couldn't ever have sex with a man with a hairy back and would rather lick the inside of a tube carriage than do so, only to discover at the corporate summer barbecue that Verity's husband is more hirsute than a Newfoundland dog. Anyway, it explained Verity's slightly frosty response to that particular piece, but this time I'm almost certain I haven't said anything that could be deemed offensive. Relieved, I note that the meeting is scheduled for 12:50, just 10 minutes before lunch. It's most likely that Verity wants to ask me to join her at some Swiss restaurant. A previous engagement has probably fallen through, and rather than let a long, coveted table go to waste, she's going to invite me to make up the numbers. I'm thrilled. A decent lunch will go some way towards cheering me up. I knock on the glass door to her office. My editor doesn't look up. It says in a particularly clipped tone, "Come in, sit down." I don't manage to quite settle in the chair before she says, "Joe, I'm sorry, there's no easy way of saying this, but we're letting you go." Go where? I ask. Look, I'm not an idiot. Part of me instantly understands that I'm being fired, but another part chooses to not quite compute what's being said. Am I going on a shoot? Verity sighs, but doesn't dignify my clasping at straws with a direct response. As you're aware, you're on a rollover consultant contract. I am? Yes, you are. Why? Well, if I remember correctly, you decided you didn't want to be tied down to a 3-month notice period. I do dimly recall a conversation I had in this very office years ago. I insisted that Verity keep me on a temporary contract, as Martin and I had always planned that, after we married, he would try to get a transfer to his Chicago head office, and I wanted to be able to move with him at the drop of a hat. Martin did secure a role in the head office, but by that time I'd already called off the wedding, and there was no need for me to dust off my passport. I suppose I never got round to changing the terms of my contract. Since you've failed to respond to the 3 formal warnings issued regarding your poor performance, I'm afraid I have no alternative other than to— When have you issued formal warnings? I demand. I haven't received any warnings. What is Verity on about? This is a disgrace, a setup. Indignation flows through my body. HR sent emails. Oh. The indignation slinks away and is replaced by embarrassment. I have a habit of deleting emails from HR without bothering to read them, as they're usually tedious documents about timesheets. No doubt, anticipating as much, Verity has made copies of the emails. She passes them to me. I skim read the cold warnings. Seeing the charges in black and white is sobering. I'm reprimanded for poor timekeeping, consistently failing to deliver copy on time, and inappropriate behavior with the guy in the mailroom. I realize I need to defend myself. Everyone is late from time to time. It's the roadworks on Islington High Street. Joe, you travel to work by tube. I always deliver copy, ultimately. Yes, riddled with mistakes and often inappropriate. Didn't you like my piece about honey traps? You mean the piece where a bride-to-be discovered her husband in bed with the florist and then tried to stab him to death with a pair of florist's shears? No, I did not like it. There was more blood than you find in a Tarantino movie. It's not acceptable. Okay, I'll redraft. It's too late for that. I've asked Bridget to write something. She understands that Loving Bride is all about romance. Yes, it is. Romance. So why am I being reprimanded about the incident with the guy in the mailroom? I'm quite certain that photocopying your anatomy with a boy who is barely out of school has little to do with romance. He was 24 and it was Christmas. I realise that I'm shouting. My lack of control contrasts bleakly with Verity's composure. I no longer believe your heart is in this role, she declares smoothly. It is, I lie desperately. Joe, I've made an appointment for you with HR. You're to attend an exit interview and starts in 6 minutes. Do try not to be late. I'm sorry, but you're finished here.
9. Dean. Dean had sat down while his father was asleep. Now he was awake, All he wanted to do was jump up and run away, but he found he was frozen. It was a similar feeling to the one he had when women he dated said something like, "We need to talk," or worse still, "I've taken a test." He felt trapped, angry, and whilst he might not have consciously registered it, let alone admitted it, he felt afraid. The years of silence extended across the room and their history. Dean searched his mind for something to say that might nibble at the endless silence, but there were no words big enough to stretch across 29 speechless years. Small talk, which in most social occasions sufficed, covered up and built bridges, seemed to be exposed for what it was, a polite strategy. Conversations about the weather were irrelevant, and an inquiry as to whether his father had any holiday plans this year was clearly ludicrous. Besides, Dean didn't want to be polite. If anything, he wanted to be vile and hateful, and although he was normally a master of strategy, he felt too raw to play any games right now. "So you've come," murmured Eddie. His breath was laboured. It caught in his chest. "Yeah, well." Dean didn't know what Eddie was hoping for, what he expected. If he was hoping for a tearful reunion, a heartfelt declaration of forgiveness, he was going to be sorely disappointed. Frankly, Dean didn't know what he was hoping for either. Why had he come? What was he hoping to get out of this? Could he get to know his father in this short time? Did he even want to? He should just go. Part of him wanted to leave the hospital from the moment he'd arrived. But it was difficult because of the drip that fed his father and the catheter tube that drained him. All that they meant, held Dean to his chair. The doctor had explained to him that Eddie had already undergone radiotherapy and chemotherapy to try to curb the cancer and a blood transfusion to combat severe anemia. He'd had months of treatment. He'd endured that alone. The doctor said that there was nothing left to do now but wait, to die. Dean had discovered that however angry he wasn't angry enough to walk away from a dying man. He couldn't decide if his inability to leave proved he was a hero or a coward. "Can I get you anything?" he asked. Not through a genuine desire to help, but because that was what people asked patients lying in bed in hospital. "Like what?" "A body transplant," Eddie rasped. He tutted at his son and turned towards the window. Dean had been thinking along the lines of a magazine to read or some help reshuffling the pillows, obviously. Eddie had always managed to make him feel inadequate, as though whatever he did or said wasn't quite enough. He wasn't funny enough, clever enough, or quick enough. The bottom line was he simply hadn't been enough to make his father stay. Eddie had left, and Dean had always, illogically, blamed himself. This belief had developed not because of anything Eddie had ever said to his son, but the opposite. It was Edward Taylor's prolonged silence that had convinced Dean he was inadequate. Many men and some women left their families. Dean knew that. But most sent the odd postcard from time to time at the very least. He followed his father's gaze and looked out of the window too. They were high up on the 6th floor. There was nothing to see but a grey, disappointing sky. They both stared at it as though it was the most fascinating thing ever. Oddly, it was the depth and desolation of the silence that clarified for Dean his reasons for coming to England, to the hospital, to this bedside. He had been questioning the sanity of his decision. The one person in the world he hated hurting was Zoe, and he knew he had hurt her by coming here. But weighing against her disapproval, and even more compelling than the catheter tubes, Dean was stuck in his seat because there was something he had to know. Just one thing. This was his first and last chance to ask it. He could not pass it up. He realised that this burdensome curiosity was why he had allowed Lacey to bully him onto the flight. It was that which had driven him to hop on the tube and then walk through the streets of London this morning to this dreary place. He wondered whether he had the courage or energy to ask it. He wondered whether his father had either thing in order to answer. This was so mercilessly confusing. Dean felt like an angry teenager again. He knew he had to shun that level of perplexity and uncertainty. He had to cling to the man who prided himself on being in control, being logical. He'd worked so hard to find balance and reason, and he couldn't let that slither away. He knew he wasn't perfect. For example, he didn't do deep. So many women had come and gone from his life, moaning that he was distant or shallow and that he wouldn't let them in. The expression always amused him. Did they think he was some sort of boutique shop that they were entitled to browse round? He assured them that what they saw was all there was, a shiny, affluent, sexy man. He was lying, of course. Deep down, he knew it was murkier, but he couldn't afford that part of him to bubble up to the surface. All he had to do was lean close to the old man's ear and whisper, "Why did you leave? Why did you abandon us?" It was as simple as that, but he just couldn't do it. He'd never once said the words aloud. He'd never asked his mother. He hadn't had to. She'd shouted, screamed, and smashed out her thoughts on the matter over and over again. In her opinion, Eddie had left because he was a coward, because he'd found some whore to run off with, because he was a bastard. Was that all there was to it? His whole childhood massacred. And his belief in the good stuff, like trust, fidelity, and love, injured beyond repair just because his father hadn't been able to keep it in his trousers. Was that it? He hadn't once asked Zoe. As the big brother, it was his job to beat off the gloom, deny it if possible, not probe. "We don't need him," was the thing he most often said to her. Of course, he'd internally debated, endlessly asking himself why had his dad gone. He'd come up with his own theories. The one about him not being impressive enough to keep a dad in his right place at home. And the other one, the fact that you could never trust anyone. Not completely, not truly. Dean thought that if a dad could leave, then anyone could. Would. The world was populated by selfish bastards. There was nothing you could do about that, other than protect yourself. Dean didn't get too friendly with colleagues or too close to his mates, so they couldn't hurt him when they stabbed him in the back, as he was sure they inevitably would. One thing he was absolutely clear on: he would never fall in love. He wouldn't have children. That way he couldn't screw them up. Yet here he was, hoping to be contradicted. Could it possibly be the case, after all these years of hating and festering? The truth was that Dean didn't want to believe something so bleak. Was he here because he hoped his father would offer something a little more substantial, something healing and comforting? Did he still think Eddie might make it all better? Not exactly kiss his cut knee and apply an elastoplast. It was too late for all that. But offer an explanation that would make the hurt recede a fraction. Allow the trust to bloom a little. Eddie Taylor's hands trembled ever so slightly. They were splattered with age spots and covered in swollen blue veins. The skin was thin, almost transparent, like crumpled tracing paper. The man was decaying, even before he died. Loose skin suggested that until relatively recently, he'd been packed and fortified with layers of fat. The cancer had leached away that buffering, and now his skin hung sloppy and grey. The hollows in his cheeks were cavernous. His eyes were watery. There was a film covering them that somehow seemed to underline the distance between the two men. One was vital and of this world. The older man had accepted that he had an imminent exit. A nurse appeared at the bedside and broke the silence. Dean was grateful. She was a different one from the one he'd spoken with this morning. "You're awake, Eddie, that's good." Dean thought this was probably what was widely accepted to be an understatement. A dying man waking up must be the high point of a nurse's day. He appraised the nurse with the practiced eye of a womanizer. She was probably about his age, but she looked significantly more worn out. Dean worked out 4 times a week. He ate organic food and he never smoked or drank alcohol. He cared about his physical appearance. He sometimes thought of himself as a brand, a dynamic, attractive, slick, successful brand. The nurse carried a small tire around her midriff and looked as though she ate takeaways. Surprisingly, Dean quite liked to see that particular bulge because it represented contentment, and although he didn't do contentment himself, he accepted that others did, and that was a good thing. That said, contented women didn't tend to fall in Dean's way. He dated hard-bodied gym bunnies who were often coldly ambitious. The nurse had reasonably good legs. There were some benefits to being on your feet all day. He studied her face. Big brown eyes and a sloppy, smiley mouth. He briefly imagined that mouth, made up with scarlet lipstick, itching its way from his lips to his chin, his chest, across his belly, down lower, the big brown eyes staring at him all the while. No, the fantasy didn't fly. Even though this woman was wearing a uniform and kept flashing him big, careless grins, he couldn't get anything started. He wasn't really in the mood. He watched passively as she whizzed around the bed, tapping tubes and checking readings. "Keep trying to drink your fluids," she said to Eddie. For a moment she allowed her hand to rest on his shoulder. It was a tender gesture. Dean saw his father move his head a fraction towards her. He couldn't lay his cheek on her hand as he might once have done. He didn't have the flexibility, besides which it would have been inappropriate. But there was something in the movement, however slight, that suggested that he hankered after human contact. Dean wished he hadn't noticed. "When will he be getting some breakfast?" he asked the nurse. He checked his watch. He had little idea what time it was here in England. Despite being a frequent flyer, he always suffered with jet lag. It played havoc with his reality at the best of times. And this clearly wasn't that. Or lunch. It's past lunchtime, right? Where has the morning gone? He wondered whether it was worthwhile trying to adjust to UK time or whether he should stay in the US zone. He'd be going back soon. When this was all over, the thought made him feel grateful and sick at the same time. The nurse sidestepped the question. "If you're hungry, there's a shop on the 3rd floor that sells chocolate and crisps, and there's a cafe in the lobby. They do sandwiches and jacket potatoes. The BLT wrap is decent. I'll be back in a few minutes with the painkillers." It took a moment for Dean to understand. Eddie Taylor was no longer taking solids. The two men avoided one another's gaze and stayed silent until the nurse came back with the medication. "Still happy with the syringe?" she asked brightly. Eddie nodded, then wheezed. "If happy is the right word." "Content, then? Not too drowsy? Doesn't make you feel sick?" Eddie nodded again. This time the nod was sharper, curt. Dean thought the gesture was somehow the physical equivalent of saying, "What the fuck do you think?" Eddie was probably just desperate for some relief. How much pain was he in? Dean suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotions that he only sparingly dispensed, and had never felt for his father. Pity and sympathy. Then he remembered that it was his father dying in front of him, and he slammed the lid on that swell of emotions. His father didn't deserve his sympathy. He didn't even deserve his pity. "What is that exactly?" he asked the nurse. Concentrating on the practicalities of the situation was the best thing to do, he assured himself. He could be good in a crisis. If he remained detached, he'd be fine. "This is a syringe driver. It's the best way to manage your dad's painkillers. We tried fentanyl as a patch, but it irritated his skin. This is so easy to set up. A tiny needle is inserted just under the skin of the arm. There." The nurse rubbed a dab of something on Eddie's arm and inserted a needle. "Sorry about my cold hands." "I could warm them up," Put them under the covers, chipped in Eddie. His breath came out in puffs. Eddie! The nurse pretended to look shocked, but her voice was full of tolerance and warmth, despite his improper suggestion. It was clear that she knew how to handle men like Eddie. Still, they say cold hands, warm heart. Have you? Mumbled Eddie. You know it? Dean could not believe it. His father was flirting with the nurse. An old, dying man flirting. Life in the old dog yet had never been such an apt phrase. Dean wasn't sure if he was disgusted or impressed. The nurse turned back to Dean and held up a small portable pump. And this holds enough painkillers for 24 hours. It gives a continuous dose. Should I put it on the bedside table or tuck it under your pillow, Eddie? On the table, thanks. The words were barely out before Eddie closed his eyes. Relief seemed to flood through his entire body. Dean stood up and followed the nurse as she walked away from the bed. When he thought he was out of Eddie's earshot, he asked, Did you give him something to make him sleep? Is there a sedative in that? No. Sleep is natural right now at this stage. The miracle is that he's awake at all. The nurse paused, allowing Dean a moment to compute what she was saying. If you have any other questions, the doctor or the palliative care team will be able to answer them. Dean did have one more question, the only one he needed an answer to. But the doctors and the palliative care unit couldn't help him. Why did he leave us? The question threw itself around his head like a small orb ricocheting around a pinball machine. Why did he leave us? The words raked around his head, scratching up pain and distress. He strode back to Eddie's bedside and burst out, Why did you leave us? I was not prepared to take that particular bullet, son. Dean jumped back a foot, nearly knocking over the catheter as his father rasped out his reply. He had thought Eddie was asleep. What do you mean? This is a shit way to die, but it's better than dying through living an ordinary life. A slow death of just doing nothing, being nothing. Dean bristled with resentment. You were a husband and a father. That's not nothing. Eddie winced and motioned weakly to the water on the bedside table. Dean reached for the beaker and helped him take a sip. Are you a husband? Eddie huffed. His chest was actually rattling. Dean had always thought that was a figure of speech, not a grim reality. No, Dean admitted. Or a father? No. Well, you're not in a very convincing position to argue from, are you? Fury flickered through Dean's body like a flame. He flung himself back into the plastic chair. Thing is, I've always avoided becoming a husband or a dad. I'm pretty sure I'd be lousy at it. I didn't have a role model, you see. He snapped sarcastically. Eddie's eyes met Dean's. Just for a moment, but neither of them could stand the pain and they both looked away quickly. I just wanted more, whispered Eddie. Dean was furious. With Eddie and with himself. Of course Eddie Taylor was not able to offer up anything healing and comforting. How had he allowed himself to be such an idiot to think he might? He was not prepared to take that particular bullet. Just a poetic way of saying he decided to do what the fuck he liked. His father was a selfish bastard. It was as simple as that. Well, at least there was some comfort in the fact that Dean had been right all these years. People couldn't be trusted. They'd let you down over and over again. So what had he done, this father of his? What had he achieved that was so extraordinary? Something, please God, something that could go some way to justifying all the hurt. Perhaps he'd written a great novel. A piece of literature that had changed the world. its beauty so sorrowfully exquisite that the words would be quoted for generations to come. But Dean knew this was not the case. He'd have heard. Nor did this man look like the type who had built hospitals in far-flung African villages. And it seemed unlikely that he'd made millions through business ventures because he was here in an NHS hospital wearing cheap nylon pyjamas. Dean would have read it in a newspaper if his father had become a politician or a leader of industry. He dared not ask what it was exactly Eddie Taylor had been searching for, and whether he had found it. He did not want to face the fact that he might have been abandoned so that his father could pursue a life of indulgence and womanizing. Because whilst that was how Dean spent most of his time, hearing his father admit to as much would somehow seem so mediocre. Anything but that. "There was a woman," Eddie said. "Oh, fuck." Dean wanted to howl. "Actually, there were loads of them. I wasn't designed for fidelity. I had appetites. I was young." "Not that young. You were 34 when you left, my age. I don't feel young." He never had. Eddie closed his eyes once more. His breathing slowed a fraction. Dean did not want him to lose consciousness again. Not before he had his answers. Who was she? "She was posh. Married. Different to the others. I thought we could live better." "Because she was wealthy?" "No, because she was her." It seemed an oddly romantic thing for the most selfish man on the planet to say, and Dean found himself asking, "What happened?" "She didn't want me once I was free. She stayed with her husband." Dean froze. He used every iota of self-control to hold his body in place. If he moved even a fraction, he might start to flay and spin, break and smash. He might even upturn the vital medical equipment that was reducing Eddie's pain. He might rip down the curtains that were offering the last shred of privacy and dignity. He might let out the scream that he'd swallowed for so many years. All that agony. All that sorrow. For pussy that didn't even want Eddie Taylor. He'd hated his father for so long and with such intensity, he'd never thought it was possible to hate anyone more. But now he found he did. He hated her, this woman, whoever she was, wherever she was. He hated her more.
10. Joe. I head back to my parents'. I can't think of anywhere else to go, which says it all, really. As I sit on the tube, travelling towards Wimbledon, I think that I might as well be carrying a placard declaring 35-year-old screw-up. I'm sure my failure is obvious to everyone. It pools around my feet like rainwater around an umbrella. How have I become this homeless, jobless, loveless woman? What will my parents think? They're the opposite. They don't have a hint of failure about them. They own 2 beautiful homes, the family home in Wimbledon and a ski lodge in the Alps. My father is an incredibly successful city analyst, and although Mum doesn't have a paid job, she's a faultless homemaker, and she's also enthusiastically involved in raising funds for a number of worthy causes. In addition, they are the most loved-up couple you could hope to encounter. Even after all these years, they still hold hands in public. It's sickening, really. My parents live in a prestigious 4-storey detached house close to Wimbledon Common. My father's income and my mother's dedication to home decor has ensured that it's one of the most impressive and stylish homes most people could imagine stepping into, let alone living in. Floor-to-ceiling windows guarantee that light spreads throughout the house, allowing Mum to be bold with the colour scheme. The ground floor is awash with muted taupe and mushroom, but the tones deepen with each floor, culminating in the pewter and purple master bedroom at the top of the house. The entire place is elegantly fitted out. Carefully selected antique bureaus and writing desks nestle against daring designer guild wallpapers, while restored high-backed Queen Anne fireside chairs and slouchy retro leather sofas welcome guests. There are a large number of bookshelves that house early edition classics as well as impressive contemporary literature. Original artwork hangs on the walls, and magazines about antiques are placed carefully on occasional tables. It always smells as though the windows have been open and the summer wind has just drifted through even in the winter. We moved to Wimbledon when I was a toddler. We initially lived in a pretty two-up, two-down Victorian cottage in the village on top of the hill, which Dad shrewdly sold when the market was buoyant, and then they rented and only bought when the market was flat again. With a cash offer and no chain, they were able to move up by driving a hard bargain. This technique was repeated 3 times in total, and that strategy, combined with a healthy banker's bonus, allowed us to move into the current much bigger and more prestigious home just after I turned 14. I love my parents' house. I think it's the epitome of success, order, elegance, and romance. It's the sort of home every woman admires, but few dare to aspire to. Every room is thoughtfully compiled, and there's rarely a thing out of place. Yet, despite the tidiness and sophistication, it's a comfortable home, and people love to receive an invite to visit. My family has thrown numerous parties and countless dinners here. They're generous and impeccable hosts. The only place in the entire house that ever causes me a moment's discomfort is the master bedroom. The damson-coloured room at the top of the house is pure decadence. It spreads over an entire floor. There's an ornate super king-sized bed slapped in the centre and a stunning freestanding roll-top bath in the corner. There's an antique crystal chandelier, an abundance of scented candles, and numerous aged mirrors that Mum picked up at Portobello Market. It's the most romantic, sensuous, dreamy, intoxicating room imaginable, which is why it makes me feel uncomfortable. Even as a grown woman, I don't really like to associate my parents too closely with any of those adjectives. It's all a bit embarrassing. I ring the bell, but there's no answer. Mum's car is on the drive, but it's possible that she has ambled into town on foot. Possible, but unlikely. Mum's a creature of habit, and she likes to walk to the shops on a Monday. Tuesday is art class, Wednesday is yoga, Thursday Pilates, but that finishes by 11:15, and Friday is a visit to her hairdressers in Covent Garden. She should be at home. My parents' house also boasts a long garden full of mature trees. They make the most of it and often enjoy a morning coffee, lunch, or an early evening cocktail out there. There's a chance that she's doing a spot of weeding. I check. She's not there. The house and garden are both serene and peaceful. Normally, I take on their dignity and idealism by osmosis, but today, when I find the back garden empty, I return to the front, hammer impatiently on the door, and yell through the letterbox, "Let me in!" A couple of moments later, the door swings wide. "Hello, darling." My mother holds the door open, but keeps one hand on the handle and the other stretched to the door frame, effectively creating a barrier. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" I ask frantically. "Well, actually, this isn't a good time. I push past and stride into the hallway. It's so lovely of you to pop by and say happy anniversary, but Joanna, darling, it would have been better if you'd called. This is not a great time because it's your anniversary?" I stop and turn to my mother. She nods. I shrug an embarrassed apology. "Oh, happy anniversary. I'd forgotten. So that isn't why you're here then?" "No." My mum clocks my clothes. Crumpled black dress, no tights, unsuitable, dangerously high evening shoes. And my face, bleached white, evidence of crying, no makeup. "I'll put the kettle on," she says. I follow her into the kitchen. "Wow, you've redecorated again. I say, trying to take a polite interest since I'd forgotten about their anniversary. Yes, we've just finished it. Mum glances impassively around the blue-gloss, high-tech minimalist kitchen. It isn't clear from her expression whether she prefers this experiment with modernity to the 4-year-old ribbed wood country kitchen that it has replaced. I think the change is a mistake, but don't say so. Sometimes Mum's passion for interior decorating gets out of hand. She regularly guts a seemingly perfect room and redecorates. But then, what's the harm? Dad earns enough to indulge her hobby. Indeed, he's also interested, and they often spend an evening together, happily poring over interior decorating magazines. I've read enough dating self-help books to know that all couples need a shared interest. I take the white mug Mum's proffering and hoist myself up onto a bar stool, then immediately begin to tell my mother about the disastrous 24 hours I've just endured. I confess to getting close to Jeff. Mum is astute enough to not only comprehend exactly what that means, but also to refrain from commenting on either the idiocy or the repetitive nature of this particular sort of bad judgment call. Instead, she offers up a large plate of homemade chocolate biscuits and makes reasonably sympathetic clucking sounds whenever I pause in my recounting. I admit that I've been fired, which gets her attention. Oh, Joanna, no! The truth is, my dream job has silently yet insidiously transformed into a bit of a nightmare. Month after month of documenting my disappointment as I've failed to meet Mr. Right has taken its toll. Well, yes, that's understandable, although you must have known that the column was finite, she adds. You are no longer in a position to write with any authority. Why? You were writing a young woman's advice column about the opportunities and pitfalls of being single. Well, I'm perfectly placed. I am single. Yes, but, darling, you're no longer actually... Mum pauses, then clearly decides I need to hear it and adds, but you're no longer young. It was becoming silly. Some of the women who read your early columns are not only wives themselves now, but possibly mothers. What were you planning to do? Rebrand and keep writing it as a cougar column? Snaring Mr. Right? Would you still be writing it as an OAP? A column on geriatric sex? Mother! I'm sorry, Joanna, I don't want to sound cruel, but working for this bridal magazine was never supposed to be it. It was supposed to be a springboard. That's what you always said. Did I? Yes. I can't remember ever saying any such thing. What could I have meant? I probably meant until I went to Chicago with Martin. Well, until you found something else you were passionate about, other than planning weddings at least, says Mum. She pushes the plate of biscuits an inch closer to me. I've already eaten 4. Mum never eats biscuits, or any snacks between meals, come to that. She's horribly disciplined. I keep my eye on the plate. Hot tears slip down my face, but by keeping my head down, I hope my mother won't notice. It's humiliating. I'm too old to be weeping in my parents' kitchen. I try to sniff silently and will the tears to stop. It's confusing that whilst I feel pure fury towards Mum for speaking out like that, all I want is to be tightly wrapped in her arms. I want her to make it all better, make it all go away. Isn't that what mothers are for? Truthfully, I know that my mum has never quite provided that unconditional succour that's supposed to flow from a mother to her daughter. I don't associate Mum with overly indulgent comfort or cuddly warmth. I adore her, but when I think of my mum, I think of a graceful, sorted, practical woman. She would lend me her last pound, although she'd never be down to her last pound, as she sets great store by efficient financial planning, and could teach me to bake faultless phyllo pastry without getting into a flap, but she's unlikely to ever hold the tissue while I blow. She's the sort of woman I aspire to be, but not the sort of woman who understands what I am. I don't want to be a snotty, sore mess gulping regretfully into my tea. I'm sure that if I'd met, married, and had the support of a faithful, loving, and romantic man for countless years, as my mother has, I too would be chic, in control, and, if the occasion needed it, aloof. It's a matter of confidence. It's a matter of luck. You know Martin gets married on Saturday, I venture. Does he? In Chicago. How exciting! I glare at her because she's missing the point, but my glare falls flat as she has turned her back to me. She's chopping fresh mint to make more tea. I'm invited. Oh, lovely. So, I've got this harebrained idea of flying out to Chicago to stop the wedding. I try to sound as though I'm entirely joking, but I don't think I am. I always liked Martin, Mum murmurs. I know you did. I drop my head into my hands. I said you'd regret it, she points out accurately but unhelpfully. Yes, you did. But I'm not one to gloat. Actually, she is a bit inclined towards feeling smug and frequently repeats the phrase, I told you so, but I decide not to point out as much. I don't have it in me to fight her. It seems the whole world hates me as it is, and I can't afford to make any more enemies. Besides, I need somewhere to stay tonight. I really can't face going back to Lisa and Henry's sofa this evening. I need a room where I can close the door on the world. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot my mother's purple Carlton hard-shell spinner suitcase. Like all my mum's possessions, it is impeccably stylish, modern, and boasting the latest convenient additions, an extendable handle, passcode ziplock, and 4 wheels so that she can swish through airports and hotel foyers with effortless chic. I know that the case will be full of carefully selected and coordinated outfits and accessories. Envy slithers through my body. Obviously, my parents are going on a romantic weekend to celebrate their anniversary. They've been married for an eternity, and yet they still have a more romantic relationship than I've ever had. It's a big suitcase. Maybe they're going away for a week, or even a fortnight. It simply isn't fair. You have no idea how lucky you are, I say, not able to drag my eyes away from the suitcase. Why do you say that? Dad loves you so much. Well, we've been together for so long. Yes, but it's not just about how long you've been together, is it? I know other couples that have been married a long time, but they aren't as romantic as you and Dad are. You two are like some sort of fairy tale. I mean, Dad brings you flowers every Friday night. Yes. Always has. Yes. Mum shrugs. He says flowers are a way to celebrate the fact that the weekend has begun. And he's always booking you little treats, weekends away, spa days with your girlfriends, trips to the theatre and shows. He's a very thoughtful man. And he does everything with such style and consideration. You never go to the theatre without him ordering a bottle of champagne in the interval and buying a box of posh chocks. You have the perfect marriage. Mum finally stops chopping the mint and turns to me. All marriage requires some. I don't let her finish. Do you know, I sometimes think it's the one thing that keeps me going. Our marriage? Yes. Joanna, you're 35. And? Mum sighs. She might have wanted to say, and your parents' marriage shouldn't be the most important thing in your life. But after some moments' consideration, she says, Do you know what I think you should do, darling? What? You should go to Martin's wedding. I gawp at her. You think so? Yes. A break will do you good and you might find some closure. What have you got to lose? It will be an adventure. I'm not the adventurous type. Well, maybe you should be. My head hurts. I need more sleep before I make a decision on this scale. I bury my nose into a tissue and blow loudly, which means I only catch some of what my mother is saying. I mean, who is to say? What if you had married him? Happier than you are now. Unbelievable. My mum has just agreed, that I should try to stop Martin's wedding as I suggested. Well, I did not expect that. Not in a month of Sundays. But why shouldn't I? He loved me once, didn't he? Yes, he did. And I loved him. Well, at least I wanted to marry him, which is practically the same thing. I tune back into what Mum is saying. Something about it not being a good weekend to be here? No, it probably isn't. Not if my parents are going away on a romantic break. The last thing I want is to be on my own in this enormous house, pottering around like a lost soul. My mother is saying that a trip away will clear my mind, allow me to get some perspective. Right? Isn't it worth a try? She concludes. I suppose. I mutter. I'm surprised. As a rule, my mother doesn't encourage confidences and moochy, ethereal, what-if conversations. Oddly, despite enjoying years of happy marriage, she's not known for her endorsement of big romantic gestures. She always seems faintly embarrassed whenever Dad does anything flamboyant. I remember the time he bought her a custom-painted soft-top Mini Cooper in a fuchsia pink for her 50th birthday. He had it delivered, wrapped in the most enormous silver ribbon. I was practically weeping with joy, but she made him have it resprayed to a more subtle silver grey, a colour he could probably have purchased for a lot less cash and bother in the first place. I guess that's what happens when you're faced with an embarrassment of riches. Mum's practical. Not idealistic, considered rather than impulsive, and yet, here she is, suggesting that I travel 4,000 miles to stop Martin's wedding taking place. She must think it will work. I feel a spike of elation. Don't marry her, marry me, is the pinnacle in romantic declarations. This is the sort of moment I live for.
11. Dean. Zoe said it was a mistake me coming here. Zoe? For a moment, Eddie looked blank. Your daughter? Dean clarified, letting out a short, impatient sigh. Of course. Eddie nodded his head a fraction. Well? Well, what? Oh, forget it, Dean snapped. This time his sigh was despairing. He turned and looked at the wall. He read the health and safety notices, which told visitors what to do in the event of a fire and warned them against adjusting the beds or touching medical equipment. He wondered whether he was the only relative who had ever sat there and fantasized about pulling the plug. The thought didn't make him feel ashamed. It made him angry. His father's actions had meant he'd grown up livid. But sadly, he was not livid enough to be blind and impervious as to what a pity that was. Both men settled back into another silence. Dean was resentful. Eddie was exhausted. Dean breathed deeply. The important thing was that he must not lose it. He could not let Eddie destroy him again. It had taken too long to build himself up to what he was. Eddie grimaced and gestured to the syringe driver on the bedside table. Dean wanted to ignore him, but he couldn't. He put it in Eddie's hands, and the man pumped pain relief through his body again. He let out a low groan, and then seemed to decide to give his son what he wanted. How is Zoe? Doing all right? Good enough. Dean forced himself to look at his father and was surprised to see that Eddie had arranged his features into an expression of interest. The effort elicited more information. She's an accountant. She's married. The fact that his sister was married was a great source of surprise to Dean, as well as a great source of comfort and pleasure. Zoe had managed to trust. She'd found someone to love who loved her back. A case of what Dean believed to be hope triumphing over experience. But he was glad. Her husband was a good man, solid and dependable. She married young, over 6 years ago now, to a bloke 12 years her senior. Figures? Yes. Father replacement. Eddie rasped. Yes. Dean was stupefied by the man's perception, combined with his indifference. My other two did the same, added Eddie casually. Other two? Dean felt his blood slow in his veins. My other two daughters by my second marriage. You're married? Eddie coughed. Not anymore. I have sisters. Dean's blood suddenly speeded up again, lurching around his body. He was dizzy. Of course, he considered it, from time to time, when he was a child. It had seemed the most reasonable explanation for the fact that his father had never once contacted them in all those years. It was clear that he'd written off his first family in their entirety. He'd been replaced. There was another family. It had always been a possibility. So why did the actuality still come as such a shock? He had two more sisters. What were they like? Were they anything like Zoe? I have sisters. He repeated the phrase to see if it seemed any more real. Yes. Well, half-sisters, technically, I suppose. One is shacked up with the bloke who has two teenage lads. She's like a mother to them. Eddie struggled for breath. Although she's only 23 herself. The other is still at uni, I think. But the last I heard she was dating her tutor. Where were these sisters? What were their names? Why weren't they here? Dean did not ask these questions aloud, but Eddie must have read his mind, or at least followed his thought pattern. Ellie, the student, lives in France with their mother, and Hannah, she lives down south near the coast. Plymouth or somewhere. I can't remember. We're not in touch often. Of course not. More broken hearts, more disappointed children. This man was hopeless, useless. Dean seethed. It was clear that the more he got to know his father, the less there would be to like about him. Not that he had expected anything else. Dean listened to the sounds of the hospital. He could hear a nurse's feet clip-clopping along the corridor. She was talking to a patient who must be sitting in a wheelchair. He could hear the chair squeaking. He recognized the sound of the elevator clunking to a standstill on this floor and a door slamming somewhere further in the distance. It was time to go. There was nothing for him here. He was about to pull himself up off the seat when Eddie asked quietly, Is Zoe happy? The question stunned Dean. He coughed. On the whole? The marriage specifically. Is it a happy marriage? Yes? Good. Dean was exasperated and confused. What did it mean that his father still thought being married was a good thing? Did he regret the breakdown of his own marriage? Either of them? Both of them? Dean wasn't sure. However, he was aware that something had shifted slightly, deep as far down as it was possible to go in his stomach, which had been forever clenched with stress. Something loosened a fraction of a fraction. Because his father cared whether Zoe's marriage was a happy one. It wasn't much. It wasn't enough. It was very late in the day, but Dean recognized that it was something. He wouldn't leave yet. Still, he hesitated. Did his father deserve to know? Was it his news to share? What would Zoe say? Her voice was as clear as a bell in his head. I don't want to know anything about him. I don't want details. Don't talk to me about him again. Not until you call me to tell me he's dead. She didn't want details, but she hadn't said Dean mustn't give any details. She has 2 kids, blurted Dean. I'm a grandfather. Oh yes, it's all about you. Eddie seemed to choose to ignore Dean's sarcasm, or maybe he really was so selfish that he didn't pick up on it at all. Dean wasn't sure. So what are these kids like then? Boys, girls? One of each. Archie is 3 and Hattie is nearly a year old. Do you have a photo? The raspy tone didn't entirely mask the fact that there was some level of excitement. Dean pulled out his phone. It was loaded with dozens and dozens of pictures of his niece and nephew. He held it in front of Eddie and began to flick through the images. The infant's gappy grins flooded into the room. Dean smiled back at them as they splashed in the swimming pools, made sandcastles and licked ice creams. He didn't think he was imagining it. He was pretty sure that Eddie's breathing quickened a little. Of course, who could resist Archie's unapologetic beam and Hattie's guileless grin? No one with a beating heart. All the women that Dean showed these photos to oohed and ahed and swore the kids were the cutest they'd ever seen. Dean felt emboldened by the digital presence of his niece and nephew. They always made him feel better. They made everything seem okay. I can get one printed off if you like, he offered, plunging. No, it's okay. Eddie turned away from the phone and looked out of the window again, snuffing out Dean's embryonic compassion and hope. A deluge of fury streamed through Dean's body and erupted like boiling lava. He couldn't stand the kids being rejected. Fuck you, I'm going. He leapt to his feet. Why? Eddie was genuinely puzzled. Because you... He didn't know how to finish the sentence. Because you don't care about Zoe's kids, he exploded. It was only part of what he wanted to say. Eddie appeared surprised. Perhaps he'd thought he'd shown due interest. The lad looks like a bright enough boy. The girl's too young to tell. What can I say? Chubby? She's a baby. She's supposed to be chubby. I didn't say otherwise. They look like strong little nippers. The two men glared at one another. The tension sizzled in the air. What do you want from me? Eddie asked eventually. Dean shook his head. He was the one who had been summoned. What did Eddie want from him? I think we both know it's a bit late to be trying for Grandpa of the Year award. Eddie snapped as sharply as his weak chest would allow. He glanced towards the drip that hung above him. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's all a bit late. For me, for Zoe. So this isn't about the kids at all. It's about you. Yes, maybe it is. Dean turned away from the bed. He was jet-lagged. This situation was surreal, and the lack of sleep was adding to the overwhelmingly emotional scenario. He couldn't think clearly. He collapsed back into the bedside chair. It wasn't so much that he decided to stay, he simply didn't have it in him to leave. Eddie said nothing for a moment, allowing his son to settle. They both needed to get their breath back. Just when Dean thought they might get stuck in the quagmire of silence once again, Eddie asked, "How is your mother?" Dean was blindsided by the question. He never thought of his father in relation to his mother. They were too separate to comprehend any sort of connection. He only ever thought of them in relation to himself and Zoe, or more specifically, their lack of relationship with either him or Zoe. He didn't know how to answer the question. At last he said, "She took your desertion very hard." Desertion? Eddie snorted. He almost sounded amused. Dean wanted to hit the button that made the bed rise or lower. He had a brief flash of the comedic moment that so frequently appeared in cartoons where it folded in on itself, crushing the patient. He knew desertion was dramatic. It dragged with it connotations of terrified soldiers shot at dawn during the First World War. But it was a fitting word. The willful abandonment of a post of duty. What his father had done was dramatic. It was life-defining. She started drinking, he added, peeved that he needed to introduce the subject, but determined that his father should know the extent of the repercussions of his actions. She was a party girl when I met her. Eddie smiled, missing the point entirely. No doubt he was enjoying flashbacks to their headier days together. She stopped being a party girl. She became more of a solitary drinker. At least that's how I remember her, muttered Dean. An alcoholic. The fact was still desolate, stark, unpalatable. No matter how often he had had to confess this over the years, to himself and to carers, he never got used to it. Everyone likes a drop. Eddie's eyes crept to the floor. I suppose there was always the chance she might turn to drink. Fewer calories in a gin than a meal. Plus, she had that side to her, an extreme addictive nature. You knew that, yet still you left us with her. Chastised, Eddie moved his shoulders a fraction. He didn't dare shrug boldly. Anyway, look at you. Eddie's glance took in Dean's expensive suit. You're a success. It all worked out. Dean wasn't sure who Eddie was comforting. You took away the normality when you left. I didn't. You did. Or at least any chance we had at it. It didn't exist, son. I don't know what being normal is. I couldn't have helped you there. She was in and out of recovery for years. And we, Zoe and I, we were in and out of care and emergency foster homes. Care homes? Why were you ever put in care homes? So somebody could take care of us. At least that was the theory. Initially, she drank to forget her disappointment. Then she forgot everything. They kept taking us off her. Or she'd just drop us off at the social services when she'd had enough or fancied a binge. Eddie didn't allow his face to move. Dean appreciated this restraint because Eddie had no right to be horrified. It was his fault. He was responsible, and that meant he didn't get to be outraged. We've been in 4 care homes. 4? Those places aren't like Butlin's holiday camps, you know. I wasn't aware. Why didn't anyone tell me? No one knew where to find you. I went abroad for a while. France. Dean imagined his father sitting at a table outside a cafe in a cobbled street streaked with sunlight. He was drinking red wine and tucking into a delicious bloody steak and a crisp green salad. There was a beautiful French woman in the picture too. She had dark, intelligent eyes and very white teeth. Perhaps his second wife, perhaps another mistress. This image contrasted starkly with the thought of his and Zoe's Hansel and Gretel existence. They'd huddled together, no one to protect them, no one to take care of them. I don't give a toss that you're in France. You left us, you rotten sod. You left us. You left us, you rotten sod. You left us. Dean spat furiously. He was surprised that he'd been so honest. Normally he avoided saying anything he really meant. Zoe said that was why he worked in advertising. It's not my fault your mother drank. Isn't it? Dean hissed, trying to regain some control. He crossed his hands over his body to keep them far away from his father. It was an idiotic protest. What did he think might happen? That his father might suddenly lurch for his hand and hold it tight. It seemed unlikely. It seemed impossible. Still, like I said, it's turned out okay, hasn't it? You said yourself your sister is doing well. Married, a mother, an accountant. And you're... Eddie broke off. He hadn't asked Dean what he did for a living. In fact, he hadn't asked him anything about himself at all. Dean filled him in. I'm a board account director for a successful international advertising agency. Dean hated himself for sounding like a kid coming home with a grade A in maths, waiting for his dad to pat him on his head. You sell ad space. It's all worked out. Yes, we're fine, snapped Dean. Another silence cloaked the room.
12. Clara. After Joe had left, Clara felt the need for fresh air. She didn't like walking aimlessly, so she decided she'd go out and buy some flowers. True, Tim usually bought them on a Friday, which was very kind, but now and again Clara wished she could put her own arrangement together, that she could choose the flowers. It was a small thing to wish to control. Now she had seized the opportunity, she'd gone a bit over the top. A special occasion? The young man serving in the shop had asked. Yes, my wedding anniversary. Lovely. She'd selected dramatic heliconia, protea and anthuriums in bright scarlet and vibrant orange. She'd bought so many that the young man had had to deliver them. She couldn't possibly stagger home under their weight. She'd filled every vase in the house with blooms. There were flowers in the hallway, above the fireplace, on the dining room table, and 3 occasional tables. She didn't bother taking any up to the bedroom. They'd smell horribly this time next week. There really wasn't anything worse than the stench of rotting foliage. But that wasn't her concern. She opened the windows in the sitting room and plumped the cushions into more pristine shapes. Then she turned her attention to carefully selecting her outfit. What she wore was so very important tonight. Clara was 56 years old. Could she still squeeze into the middle-aged category? Who lived to 112? Who would want to? When did one admit to oneself that one was old? She clearly remembered the first time a shop assistant had called her madam rather than miss. It was a long time after she'd become a wife and even a mother. It shouldn't have been a shock, but it was. Then there was the first time someone stood up to offer her their seat on the tube. It was a handsome European boy, maybe Spanish or Italian. She told herself he was flirting. It was a courtesy, anything rather than the fact that he thought she was old enough to be entitled to the privilege of a seat on crowded public transport. The thing was, she didn't feel her age, so it was always such a shock to register it. She knew she was a good-looking 56. Her high cheekbones still jutted out at a spectacular angle, and the rest of her flowed elegantly from that point. She wished she didn't care what she looked like. She wished she was the sort of woman who just was. They were rare, but wonderful. But she had always been the sort of woman who was described as looking the part. Indeed, that was how she had become the part. It would be a relief to shrug that off. Aging had its compensations, though no one ever talked about them. By the time you were old enough to appreciate them, you were generally past the age of having to brag about anything at all, so dignified beauty rarely got a mention. But it was real. She knew what she wanted now, after all this time. She'd worked herself out, and that was a marvellous thing. Her eyes sparkled more tonight than they had for many years. Some changes were to be expected, of course, and however many Pilates classes she attended, or however expensive and regular her facials were, she could not alter that. The skin round her eyes was baggier than it used to be. She was more wrinkled, and yes, the flesh below her chin and her upper arms tended to flop about more than she'd ideally like, but she was always careful to hold her head up high, and she avoided sleeveless dresses. Her best years in terms of beauty were undoubtedly behind her. She'd be insane to kid herself that anything other was the case. Her décolletage and cheeks used to be plumper and smoother when she was in her early 20s, but she'd been a little awkward in those days, unsure. Until she met him, that was. Of course, nothing was the same after that. Everything changed. Clara used to spend a lot of time wondering whether things had changed for the better or the worse, but it had been impossible to decide. She'd stopped thinking about it in those terms and just accepted it for what it was. A shameful mistake or a sweet memory. Either way, it was part of her history. She hadn't thought about him for so long, but since the letter it was almost impossible to think about anything else. Her prime time had been her 30s. Then she'd combined a youthful vigour with a newfound confidence. That had dulled a little since, over the years, inevitable given her situation with Tim. It was hard to continue to feel desirable, impossible to kid oneself one was still youthful. Yet, undeniably, there was something rather gorgeous about her this evening. She'd reignited. She showered and then moisturized practically every inch of her body. Her skin gratefully drank in the luxurious creams. She chose her underwear carefully. Big, helpful pants, the kind that held everything exactly where it ought to be. Even though she didn't have too much spare flesh that might threaten to move around, she didn't want to take any chances. She picked out an extremely pretty bra, a structured one that created a cleavage where there wasn't much of one. She'd had a blow-dry today, even though it wasn't her regular day, and she treated herself to a mini mani-pedi. Finally, she selected her Chanel skirt suit in blush. It was cotton tweed with a cream leather collar and pearl button details. It made her gasp when she put it on, even now, even though she'd worn it on a dozen occasions. It was so beautiful. It would shield her. She glanced in the mirror. It was a bittersweet reflection. She was an elegant woman, beautiful for her age. She was simply older than she wanted to be. Why had it taken her so long? Tim arrived home at 8. He'd made an effort, as she'd asked him to. Often he wasn't home until much later. Sometimes he didn't come home at all on a Thursday. She smiled appreciatively as she handed him a glass of decent chilled Sauvignon Blanc. "I thought it might be champagne," he commented. "I considered it, but it seemed a little too bubbly." "Yes." They clinked glasses out of habit and wandered into the sunroom. After a disappointing day, the sun was finally trying to make an appearance. Streams of light filtered through the window, making the room feel airy, and the view of the garden, now dotted with daffodils and crocuses, was impressive. Clara hoped it would be enough to keep them buoyant. Tim threw himself back into the couch. Clara perched on the edge. "So you are still sure you want to do this?" he asked, straight to the point. There was no other thought in their minds. "Yes." Clara was surprised that tears instantly pricked her eyes. Damn them. She'd wanted to remain calm. She normally found it easy to do so. After years of masking what she was actually thinking and feeling, why would she cry now? Now, when she was telling the truth? She blinked furiously, willing them to go away. "I have to." "Well, that's simply not true, Clara. You don't have to. We've managed very well as we are for almost 40 years. There's no reason at all to upset the apple cart at this stage. There's the children to consider." "They're hardly children anymore. 2 of them are married. Lisa is a mother 3 times over. But Joanna?" "Yes," Clara sighed. Joanna was a worry. She was still a child in a way. Today, Clara had come so close to telling her daughter that she simply had to grow up, get on with it. Sweet and whimsical was just a birthday away from silly and inefficient, haphazard and chaotic. "She visited today," Clara said as she took a sip of her wine. It was crisp and refreshing. The citrus notes played on her tongue, separating themselves out from the mineral tones. Clara knew her wines. She'd taken a master's course a few years ago. She'd taken lots of courses over the years. Philosophical appreciation of art, interior design, A-level Spanish, Buddhist meditation. Did she? Yes. For one awful moment, I thought she knew. She kept staring at my suitcase. Has she guessed? No, of course not. She came round to talk about her own problems. Clara bit her tongue to avoid adding, as usual. Instead, she said, she's feeling twitchy because Martin is getting married. Martin? The one she was going to marry. Oh, yes, of course. How could I have forgotten? That fiasco cost us an arm and a leg. He's marrying someone else. Tim couldn't see the problem. Well, she didn't want him. No. But now she does? She wants someone. She's been invited to the wedding. I told her to go. I said that watching the wedding might offer some sort of closure, help her move on. Besides, I didn't want her around here this weekend. That's my point. She's vulnerable. She's going to take this very badly. Tim, I can't stay for the children. Most people do that for 18 years, not 38. Tim sighed and looked directly at his wife. If not the children, then for me. It's different now. You don't need a wife. I like having you around. He smiled, perhaps embarrassed by the scanty nature of the compliment. She knew he always said less than he thought. He wasn't one to lavish declarations, stiff upper lip and all that. He belonged in another world. Yes, and I like being around you too, she admitted. Then stay. I've always been discreet. We've managed it well. I've looked after you. Clothes, cars, the house, the holidays. Tim glanced around the room, but the perfection sneered back at him. I know, but it's not enough. And I'm surprised I ever thought it might be. She handed him the letter. Friday, 22nd of April, 2005. 13. Joe. The familiar dial of a phone connecting me to Martin thousands of miles away causes my stomach to lurch in a way that reminds me of being a teenager. Martin, it's Joe. There's a slight pause, which is the worst. Joe Russell. I gabble, squashing down the embarrassment that's threatening to ambush. The pause between us swells. Of course, Joe. Well, hi. Martin sounds jovial enough. At least he manages to be so, the split second after he places my name. His not recognizing my voice, possibly not remembering me at all, hurts, obviously. A sudden, searing hot pain like a sharp knife slices its way through my body. Quickly, I remind myself that it's sometimes the case, when cut by a sharp knife, that you don't actually feel anything until the moment you see the blood, and your brain acknowledges the damage. If I choose to ignore the blood and refuse to concede an injury, I might just avoid feeling the pain. To be fair, he hasn't heard my voice in nearly 5 years. Not unsurprisingly, he never forwarded me his American telephone number. I've had to call 3 mutual friends to track it down. No one seemed keen to pass it on. How are you? I ask in what, even for me, is an exaggeratedly upbeat tone. Great, just great. He pauses and then remembers his manners. And you? Great! I realise I sound like a parrot, so quickly add, wonderful. I should have rehearsed this call. I don't want him to think I'm wonderful. Not exactly. I need to explain that I'm wonderful aside from the fact that he's no longer in my life. Almost wonderful. Definitely doing well, practically thriving. Certainly still a very interesting and desirable person, but just one who is lacking Martin Kenwood in her life. Well, you know, I add, hoping that covers it. You? I ask again, taking the conversation in a rather bland and pointless full circle. Great. Yes. The wedding? I prompt. Great. He adds again. His tone of voice definitely alters, but I can't quite work out if he sounds more or less enthusiastic about his wedding versus his general well-being. Sorry, I'm not exactly with it right now. Is there a crisis? A problem with the wedding? My heart lifts a little. It's late here, well, early. The middle of the night, actually. Oh no, why didn't I think of that? My heart plummets. Why hadn't I thought of that? I decide that all I can do is bluff it out. I push on. You must be busy. Not me so much as my fiancée. She's doing all the hard work and rushing around. I try to listen out for a hint of impatience or frustration. Arranging a wedding is notoriously stressful. Many previously blissful couples fight like warlords on the run-up to the nuptials. Is he being overwhelmed by a bossy and controlling bridezilla? And if so, is it annoying him? That would be something. Or is he indifferent to the wedding preparations because ultimately he's not that committed to getting married? That would be ideal. I can't tell. Of course, there's the chance he's relieved that she's doing all the work and intends to be eternally grateful. That thought is uncomfortable. So, are you, looking forward to the big day? I am unsure why I'm falling back on cliches and the safety of small talk. That isn't the direction I want to take this conversation, but I'm out of the habit of talking to Martin, especially about important things, if I ever mastered that habit in the first place. Absolutely. Of course. Martin coughs. However excited he may or may not be about the big day, he can't be oblivious to how weird the situation is. After all, we were once going to get married. We were going to share a big day, and now here we are talking about his impending wedding to someone else. Nervous? I ask, trying to probe as to his true feelings. A bit, he replies. Everyone keeps reassuring us that it will all run like clockwork. You know the sort of thing, that the caterers will nail the timing of the souffle. I just hope she shows up. He starts to laugh. It's a slightly manic laugh. I join in nervously. Obviously, I realise he's referencing our own marriage plans. It's not helpful to me if he dwells on the end bit of our relationship, but at least he is acknowledging that we have a history. Now all I have to do is guide him back to more exhilarating times. We were once very happy. It's good to hear you laugh, I gush, not mentioning the hint of mania and the joviality. Oh, Joe, did you think I stopped laughing forever? His directness floors me. Because, yes, I suppose I had thought that. Plus, there's something more. I'm not being direct with him. I daren't be, but he feels he can cut to the chase with me. I'm encouraged that such intimacy still flows between us. I hoped not. I lower my voice and try to make it as flirty and seductive as possible. I shove meaning and weight into every word. Like an overfull sausage, I add, I like your laugh. Martin immediately stops laughing. Right, he says stiffly. Undeterred, I push on. So, I got your invite. You never replied. This time I'm sure I can hear disappointment, but it might be that he's disappointed at my lapse of etiquette rather than the fact that on receiving the invite I didn't call him up and beg him not to go ahead. It's hard to be sure. Didn't I? How terrible of me. These things, well, this thing in particular is so, I pause. Delicate, suppose. I wasn't sure how to reply. It's simple, really. A yes or no situation. We must both be thinking about the last time we were in a particularly profound yes or no situation. When I said yes, then no. I feel horrible. I giggle nervously. It's better than being sick. Well, the funny thing is, I wasn't sure exactly what the invitation meant. In what way? Well, I take a deep breath. Do you want me to come? That's usually the accepted understanding behind an invite, points out Martin. I mean, now do you want me to come now? He must understand. If I come now, it's not just as any old guest, one who returned the RSVP in the prepaid envelope 3 months ago. If I come now, it means something. It possibly means everything. My attendance or non-attendance is charged. You see, I could. The funny thing is, I'm at the airport. I'm standing just in front of the ticket sales desk. I could just about get there in time, before it all takes place. Before it's all over, if that's what you want. He must understand what I mean. Well, because we didn't hear back from you, we haven't counted you in. We. It's such a tiny word, but lethal. I don't know what to say to stave off its cruelty. Oh gosh, I hadn't thought about that. I don't want to mess up the seating plan. This is a ridiculous observation, because if I do go to Chicago and explain to Martin that I have made a grave mistake in letting the opportunity of being his wife pass me by, then my hope is that there won't be a reception and seating plans, flawless or muddled, will be redundant. I think about his sentence and scrutinize it for a layer of coded meaning. Of course, he's duty-bound to say we, but if he means I, then that innocuous sentence has altogether a different meaning. Because I didn't hear back from you, I haven't counted you in, could very well mean that he was gutted that I didn't respond to his emotional SOS. I'm even more convinced that my decoding is accurate when he adds, well, I'm sure we can sort something out, find room for you. He's practically begging me. I don't tell him it doesn't matter, that we won't be getting as far as the wedding breakfast, because that would be putting the cart before the horse. Instead, I say, don't put me on the children's table, will you? Do you remember my cousin Harriet's wedding? We had to sit with all the little bridesmaids. I laugh, pretending that it was a happy, or at least amusing memory, although at the time I was furious and it wasn't much fun. Martin sounds a bit confused. I'm surprised that he is clearly struggling to recall the catastrophe. It was quite a big deal at the time. At least to me. You must remember. To add insult to injury, they served us the kids' menu too. Chicken nuggets and chips, while all the other guests had roast lamb with dauphinoise potatoes. Of course, it was a genuine mistake. Harriet was mortified, but still. We did go to a lot of weddings, murmurs Martin. We did. We were in our late 20s. Everyone we knew was dashing down the aisle. When I called off our wedding, I explained to my parents that that had been half the problem. There was immense pressure to accept the proposal. It had seemed like the obvious thing to do, the next step. Then it hadn't. Now it does again. This is so confusing. Martin adds, there were so many weddings. They were all a blur in the end. This one won't blur, I say ominously. No, of course not. Martin can't be expected to understand what I'm hinting at. So, that's it decided? You're coming? He asks. I know him well enough to remember the tone of his voice when he's thrilled by something. He's practically giggling like a schoolboy. You're sure this time? He couldn't be clearer. I'll book a ticket. So I gather every ounce of courage and belief I possess and blow an enormous sum on an economy ticket to Chicago. I'm forced to tie myself down to a return date because that is a slightly cheaper option. Even so, I still have to split the cost across 2 credit cards. An open return is out of the question because I don't think Boots loyalty points are a viable currency. I'm quite concerned. Will a return flight on Monday give Martin enough time to pack his bags? I love airports. They combine, in abundance, 3 of my favourite things ever. They're full of excitement. People are speeding off on wonderful holidays or to invigorating business meetings. And drama. People call out welcoming greetings or collapse into difficult goodbyes. And shops. Excitement, drama, shops. What's not to love? As I gaze around, I wonder how many momentous events are occurring in this very terminal at this very second. How many declarations of love, how many hearts snapping. I haven't taken a long-haul flight since before Martin and I split up. We used to travel together a lot. We visited New York, Thailand, and Madrid. We planned to go on honeymoon to the Seychelles. I was so excited about that trip. Tropical paradise islands, cobalt seas and endless white sand beaches. Of course I was excited. I've often imagined since what that trip might have been like. It's impossible not to wonder. I brought 3 beautiful new bikinis, a floral beach bag, and a huge straw sun hat, especially. I spent weeks planning exactly what I'd look like lying under a parasol, the waves licking my toes, the gentle breeze brushing my limbs. After I called off the wedding, Martin came to some arrangement with the travel agent and exchanged our would-have-been romantic honeymoon for a wild trip to Las Vegas with 2 of his mates. Word got back to me that for 6 days in a row he drank, gambled, and passed out on dance floors. I didn't indulge in anything similarly healing or commemorative. Swamped in the shame of knowing I'd hurt Martin severely and cost my parents a fortune, I didn't feel entitled to whiz away anywhere exotic, even though my friends and Lisa advised me that it would be a good idea. I've travelled since the split, but shorter distances. I've had 3 mini breaks with 3 different boyfriends. Liam and I flew to Copenhagen. With Jamie, I visited Rome, and it was Paris with Ben. I can't remember much about the airport from any of those trips, as on each occasion I was consumed with giddy excitement. At least I was on the outward journey. The returns were all considerably more downbeat. Truthfully, I probably do have a tendency to be a little bit too optimistic about the significance of a guy asking a woman to go on a mini break. On each occasion I was devastated that a proposal wasn't forthcoming. I'm not saying that I'd have married any one of them, but I am saying I would have liked to be asked by one of them. Why do they even want to go abroad if not to propose? I asked Lisa forlornly after the 3rd disappointment. I tend to think of Lisa, a married woman, as the font of all knowledge when it comes to stuff about men, but only if I like what she says. My sister just rolled her eyes and suggested, "Great weather? Food? Architecture? Or just to get drunk?" I know there's all that stuff. I'd just enjoy it more if I thought it was to be shared on an ongoing basis, I admitted forlornly. Then Lisa invited me along to a 2-week all-inclusive family break in Spain. "Won't I be in the way?" I asked. "No, we see you as an on-tap babysitter," Lisa replied. She wasn't entirely joking. That holiday was fun. Noisy, chaotic, and exhausting. And the huge beach bag finally came in useful for carrying spare nappies, blow-up beach balls, and buckets and spades. But somehow, it made me miss my honeymoon more, not less. Okay, so, onwards and upwards. Deep breath. It's essential that I approach this trip with some Zen-like thoughts. I have to put good karma out there, because obviously I am asking quite a lot of the universe in terms of return investment. I realise that. I have to be positive and calm. I need to be focused and determined. Truthfully, I feel a dangerous mix between giddy with excitement and sick with nerves. I replay the conversation I had with Martin again and again in my head. If I think about my plan for any length of time, I begin to feel a bit faint. The only possible answer is to not think about it for any length of time. I distract myself by wandering around the duty-free shops, spraying expensive fragrances and gleefully snaffling up any available freebie samples of tinted moisturiser. I dawdle around the luxury clothes shop, lusting after outfits that I can't afford. I spend an age in W.H. Smith as I want to pick out something to read on the plane. As usual, I naturally gravitate towards the self-help books, and I'm gratified to find a new title that I haven't read. I've read most of them. Hook Him, Have Him, Hold On to Him, A Modern Woman's Guide to Maintaining Relationships. I flick through to see if there's a section that offers tips on hijacking someone else's wedding. Not too surprisingly, there isn't. But there is a chapter that claims to address the 10 grave errors to avoid that most women make with men, and another that promises to reveal the differences in how men and women think about dating, sex, and relationships. Frankly, I think that section probably needs more than one chapter. Have they glossed? Still, I decide to buy the book. I'm so engrossed in Chapter 2 that I nearly missed the announcement over the loudspeaker that rather stiffly instructs passenger Joanna Russell to make her way to boarding gate number 24. I'm so engrossed in Chapter 2 that I nearly missed the announcement over the loudspeaker that rather stiffly instructs passenger Joanna Russell to make her way to boarding gate number 24 as the plane to Chicago O'Hare International is ready to depart. Panicked, my promise to have Zen thoughts is pushed aside as I run through the airport, faster than I've ever run before, inwardly cursing my disorganization. My feet slap down painfully on the tiled floor as I duck and dive to avoid other passengers making their way to their flights, most of whom seem to be walking in the opposite direction to the one I need to go in. I'm a fish swimming upstream. The relief when I spot gate 24 and 4 airline staff standing like soldiers is tremendous. I try to ignore the fact that they're all glaring at me icily. Sorry, I yell as I approach. I always think it's best to get in there with the apologies as soon as possible. It disarms people. Because we live in a world where no one takes responsibility for anything, and so saying sorry has the surprise effect of being at least novel. In silence, one woman takes my boarding pass and starts to type something into the computer. The other 3 share looks of irritation. The run through the airport has left me breathless. I try not to show that I'm panting, but I can feel the beginnings of a stitch in my waist. "I'm sorry, but there's a problem with your seat," says the chilly airline lady at the computer. "What problem?" I ask fearfully. "You were allocated the bulkhead seat, but we've given that to a passenger who is travelling with an infant." I feel a surge of indignation. It isn't fair. The woman with the infant is in a relationship. Or even if she isn't in one right now, she has been. After all, that's how babies are made. And yet, she has my comfortable bulkhead seat too. Some women have all the luck. In fact, I'm afraid we've completely oversold in the economy section of the plane. But I just booked that seat a couple of hours ago. They said they released it last minute. I've got a ticket. It was a really expensive ticket. The airline woman holds up one beautifully manicured hand, which effectively silences me. She continues to type something with the other hand. "And we're also oversold in World Traveller Plus. This is exactly why we advise our passengers to build in plenty of time at the airport," adds one of the other members of staff stiffly. I glare at him, but don't bother to mention that I sneaked out of Lisa's at 5:30 this morning and have been here since 6:45. It took me 3 hours to gather the courage to call Martin and buy the ticket. I've spent another 2 hours in the terminal shops. I know he doesn't care. "I have to get on this plane," I insist. "I'm going to a wedding. It's vital I get on the plane." I slam my book down on the counter. I'm not particularly trying to make a statement or a commotion. That's not my way. I'm simply exasperated. The woman behind the counter fidgets from one foot to the other, anticipating a row. She looks to the counter in an effort to avoid my gaze, and then she clocks the title of the book. Suddenly, her chilly manner shifts, like a glacier cracking, and her face collapses into a broad beam. Not a mocking grin, but a wide, warm, sympathetic smile. She puts her ringless hand on my arm, and I recognize her as a sister. "We both know it can be cold out there," she says. "I don't think we have any alternative. We're going to have to upgrade you to club class."
14. Dean. Dean had hardly been aware there was a delay in the scheduled departure, although he had felt the rumblings of low-level dissatisfaction in the passengers surrounding him. They'd shuffled in their seats, glugged back more free champagne than was wise at this time of the morning, and rattled their newspapers impatiently. Dean had stayed dead still in his chair, drained beyond an ability to fidget. He was just glad to be back in his comfort zone. This was where he belonged, a plush business-class seat rather than an unyielding hospital visiting chair. When the tardy passenger who'd caused the delay finally stumbled through the aircraft door, there was a furtive chorus of fractious grumbles. Dean didn't contribute. It seemed petty. Hers was the seat next to his. No sooner had she sat down than she leapt up again and started to bundle her bags into the overhead locker. He planned on ignoring her completely, but as she struggled to put her luggage away, she lost her grip on her book and it fell, hitting his shoulder. As he retrieved it, his eyes slipped over the blurb. What to do if your man has a roving eye. How to cheat-proof your relationship. The top 3 things women do that irritate men and kill confidence. Dean had been drowning under a tide of anguish and trauma, but he came up for air and thanked God that at least he wasn't a woman. He wondered who published this crap. Who read it? As he handed the book back to the person who dropped it on him, he was surprised to discover that extremely attractive women, with great tits, cute smiles and straight teeth, read this crap. "I am so sorry, did I hurt you?" she asked. "I'll live," replied Dean, not unpleasantly, but in a tone that he hoped would end the exchange. "I'm really nervous," she gabbled. Oh, great, he was sitting next to a nervous flyer, just what he needed. As though reading his mind, she corrected herself. "Well, not so much nervous. I should probably say excited. I've never flown club class before." Then the woman did the most extraordinary thing. She jumped up and down on the spot and clapped her hands together like a child. Dean looked on, bemused. He doubted he was ever up to this level of excitement. And he knew for certain he wasn't up to it today. "It's amazing, isn't it?" she went on. "Look at these magazines and this blanket and these headsets." With each object listed, she grabbed and caressed it as though the magazine was a lover and the blanket was a dear family member. "Do you think we get to keep them?" Before Dean could say, "No, you didn't get to keep them," the woman started to talk again. He thought he was probably going to need the headset she so admired to lock her out. "And it's ridiculously roomy. We can lie flat. And look, I can turn round in the aisle without bumping into anyone." The woman then chose to demonstrate just how open the cabin was by doing exactly that. It was indeed spacious, but because she decided to wave her arms while rotating, she immediately bumped into the flight attendant, who was carrying a tray of champagne. Even though the attendant did his best to right the tray, 3 glasses clattered on the floor. The sly grumbles from the other passengers were replaced by sudden blasts of outright disgust. "For fuck's sake! Who the hell is she? Is she drunk?" people demanded of no one in particular. "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry." Just as Dean was wondering who said gosh anymore, she started to wipe his arm in an attempt to mop up the champagne that had soused him. Dean tightened his bicep a fraction. He couldn't help himself. It was just a reflex under an attractive woman's touch. She pulled her hand away as though she had been scolded, and blushed. "It's fine," Dean muttered. What did he care, in the grand scheme of things? This mishap didn't even register in his disastrous 24 hours. He wouldn't give the irritable and spoilt passengers any satisfaction. He knew they were all hoping he would tear a strip off her. The champagne dripped down his arm and leg and onto the floor. "Is your suit one of those washable ones? The type that you can just pop in the machine?" she asked hopefully. Her gaze lingered on the quality fabric and the elegant cut. She looked crestfallen. "No, I don't suppose it is. I don't suppose there are many of those sorts of suiting club." She paused. "Can I give you some money for the dry cleaning?" It was clear from the way she chewed on her bottom lip that she was really hoping he'd say no. "It's fine," repeated Dean. He hoped his curt response also said, "Now please sit down, shut up, and stay silent for the next 9 hours." It didn't. At least not to this ebullient woman. She did at least finally sit down, but only because the flight assistant insisted on it, so that the spillage on the floor could be dealt with. "Do you travel club class often?" she asked. Dean stared at her with something between incredulity and a reluctant admiration. Even he wouldn't think to hit on someone after delaying their flight, assaulting them with a book and then drenching them with alcohol. But this woman had just tried the aviation equivalent of Do you come here often? Yes. One-syllable answers surely said, "Shut up, I'm not interested." Dean wasn't interested in talking, to her or anyone. He just wanted to get home. It had been a mistake to come here, a huge, hideous mistake. The sooner he was back in Chicago, the better. He put it all behind him. He pretended it had never happened. He hadn't even found the energy to visit Zoe or meet with Rogers. The engine started to rumble, filling the cabin with a sense of purpose and progress. Having checked their phones were turned off, people finally settled into their seats, tightened their belts, and then, all but the truly neurotic, steadfastly ignored the flight attendant who was earnestly demonstrating the correct use of oxygen masks and pointing out the emergency exits. "This is just amazing," said the woman, looking around in wonder. "Isn't it?" As another flight attendant passed through the cabin, checking that people were fastened into their seats, Dean caught her eye and said, "I've changed my mind. I will take a newspaper, please." "Which one, sir?" "The biggest." Dean looked meaningfully at this strange woman as he unfolded the broadsheet and effectively created a barrier between them. He wanted to be alone. Under other circumstances, he could imagine himself chatting to her, seducing her, even making her fall in love with him, because that was what he did. He flirted and dated, seduced and left. This woman had pert tits and long legs, and she was certainly worth noticing. She had something about her. Not the flush of youth, it was more a wash of experience, but that could be attractive. Yes, he might have, probably would have, under other circumstances. But not today. Today he just wanted to be alone. The woman popped her head around his paper and whispered, "Do we have to pay for the champagne?" "No," he replied firmly. "Not even the ones I spilt?" "No." "Wow, that's good, isn't it?" Dean shook his newspaper pointedly, but she carried on. "It's very different from back in cargo, isn't it? As I mentioned, I've never flown club, even with my parents. On family holidays, they used to put us kids in the back and sit up front themselves. I used to worry what would happen if the plane snapped in two. But they gave us £100 spending money each, every hole, which eased any qualms I had. But it's another world, isn't it? Champagne on tap. None of that endless waiting for the drinks trolley to come creeping down the aisle. I promise you, no matter where I sit on the plane, I am always the last person to be served a drink. It's like some form of torture listening to the bottles and cans clinking merrily against one another, a siren's call, and having to patiently wait my turn." She glanced at her full glass of champagne. "This is heaven." Dean remained mute. Finally, thankfully, she stopped talking for a few minutes as the plane slowly lumbered along the runway and then, quite suddenly, picked up speed and height. Their seats were in the centre of the cabin, but the woman strained to see past the aisle and out through a window. Dean didn't look up. He couldn't wait for the ground to disappear, for the plane to push through the clouds and get into the vast blue sky. He was more than ready to leave it all behind him. The moment the plane levelled out, she started to talk again. "And the nuts?" He understood her immediately. "They're free too." Encouraged, she thrust her hand around the newspaper and held it out for him to shake. "My name is Joanna Russell, but everyone other than my mum calls me Jo." Dean didn't accept her hand, but felt he had no alternative but to nod. "Dean Taylor." "Pleased to meet you." She smiled, but he didn't reciprocate the joy, couldn't she tell? "It's a long flight, so I thought it would be more fun if we got to know each other a bit," she added. Dean sighed. He was going to have to spell it out. "Actually, the etiquette is no talking." There's a screen here which will divide us, and now we're in the air, I'm going to put it up. No offence. It's been a long couple of days, I just need some rest. He pressed the button that made the dividing screen rise. The annoyingly gregarious woman instantly hit the button on her side and it dropped down again. You don't sound American, are you? A bit. You have a twang. Do you live in Chicago? Dean lowered his newspaper and considered. Really, no, not a bit, really, and yes, he replied. He was careful not to season his voice with any intonation as he answered her questions. She smiled at him, a broad beam that flooded into her eyes, which Dean respected as it was rare and candid, but he just didn't want to be social. Couldn't be, even if he tried. She obviously thought he was hoping to be funny, because she giggled. He honestly wasn't. I've never been to Chicago. She paused, clearly hoping for a murmur of, fancy that, or something. He gave her nothing. She ploughed on regardless. I've been to New York once, a long time ago. I liked it, a lot. Are they similar places? A little. Silence. Then, really, in what way? They both have shops, clubs, and restaurants. They're both full of busy, private people. This Joe woman had the hide of a rhino. The emphasis Dean had placed on the word private sailed way above her head. A bit like London in that respect, she commented. She paused again, and Dean allowed the hiatus to stretch. He really did hope it was a full stop rather than a breather this time. It wasn't. I desperately need to get away. I'm going through what's known as a rough time. She used her fingers to draw speech marks around the words. Wow, I honestly don't know why I've just done this strange inverted commas with my fingers thing. It isn't a gesture I've ever used before, promise. And having done it once, I doubt I'll try it again. It isn't as though I'm a children's TV presenter, she gabbled. I'm sorry to hear that, Dean said dutifully. You're sorry I'm not a children's TV presenter? She looked confused. Dean was beginning to think she was unhinged. He glanced around to see if there were any spare seats that he might be able to swap into. There weren't. I'm sorry you are going through a rough time, he clarified. He didn't want to get into it. He had his own rough time to deal with, if dealing with problems was what he wanted to do, and he wasn't sure it was. His head hurt. His eyes stung. His belly felt hollow. He'd need some calm and quiet if he was to process all that had passed in the last few days. He wished this woman would just shut up. Yesterday, I discovered my boyfriend was married. Yep, certifiable. Must be. Otherwise, why would she be so candid? And why had she chosen to be so candid with him? He wasn't the sort of person who invited familiarity. He was a good time guy. Women told him what they knew he wanted to hear, that they were footloose and carefree, whether they were or not. And blokes told him about business deals and the football results, but only if they were on winning streaks. Dean didn't do deep and meaningful. He didn't know what to make of this stranger who was prepared to pour out her misery for close inspection. Did it show she had guts or just a masochistic streak? It was hard to know. She shrugged. Yeah, stuff happens. So now I'm going to Chicago for my ex-boyfriend's wedding. But didn't you just say your boyfriend is already married? You mean yesterday you discovered he was about to get married? Dean honestly didn't want to get involved, but he was confused, so against his better judgment, he found he was being drawn into this conversation. She had a pretty mouth, plump lips. No, yesterday's guy, well, he wasn't really a boyfriend, she admitted. Not really, more of a... She paused. An encounter? I see. Yeah, you probably do, she said with a defeated sigh. The ex whose wedding I'm going to was my fiancée a while back. Dean had been invited to a number of weddings of women he'd previously dated. He knew that these scorned and spurned women invited him to their big days to show him, the world, and themselves that they were absolutely over him. Sometimes they were. Other times he knew they weren't. They just wanted him to see them looking good in a $3,000 dress. Either way, he never accepted the invites. He simply didn't do weddings. He didn't like them. He didn't believe in the whole marriage thing. His parents had seen to that. But even if he'd been the biggest romantic on earth, he doubted the sanity of going to an ex's wedding. It had to be awkward, didn't it? Dean thought back to the woman's reading matter that had fallen out of the locker and onto his shoulder and felt bad for her. He was pretty sure that she was too fragile for such a social occasion. Then again, he was also absolutely sure it wasn't something he should worry about. He scrabbled around in his head for something to say that wouldn't be too cold or cutting, but would draw the conversation to a polite close. He did pride himself on being polite, even charming, just as his father has suggested. It grated that his father could assess his character so accurately. Surely nothing more than a lucky guess. So he had no desire to be unnecessarily harsh, but he really, really wanted to be left in peace. Wow, that's fun. He meant brave or idiotic. Good for you. He was pretty sure he'd hit the right note. Once again, he shook out his newspaper, raised it, and pretended to read. I'm not actually going to go to the wedding. There isn't going to be a wedding, she added. No. Dean fought his own curiosity, but lost. He lowered the paper and folded it into neat quarters. Now I'm really confused. I'm going to stop it. The Joe woman strained her neck in an effort to catch the eye of a flight attendant. She waved her empty glass, which she wanted refilled with champagne, and then looked at Dean. Will you join me? She had huge brown eyes. Despite her cheery chatter, he noticed that they hinted at another story. They looked like the eyes of a baby harp seal, the type you saw on animal rights posters. Baby seals that were pleading not to be clubbed to death for their skins. She looked weary. That was something he recognized. What the hell? I'll take a juice. They were swiftly furnished with their drinks, and then Jo started to explain her situation in earnest. She told him about how she had once been very much in love with some guy called Martin, how this Martin guy had done all the things that women expected from a serious relationship. He'd been obsessed with his career, had duly been promoted, and then had proposed with an impressive ring. Tiffany copy. She'd accepted. So far, so same. Then she gave details about the jitters that led to her calling off the marriage at the last minute. She told Dean that now she realized that this was foolish. He was amused at her word choice. It was either an understatement or a self-delusion. He found himself wondering which. She explained that despite focused attempts at dating numerous other men since, she'd never met anyone she liked as much as she liked Martin. Then she told Dean that 3 months ago, Martin had sent her an invite to his wedding, which, unbelievably, she'd seen as a clear plea from her ex to be rescued and a cue for her to rekindle their relationship. So she decided to do this brave and wonderful thing of flying to Chicago to stop his wedding. Dean did not interrupt Jo throughout the telling of her story. She was loquacious as she talked of her determination to win back this guy. And her certainty was enthralling. She was sure that this was the most romantic and idealistic gesture she'd ever made in her life. He thought it must be the champagne talking. There wasn't another reasonable explanation. Don't get me wrong, I'm not some starry-eyed virgin. Quite the opposite, she assured him. Her eyes widened a fraction as she confessed this, as did those of the guy sitting behind her. Dean had a sudden image of this woman giving head. It wasn't a conscious fantasy. It was just something that happened to him fairly often. You see, I finally realised that I've been getting this whole romance thing topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy? She said gosh and topsy-turvy. Dean wondered whether she might also say whoops-a-daisy or goodness gracious me. Did she actually live in this century? Maybe it was a spoof, something for TV. Was there an elaborate hoax being played on him? He glanced around for cameras but couldn't spot any. Cameras in business class cabin were unlikely. No doubt that would be some sort of infringement of privacy rights. But were they any more unlikely than this woman's story? You see, I thought romance was all about the Big Bang. Are we talking about the prevailing cosmological model that explains the early development of the universe? Oh no, we're talking about chemistry. As I said. Sexual chemistry, not... She waved her hand dismissively. Not GCSE horror chemistry. I see. I thought you had to be wildly attracted to one another. I thought there had to be dramatic moments, a quickening of the pulse, then, ultimately, knickers and sense being thrown to the wind. I thought love was like in the poems, songs, and films. There was none of that with Martin, and so I panicked. What was there with Martin? He's tall, pleasant. We didn't row much. But you no longer consider the quickening of the pulse as vital? Not really. I mean, I've had that with other guys since, quite a few others actually, and it never ever lasts. Take you, for example. Me? Normally I'd be all flirtatious and ridiculous with you because you're very much my usual type, you know, physically, but it wouldn't work out. Really? Dean was used to being every woman's type and so was not as interested in the flattery as he was in the fact that she was serving it up with a rebuttal. No, it wouldn't. I could write our story now, having known you for just half an hour. You could? Yep. If I hadn't seen the light and realised that Martin is my one, I'd have behaved very differently on meeting you. Is that so? I'd have got drunk and cheeky, rather than drunk and chatty. We'd have had hot, irresponsible sex. You'd think it was fun, I'd think it was love, until I realised the number you'd given me was for the local pet store. Dean had never actually given out the pet store's number, but he'd once given his real estate agent's number in an attempt to shake a persistent woman who he considered to be a transient lay. He could not fault Joe's account. I won't make that mistake now, because I've realised that true love isn't about quickening pulses or even the gorgeous butterflies and that sort of slackening in the bit below my stomach that has no decent name. Are we talking about front bottom? Dean asked with mock seriousness. We are, she whispered back, her seriousness entirely for real. Dean had only asked for verbal clarification so that he could clock the stunned reactions of the passengers around them, who were quite clearly listening in to their conversation. Jo seemed oblivious to anyone else. She was acting as though they were floating in a bubble. What is love about, then? He asked, showing more interest than he felt. Only too happy to wax lyrical about her favourite subject, Jo replied, the steady stuff. Duty, loyalty, decency, and friendship. Dean doubted any of that lasted either. It was just as ephemeral as a quickening of the pulse. But he didn't care enough to contradict her. Do you know, my parents are celebrating their 38th wedding anniversary this weekend. I look up to their relationship as a sort of nirvana. Jo smiled dreamily. Dean wondered if her parents had had lobotomies, or was there some other dark reason for them making it so far? Perhaps they were swingers, or simply pig ugly and short of options. He doubted the latter, in fairness. This Jo woman, whilst obviously delusional, was a looker. He could give her that. I suppose I do still believe in the dramatic side of romance that books and films do so well. You know, missed opportunities, painful goodbyes, and lost chances. But only if finally, obviously, there's the happy ending. She giggled briefly. And I'm now going to have all that with Martin. Dean thought there was a genuine danger that she'd clap her hands in excitement again. Are you following? I'm not sure I am. He understood her argument, but questioned her reason. I just think that in the final analysis, we all have a right to a happily ever after. Martin and I are fated. He's my one. It's quite simple, really. She was flushed with her own rhetoric. That and the fact that during the telling, she consumed quite a lot more champagne. Wow, said Dean. Romantic, huh? Jo drained her glass and immediately signalled for the flight attendant to bring her yet another. It was clear that following the spurting out of her dramatic confession, she was expecting some sort of seismic shift in Dean's attitude, or maybe even coloured ticker tape to be softly floating from the ceiling. Dean considered. How could a woman grow up in the 21st century and believe that her best chance in life was finding some half-decent bloke to marry her, irrespective of the fact he clearly bored her? Sometimes it was as though the last couple of 100 years had never happened. This woman was so blinkered. So, let me get this right. If you're successful, this will be the second time you've stopped this man getting married when he's expecting to, pointed out Dean. Well... Jo hesitated. The imaginary ticker tape settled on the floor in embarrassing puddles. The second time you've humiliated him in front of all of his friends and family. No, Dean didn't let her finish. The second time you've ruined what's supposed to be the best day of his life. Put like that, you sound like a totally selfish cow, said Dean flatly. He was fed up with selfish people wrecking other people's lives. He'd had enough of it. With those words, he turned on his video screen, plugged in his headphones, and then pressed the button that caused the barrier to rise between their two seats. 15. Eddie. I have no idea why my son came here. Funny that I knew him. My vision is going. His face swam before me, yet I knew him. But now he's gone. Where? Why? Things are blurred. My son. Those words that I haven't spun around my head for years. I can't work him out. Haven't the energy. Haven't the time. Some might say that's always been the case, and maybe it has, in a more philosophical sense. But the hard fact is, it's the absolute cold truth now. I have days left on earth. Where's he gone? Will he come back? He's a fiery one, difficult and angry. I was wondering whether this is what I want to do with the last days of my life. Really, what is the point of talking to the angry young man who I gave life to but not much else? But then I thought, it's as good as anything else on offer. It's not as though they're going to wheel in a chorus line of beauties for my entertainment, is it? And even if they did, I can barely raise a hand, let alone much else. What good would they be to me? But he's flounced off, like a woman. So who is he, this son of mine? He's a good-looking lad, I'll give him that. He reminds me of myself, which I doubt he wants to hear. The truth hurts. Although I'd never have turned up at the deathbed of my estranged father, after nearly 30 years of silence. I'm not the sentimental sort. At least I don't think I would have. I suppose it's difficult to guess how you'd act in circumstances you've never experienced. My father thought the sun shone out of my arse. would do anything for me. My mother is the same. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like without them. I wasn't at my father's side. He died of a heart attack at work. The messy bed all cleaned up by the time I got there. Never even saw his body. Didn't want to. Useless bodies. They let you down. My mother is still going. Well, to an extent. She's in an assisted living place. What will she make of outliving me? Gutted, she'll be, obviously. I have an itch in my buttock, but can't move to do anything about it. Should have asked the lad to scratch it for me. Christ, I can only imagine how he'd have reacted to that. Sense of humour seems to have skipped a generation. That, or he's inherited his mother's. I thought maybe Dean came here because he thinks I have money, wants to cash in on a bob or two. Not unreasonable. But he asked the strangest things. Wanted to know if I followed football. I told him no, not my sport. No doubt that cut off a line of small talk, but it was hardly the moment to start feigning a common interest. He seemed particularly agitated by my response, so despite the fact that it hurts to talk, I gave it a go. This conversation he so clearly wanted. Do you? I asked. He looked up at me. It was a cold stare, icy. Not really. I used to watch it on the TV when I was a kid, he said. Waste of a Saturday afternoon, that, I told him. You should have been outside in the fresh air, I muttered. He looked like he wanted to punch me. Maybe he thought it was a bit late for me to be offering up parental advice. And he'd be right, it is. I wasn't passing comment on him as such, more on the concept of watching sport on the box instead of getting out there and playing it. I'm not an observer, not part of the audience. I've always been a doer. What is your sport then? He asked. Squash when I was younger. Golf up until about a year ago. I became too ill to manage a round. Not a team player then, he commented with a sneer. The muscle on his cheek pulsed furiously. Still, I envy his angry vitality. Fury proves you're alive. Not as such, no. Not as such, he repeated bitterly, dropping his head in his hands. I understood what he meant by that, of course. I wonder if my lad is stable. I was shocked to hear they'd been in care. That I didn't see coming. It can mess with your head, that can. Horrendous. I know nothing about him. But then there's no point in worrying about it. What's the worst that could happen? He could hold a pillow over my face and end the suffering 3 or 4 days earlier than expected. Bigger shame for him than me if he goes down that route. He'd end up in prison. Hope he doesn't try to kill me, for that reason alone. My God, I feel protective of him. Get me. I haven't had many visitors since I came in here this time round. I don't blame anyone for that. I was never much of a hospital visitor myself. Depressing bloody places. People came when I first got the diagnosis, when there was still hope. A few old boys I used to work with. Way back when at the Beeb. We've kept in touch sporadically. Only Ron had the sparkling career we all hankered after. The rest of us made do, made ends meet, wrote comedy scripts for smaller and smaller channels until reality TV murdered us all. After that, I wrote for radio and trade magazines, kept the challenging scripts hidden in the desk drawer, gathering dust. Still, I earned enough to drink whiskey at the Groucho and to occasionally eat dinner at the Arts Club in Dover Street. That sort of thing. Good times. Good times. Can't complain. A couple of my ex-girlfriends popped by. Not her. Don't expect it. She'll have the letter by now. Not sure why I sent that. Not thinking straight. Some of the blokes from the golf club and their once pretty wives came in. Well-meaning types. They brought newspapers and fruit. But this thing takes so long. People wanted me to get better. I couldn't oblige. They've lost interest, and I don't blame them for that. I've never encouraged the sort of relationships where we held hands through the bad times. My usual response to bad times is a first-class ticket right the hell out of there, as my lad could no doubt testify. That's why I resent that I was caught by something so slow. Like my visitors, I wanted to see a swift recovery, but failing that, I wish it would hurry up and kill me. The rediscovered sun at least helped me pass the time. I wonder if he's gone for something to eat. Do you need me to arrange your funeral? He asked. I thought you prided yourself on being a charmer, I rasped back. I never said that. You never had to. I recognise it. I tried to laugh, but Dean bristled. Well, do you need me to plan the funeral? Do you need money? Funny that he should have asked me the very question I'd been thinking about asking him. I assured him it was all done. I've arranged everything, paid for everything, kept it simple. Breathlessly, I added, what's the point of a big party if I'm not there to get drunk? Thoughtful, he snarled sarcastically. I raised my eyebrows at him. Actually, I thought arranging the funeral was thoughtful. Who wants the trouble of all that? I didn't tell him that I wasn't sure I could still fill a room. Don't want his pity, can't expect it. Besides, truthfully, he has the measure of me. I am selfish, always have been, always will be. No point making a song and dance or trying to deny what's as plain as the nose on a face. I spent my money as I made it, I told him. Never borrowed, never lent. Didn't own a house, preferred to rent, but there's some savings. What there is, you can divide between the four of you. I've made a will. I don't want your money. Well, give it away then. Give it to a bloody cat's home. He didn't seem to register that even before his surprise visit, I'd done my bit to look out for him and his sister. Treated them just like the other two, even though I was with the other two until they were almost teenagers. Whatever, I don't care. Don't burn it, though. That's criminal. Then he lost it. I tell you what's criminal. Me being here, right at the end. You wanting me to know you now after all this time. So when you do go, I'll be left wondering. He didn't shout. It was the other sort of anger, the barely contained type. More vicious, that, because it explodes in the end. That sort of thing is exactly why I didn't ever fancy one of those surprise family reunions that you see on TV. Full of recriminations and reproaches. I can't be bothered with his incessant chorus of outrage. He sounded like a seagull. Never liked seagulls, or any birds, or nature, come to that. I like cities, noise, dirt, industry, vehicles. I pause in that thought process. I'm going off track. What was I thinking before? Oh, yes. What was he whinging about? I didn't ask him to get to know me. I don't want that particularly. I'm just passing time. I could as easily lie here thinking about people I've worked with, money I've wasted, people I've fucked and fucked over, but he turned up, didn't he? It was a bit of company. I tried to lighten the atmosphere. I said to him, hey, lad, haven't you heard the saying, better late than never? He glared at me, looked right at me, right through me. I thought he was trying to read my mind. I stared back, trying to fix my face into an expression of openness. Here's the thing. I know Dean sees me as a furtive, guarded villain. But I'm not that. Really, I'm not. It's true I've had my share of secrets. What man hasn't? Not every woman I've slept with has necessarily been totally aware of every other woman in my life at the time. It's sometimes been a bit complicated. I've never hidden anything big. I walked out on Diane, yes, but I left her a forwarding address in case she wanted to get in touch with me. She never did. So the next time I moved, I might have forgotten to keep her up to date with my new address details. I wasn't trying to hide from her or anyone. I was just on the move a lot. I'm an open book. I'm straightforward. Some people go as far as to say I'm shallow. Lots have, actually. Women, in particular, have yelled that charge at me on countless occasions over the years. But I say, what's so great about being deep? It's just another word for the self-obsessed or depressed or the academic elite who like to think they're more than the rest of us. I'm easygoing, easily pleased. I don't worry about things. If that makes me shallow, then shoot me. Honestly, I wish to God someone would shoot me. I ache in every single bone in my body. This is hell. I am in hell.
16. Joe. I am used to being humiliated by men. Far more used than is ideal, actually. Especially men with sparkly blue eyes and dark hair. But still, this latest humiliation scorches. I only started talking to him because, well, I need company. Any company. Even the company of this cynical, clearly uninterested, yes, delicious-looking man. Of course, it is not the first time I've wanted the company of this sort of man. Although this time it's different. This time I'm not looking at the cynical, clearly uninterested, delicious-looking man and pretending he is delightful so that I can start some sort of fantasy about dating him, falling in love with him, and then ultimately, obviously, marrying him. I don't need that fantasy anymore. I now know why it hasn't ever worked out in the past. I am supposed to be with Martin. That's the whole point of this trip, as I made quite clear to this Dean Taylor. As I wasn't coming on to him, I really don't think I should have to endure being insulted by him. I was just being friendly. I shouldn't care what he thinks. I don't care. I glare at the barrier between us, giving what I admit is the impression of someone who does care. Rather a lot. Oh, he has fabulous bone structure. A jawline to die for. I try hard to remember exactly what Martin's jawline is like, but I'm afraid I can't. It has been a while. I imagine it was just fine. Is just fine. I have to get back in the habit of thinking about Martin in the present tense again. He's been very past to me for quite some time. To be clear, my commenting on Dean's jawline or any other part of his all-too-hot physique is simply a matter of aesthetics. Nothing more than if I was in a gallery, say, and I commented that a work of art was interesting. Or, let's face it, a more likely scenario, if I was in Islington High Street and commented on a stunning dress or must-have pair of shoes. I'm not saying I am interested in him in the traditional sense. I'm almost indifferent to him, which is proof of my steadfast commitment to Martin and my plans for an adult future, free of butterflies and lovely loosening in the bit below my stomach that has no decent name. Almost indifferent. The truth is, I only spoke to Dean because the moment I had nowhere to mooch or roam, no perfumes, samples, or crowds to distract me, I started to feel, well, anxious. Not about the plane crashing, or my chances with the oxygen mask and the floating devices if that was the case, but about what I'm doing. What am I doing? The enormity of my undertaking threatens to overwhelm me. I'm travelling 4,000 miles to see my ex. An ex who, up until this morning, I had not spoken to once in 5 years to try to persuade him not to marry his fiancée. It's impetuous. It's insane. It's also romantic and thrilling and possible, isn't it? Either way, it's mostly just very, very scary. I've drunk too much champagne already, and I can't quite remember what Martin said on the phone. Was he flirtatious and encouraging? Or was he simply being polite? So this Dean bloke thinks I'm a selfish cow. Ow. Hurtful. Well, he's wrong. He really is. Miles off. I'm not selfish, but how can I explain? How can I admit to being something far more terrible? Lonely. I'm a bit lonely. Well, more than a bit. I'm desolately lonely. How pathetic is that? Who admits to that? No one. But I am. Fact is, I am fed up of being alone. Of course I am travelling alone, but I feel alone in a much wider and more profound context than that. Not just yesterday when I woke up in a show home with a married man who didn't know my name, or today when I wandered aimlessly around the airport watching other people greet their loved ones. Truthfully, I felt alone for quite some time now. It's not something I'm going to shout about, is it? How unattractive would that be? How embarrassing. It would be easier to talk about my various lovers hunting for the elusive G-spot than admit to being lonely. But I do feel lonely when I babysit for Lisa, and not just on Valentine's night, but on bog-standard weeknights too. And when I wander around the supermarket, scouring the aisles and fridges for ready meals for one. I feel it after reading a gripping page-turner or after watching an impactful movie when I want to discuss plots with someone. Of course, I can join a book club, and my friends often come to the movies with me, but still, the loneliness seeps into my being. That's why I am on this plane. I am trying to build a dam against the loneliness. That's why I confided in Dean Taylor. I just wanted him to distract me on this flight to Chicago. I just want some company for a few hours. Is that too much to ask? Besides, he's been giving mixed messages. I'm aware that the newspaper wall and, well, the actual petition wall that he put between us indicates that he really doesn't want to talk, but the humorous way he responded to my initial questions implied the opposite. Besides, he's been giving mixed messages. I'm aware that the newspaper wall and, well, the actual petition wall that he put between us indicates that he really doesn't want to talk, but the humorous way he responded to my initial questions implied the opposite. I thought he'd also appreciate some company, that he was probably simply too shy to say so. And he listened to my story so acutely, with such rapt interest, and that was, frankly, a refreshing change. Whenever I talk about Martin or any of my boyfriends, come to that, I'm used to my friends and relatives butting in and contradicting me or exasperating me with conflicting theories and viewpoints. Dean's silence lifted me. When I got to the end of my tale, I fully expected him to shake my hand and congratulate me on my single-minded, uber-romantic pursuit. He called me a selfish cow. That's damn rude, isn't it? What right does he have to judge me? I didn't ask him to comment. Only I did, of course, by opening up and sharing my intimate thoughts and history. He was bound to think I was inviting comment. I shouldn't have trusted him just because the way he chews his fingernails is somehow attractive and vulnerable. Just because he was decent about me spilling champagne down his shirt and trousers. Those things don't necessarily mean he's a good guy. I ought to have guessed he'd be egotistical, sexist, brutal, that he'd only see the situation from his own privileged point of view. What could this beautiful man possibly understand about loneliness or desperation or disappointment? Oh, suddenly I'm parched. 3 or 4 more glasses of champagne can do that to a girl. I wave down the flight attendant again and he looks relieved when I ask for water. I quickly glug back 2 glasses in a row before asking if I can keep the litre bottle. I'm bitterly regretting talking to Dean Taylor at all now. I should have been having a ball on this flight, a free upgrade on my way to reclaim the love of my life. What's not to enjoy? But he's spoilt it. He's called me a selfish cow. I'm not a cow. I'm not selfish. I'm just trying to make a life. I stare at my hands and count to 100 3 or 4 times. It seems preferable to thinking. I'm given a champagne refill and a menu. I realise I'm supposed to decide between the impressive choices on offer. I pick something, and when it arrives, it looks delicious. Even the whole wheat bread rolls and the chocolate truffles that nestle on my tray are amazing. But somehow, I can't manage more than a couple of mouthfuls of the entire meal. I consider watching a film. There's an enormous choice, but I doubt my ability to follow a plot. I glare at the partition between me and Dean. I hope he can feel my loathing through the plastic. I am right about going to Martin. I'm sure I am. I'm not going to hurt him or humiliate him. I'm not trying to spoil the best day of his life. I'll give him other happy days. Better days. I will. Painfully, the memory breaks down the door and barges into my consciousness. I've done my best to lock it out for years, but now the recollection is callous and sharp and insists on being present. That cold, bright March evening when I called off our wedding suddenly feels real and large again. I can smell the leaf buds in the air and feel the breeze wrap around my fingers and cheekbones. I told Mum and Dad that I wanted to call it off before I told Martin. I blurted it out to them following a dress fitting, while we were all sitting in the sunroom in their home in Wimbledon enjoying a glass of wine. Way to ruin the mood. I'd hoped, that once I told my parents that would be the worst of it over. I'd expected my mother to be a little bit hysterical about the etiquette of cancelling a wedding, and a little bit regretful that she'd been cheated out of the opportunity of wearing her oyster-coloured dress coat and hat, but I'd also expected understanding, perhaps even indulgence. "How did Martin take it?" Dad had asked. "I haven't told him yet. I hoped you might. I thought it would be better coming from you, man to man," I'd explained. I looked up and noted that my parents were wearing identical expressions, disbelief mixed with frustration. "Well, where is he now?" Dad had wanted to know. "Playing football with the guys from work. I'm supposed to meet him at the local." "Get your coat. I'll drive you there." It was awful. Truly, the hardest thing I have ever done in my life. Martin immediately guessed something was up when he saw me emerge from Dad's car. He probably imagined that the florist had said she wouldn't be able to source calla lilies. I'd got into the habit of relaying disasters to Martin on a regular basis in the run-up to the wedding. The seating arrangement, the photographer's vision, and the search for bridesmaids' shoes had all been disastrous. But then, on that fresh spring night, with the stench of mud and sweat still clinging to his well-exercised body, he learnt what a real disaster was. A disaster was being told by your fiancée that she didn't love you. At least, not enough. You weren't enough. You weren't the one. He'd cried, pleaded, told me it was nerves. Eventually he got angry and told me I was a stupid, pathetic effing bitch who didn't know what she wanted. Then he'd apologised for that and cried again. Dad had driven him back to our flat, a home that I'd relinquished. I caught the tube back to Wimbledon. "You'll regret this. You've made a big mistake." Martin had snarled, mud and anger smeared all over him. Truthfully, he had looked very much like a ruined and humiliated man. How could Dean have known? I've managed to lock out this memory for so long, smothering it below a certainty that I did the right thing, that calling off the wedding, however disappointing for everyone involved, was justified because I didn't love Martin enough to make us both happy. I see now that I placed far too much emphasis on the chemistry, or rather lack of it, but I've come to understand that I was wrong about that. And so calling off his next wedding, to explain as much, is justified too. Isn't it? My lungs suddenly feel painfully full. I'm drowning in self-doubt. Shame and confusion begin to rush at me from both sides, and I feel perhaps I might be crushed under their weight. I unbuckle my seatbelt, stand up shakily and head for the loo, bumping into 2 passengers as I do so. Both collisions elicit irritated looks. I know everyone in the cabin hates me, but I need to stretch my legs and splash water on my face. Repeatedly counting to 100 isn't enough. I don't notice that Dean is already in the galley until I am standing outside the toilet door. He has his back to me, half-heartedly rummaging through a basket of goodies that are available for passengers to graze on, poring over the confectionery, biscuits, and fruit. He doesn't seem that committed to picking out a snack. He has the air of a man who is more mooching than scavenging. I stare up at the illuminated light that announces that the loo is engaged, as though it's a death sentence. It will look strange to turn around and go back to my seat, so instead I pray that the loo will become free before Dean makes a decision between crisps and chocolate, and then he won't notice me. But the universe is against me. It often is. Just as I'm praying that he won't turn around, he does exactly that. The only way back to his seat is squeezing past me. Excuse me, he says stiffly. I move my body an inch, but my reluctance to be accommodating means that as he moves past, his elbow nudges up against my breast. I feel it as clearly as a kiss, a rare, illuminated moment that sends a taut shudder through my being. It settles low in my gut, startling and confusing me. I don't like this man. He's insulted me, hurt me, and yet I'm grown up enough to know when raw sexual energy has suddenly commandeered the situation. Boom. This is exactly what I've just been talking about. What I've just been saying isn't particularly important, and it isn't. It isn't. It just feels as though it is. A delicious heat and thrilling tension pulses through my body. I find my gaze is drawn to his lips, his nostrils, his ears. I want to nibble, bite, and suck in no particular order. Get a grip. Get a room. Which is it to be? I glance furtively at Dean's face, forcing myself to look him in the eye. I wonder if he felt it too. He looks shocked and embarrassed, suggesting he did. I am abruptly aware that up here, with nothing surrounding us other than immeasurable amounts of sky and space, there is definitely nowhere to go. Will he go back to his seat? Will he say anything more? Can we pretend that didn't happen? What I've just felt is simply to do with the altitude, right? And the champagne. The two combined. Lethal. I can't be attracted to Dean. Not because he isn't attractive. We've already established that he is, quite especially so. But as I've just worked out that Martin is my one, then other men should not be popping up on my radar, let alone reducing me to a quaking wreck. I hope Dean walks on by, returns to his seat and says absolutely nothing more to me, ever. Or the opposite. Whatever. With a sigh, and frankly what seems like reluctance, he turns to me. Are you enjoying the flight? His breath is warm and foggy. I feel it land on me and I'm oddly eased by the intimacy rather than revolted by it. Annoyingly, I'm ambushed by an image of waking up beside him in bed after a night of raw passion. I shake my head. This will not do. No, not really, I admit. I'm not sure he's going to ask why, so I tell him anyway. You've upset me. I see. I couldn't enjoy my lunch. Free food. Free, delicious food. And you ruined it for me. Right. You shouldn't judge. You don't know me. You can't possibly understand my situation. I'm not making a mistake. Dean closes his eyes and massages the back of his neck. We should judge one another. It stops us becoming animals. The pressure of failing in the eyes of society passes for some sort of morality. He pauses as though he's weighing up whether it's worth the effort. And you are making a mistake, he sighs. I want to say something cutting, or better yet, something considered, because I am secretly impressed with his argument. Has he been thinking about that, or did it just come to him? However, the loo door swings open and an extremely tall and hefty guy emerges, practically knocking us over with his bulk. Dean and I do a little dance to avoid any further bodily contact. I really can't handle another jolt. I'm still trying to convince myself that the first one was static or something. I don't want to deal with evidence to the contrary. Flustered, I can't think of anything funnier or more challenging than the slightly childish jibe. And I bet you've never made a mistake in your life. I bet you are perfect. With that, I turn on my heel. Standing inside the toilet cubicle with the shockingly bright light glaring down on me, I wish that I'd brought my makeup bag in here too. I'd like to freshen up. I'm not trying to impress Dean. It isn't that I want to look my best for him, but I don't want to look my worst either. And I'm pretty close to that right now. I look shockingly pale. Any natural colour washed off by high altitude and recycled air. My eyes are red and my skin is puffy. I splash water on my face and then roughly rub at the smudged mascara that frames my eyes. I pinch my cheeks as though I'm some Edwardian debutante at a coming-out ball, and then I tut at myself for my idiocy. It really doesn't matter how I look now. When I get to Chicago, I can have a facial, go to a department store, and get someone to do my makeup. I might even treat myself to a blow-dry. By the time I see Martin, I'll look better. That's what counts. Still, I pull my fingers through my hair. 17. Clara. Clara had simply handed the letter to Tim by way of explanation. They were not in the habit of keeping secrets from one another. There were too many other people to keep secrets from. It was exhausting. So long ago, once they had understood everything about one another, they had decided that honesty was the only policy that could exist between them. Not that they ever divulged anything grubby and explicit, no details. They drew a veil, but they never lied or withheld. Tim had taken the letter from her. His first thought had been that the paper was flimsy and cheap, quite unlike anything any of their friends might send. Their friends were stylish and competitive. Even a thank you note or an invite had to be doused in a thought and oozing investment. It wasn't enough to tear out an A4 sheet of lined paper from a pad bought on the high street. He'd sighed and assumed he was being handed a blackmail letter. Dear Clara, here it is. The proverbial blast from the past. Sorry to open a long-dead correspondence with a cliché, but I find my options are limited. Apologies for bothering you at all, actually, because who needs that, hey? Few of us. Most of us, myself included, usually prefer the past to stay exactly where we left it, but all that said, I found I had to write. I wanted to, and as you know, I've always tended to do as I want. There's no pretty way to say this, so I'll just get to it. I'm dying. Sorry again for the bluntness. Bloody hell, I've apologized to you 3 times in one short paragraph. I bet that's more often than I've apologized to any woman cumulatively in my entire life. This letter isn't going to reveal anything astounding, don't worry. It isn't going to be a crass declaration of undying love. That would be ridiculous under the circumstance of me actually dying. Under any circumstances, really. This letter is nothing more than a tip of the hat. A nod. A bow. Just don't call for an encore. I find myself quite alone when I'm penning this. It's not an altogether surprising outcome, considering how I've lived my life and the choices I've made. I'm not asking for pity or anything mawkish like that, God forbid. I've done all right. I've had my fun. On the whole, it's worked out as I might have hoped. It's just that I've been told to wrap things up. I wrote to my solicitor and to the funeral director, but there was extra paper left over, so I thought I'd write to you. You see, lying here, waiting, I've had time to remember. I remembered that we burnt brightly. We did, didn't we? For that short time. At least that's how I recall it. You made your choice, and I respect that. I'm not trying to rake over old ground. I just wanted you to know that in amongst all this pain, and believe me, Clara, this bastard illness hurts like hell, I've thought of you, from time to time, over the last few months, and that has eased things a little. I thought you might like to know that it is so. That's all. Over and out. Sorry for the interruption. Best, Eddie. Tim hadn't quite known what to think, beyond the fact that receiving a letter was so quaint nowadays. Most people emailed. And a letter of this magnitude, a dying man's letter, was off the scale. You can't be leaving me for him. He hadn't known whether he was asking a question or making a statement. Of course not. He's dying, Clara. Eddie Taylor is dying. Tim said the name as he had always said it. 29 years hadn't altered the tone. The 4 syllables were still spat out with a mix of frustration, envy, scorn, and fear. I understand that. I said I'm not leaving you for him. I could have done that a million years ago if I wanted to. Then why are you leaving? A million years ago, Clara had repeated, her vision blurring as a film of tears erupted, embarrassing and taunting her at once. Then what's your point? When he thinks of me, I ease his pain, she'd murmured. That was her point. Now, I read that. Isn't that romantic? That's a difficult question for me to answer as your husband. It's a difficult question for you to ask me as a wife. I don't think I've ever eased your pain. In many ways you have. It's different with us. Tim had coughed. The conversation was impossible to navigate. Too different, Clara had stated boldly. What they had wasn't enough. How had it taken her so long to admit as much to herself? I won't do this anymore. I can't. You knew what you were agreeing to. No, I didn't. Not at first. Not until we had 3 children. Then what was I supposed to do? But in all fairness, I didn't know for certain when we were first married. I thought I could keep it under control. I thought it was a phase, something I might curb. Tim, you are a homosexual, not a drug addict or a gambler. It's not something that should be curbed. You should be free to be who you are, Clara had snapped. She thought she ought to be free to be who she was as well. I work in the city, Clara. Other gay men do too. Not old queers like me. Young hotties, it's different for them. No, it's not. At least it shouldn't be. Times have changed. Clara had put down her glass, focusing all her energy on her husband. I'm too old for change. He'd shaken his head forlornly. I'm not. This is ridiculous. We are ridiculous. I'm a woman, not facial hair. Tim had been irritated by her weak attempt at humour. This wasn't a moment for fun. It was in no way a laughing matter. He'd looked at his wife carefully and was struck, as he always was, by the beauty and symmetry of her features. She had always been a pleasure to look at, quite especially aesthetically pleasing. Neat, slim, not in any way excessive. It had been her trimness, of body and mind, that had attracted him. She had an aura of old-fashioned restraint that he appreciated, needed. He wished he had been able to love her in the way a man was supposed to love his wife. It would have been so much more orderly. My career aside, what will the children say? My parents, our neighbours. I don't care what they'll say. But you've always cared. Then more fool me. Clara had held the letter close to her heart and started to gently rock backwards and forwards in her seat, as though she was nursing a child. Tim had had no idea why she was behaving like this. Let me get this right. You're leaving me as a consequence of Eddie Taylor being given 3 sheets of A4 notepaper rather than 2. Oh, Tim. You know he only wrote to you because there was extra paper. Tim rarely raised his voice, but anguish and humiliation had pushed him into new territory. Our 38-year marriage is over because there was extra paper. Clara had stopped rocking, straightened her shoulders, and responded to Tim's outburst with her usual composure. It's funny how things work out, isn't it? She'd commented with a tone that approached serenity.
18. Dean. Dean watched her materialise from the aeroplane toilet. The attractiveness of her face was almost cancelled out by the anxious expression she wore. Almost. And he felt mean. An old-fashioned emotion, something he usually only associated with Zoe and their occasional childhood tiffs. On the rare instance, he had become exasperated with Zoe's clinginess. and had tried to shake her off so that he could hang out with boys his own age and cause trouble, rather than be troubled with the responsibility of babysitting Zoe. He'd always found that any fun he was trying to have was hampered by the fact that he knew she'd be sat by the window, alone, waiting for his return. He generally felt too mean to really enjoy himself with his new friends, and would invariably find himself returning early to keep Zoe company. He'd be greeted by her anxious face, which, on spotting him, would instantly light up with gratitude. This Jo woman looked similarly dazed and concerned, although for less cause, Dean reminded himself, and she wasn't his sister. He didn't have to try to transform her expression. It wasn't his problem. He tried to swipe away the guilt that hovered irritatingly like a gnat. Bloody hell, as if he wasn't wrung out enough. He had plenty of his own crap to deal with. The last thing he needed right now was someone else to be concerned about. Yet he found he was concerned about her. Or interested in her. One of the two. He nudged her tit with his elbow and his cock shuddered. How was that even possible under the circumstances? His personal upheaval and her obvious insanity ought to have immunized him to any lusty thoughts. He really didn't want to go there. She had disaster zone written all over her. Despite how it might appear, and despite what half of Chicago's female population believed, Dean didn't go out of his way to hurt women. He wasn't some psycho-misogynist. He did hurt them, of course, but that was because they didn't listen to him. When he said he didn't want to get involved, that he wasn't looking for a relationship and definitely didn't want a girlfriend, that was what he meant. But they rarely listened. Every woman thought she would be the one to change him, fix him, keep him. So inevitably they would try, fail, and get hurt. But Dean did endeavour to treat women fairly. Coolly, but fairly. If this Jo had been some hard, gold-digging bitch, he might have been able to ignore her, but she wasn't. She was delusional and misguided, but it was clear she meant no harm. Although she was certainly going to do some. When she'd spoken about this Martin bloke, she hadn't gone on about the lifestyle he could offer her, the size of his wage packet or flat. She used phrases like meant to be and fated. She talked about finding her soulmate and all sorts of other rubbish. Despite himself, Dean was intrigued. Could anyone really believe that stuff? It was mental. He wondered whether he could save her from herself, if he put his mind to it. He liked a challenge. Anyway, he hadn't been able to concentrate on a single word in the newspaper. His thoughts kept wandering. He kept thinking about Eddie Taylor and his grey skin and rasping breath. That was the absolute last thing he wanted. He decided that at very least this Jo woman would be a distraction. Once she sat down, he held up a packet of shortbread and a mini Twix finger. Thought you might be hungry since I put you off your lunch. She glared at him, clearly not yet ready to relent. You can have first pick, he encouraged. He was used to women being angry with him, and he was used to them forgiving him pretty quickly too. He flashed his best grin, and on cue, she said, I'll have the shortbread. Sometimes he felt sorry for women. They were so predictable, so pliable, so malleable. He gently tossed the biscuits to her, but she muddled up the catch, trapping the treat between her right hand and left boob. The boob he'd nudged outside the loo. It was a good boob. They both were. He decided to pretend not to notice either the poor catch or the shapely tits. He stuffed the Twix bar into his mouth in one go, chewed, and then turned to this strangely frank but hugely imprudent woman. He was feeling oddly invigorated, mischievous to the point of delirious. Shock, probably. Look, I'm sorry if I offended you. It's none of my business. She glared at him as she nibbled on her shortbread. He held her gaze until she softened. He'd decided it would take to the count of 3. Before he got to 2, she spoke. "Oh, it doesn't matter. I was just making conversation," she said as she swallowed the biscuit. Her eyes belied her pronouncement. Her confiding in him had been more than a conversation starter. It dawned on him that she needed support. He couldn't approve of her nonsense, but he didn't need to make her feel worse about her desperation. There was no glory in that. "Should we talk about something else?" he offered. "Start over?" She nodded eagerly, allowing her cute smile to shine through. "So tell me a bit about yourself," Dean said, meeting her smile with one of his own. "What sort of thing do you want to know?" "Anything? Everything?" She stared at him blankly, so he decided to give her some pointers. "Where do you live?" "London." "Which part?" "North, sort of, at the moment." "Do you have a nice place?" Joe shrugged but didn't elaborate. "Do you flat share?" She moved her head slightly, but it was unclear whether she was nodding or shaking it. Exasperated, Dean asked, "Have you a window box you'd like to tell me about?" "What is this, 20 questions?" "Why are you being so cagey all of a sudden?" "Why are you being so nosy all of a sudden?" "I'm just trying to make conversation." Recognizing her own words, Joe relented. Okay, well, the truth is, I'm sort of in between flats." She sighed and then added, "I sleep on my sister's sofa." "Oh, I see." "When Martin and I split, I rented a room off my friend, a lovely 2-bedroom flat in Islington. It was great. We were fine for ages. Then Charlotte moved her boyfriend in. 2's company, 3's a crowd." "Exactly. Shortly after he moved in, he said he was going to start working from home. He said he'd have to convert the spare room into an office. When Charlotte first explained the situation to me, it took me a moment to understand. I actually said, 'But we don't have a spare room.'" "She meant your room." "Yep." Joe shrugged. Something tightened in Dean's gut. He empathized. There was nothing worse than that feeling of having nowhere to go. It chilled the core. "I quickly discovered that rents have rocketed since I struck my deal with Charlotte, and my wages have somehow managed to remain exactly the same for the last few years. There's a disparity between what I earn and the rent landlords ask at the sort of place I'm prepared to live in." "I see." "My standards aren't ridiculous," she assured him in a tone laced with panic and indignation. "Although I don't want to share a bathroom, kitchen, and sitting room with strangers. I accept I have to, but I do draw the line at sharing a bedroom with a stranger. Bunk beds, for goodness sake. I'm 35, not 5. She blushed. Dean guessed that she hadn't meant to let her age slip out like that. She rushed on. "So Lisa's sofa is more attractive than bunk beds, and Lisa's sofa, notably, is free. But it's only a temporary measure." "Of course. How long have you been there?" "About 5 months." "Oh. But it won't be forever." "No." Joe sighed, then continued. "I'm not sure how much longer the arrangement will last, actually. I get the feeling that my brother-in-law, Henry, is finding it a tad irritating. He gets into the habit of making me a cup of tea before I set off for work each morning." "That's nice." "Yep, I thought he was being sweet too at first, but last month he started circling ads for rooms to let in the local freebie newspaper and handing the paper over with the cuppa." "Sharing can be fraught," said Dean sympathetically. "He was so snappy with me the other day because I used his razor to shave my legs. And yes, I realise I ought to try to remember to mention if I use the last of the milk. But it's not as though I put the empty carton back in the fridge. I just forget that kids need milk for breakfast. I've never had to think that way. More's the pity. She threw the last sentence towards the aisle and away from him, so he let it drift. Dean thought of his own home, a sleek loft apartment, full of what estate agents might call mod cons. More importantly, it boasted an abundance of privacy and space. He felt incredibly grateful. Suddenly, surprisingly, he wondered where his father had lived before he went into hospital. As a kid, he'd given a lot of thought to that sort of thing, but he hadn't allowed himself to imagine anything like that for years. It was pointless, a dead end. Unbidden, an image of his father burst into his head. He was sitting alone and pitiful in a studio flat, towers of washing up stacked precariously around the sink, an unmade bed in one corner and a small TV droning from another. He knew these types of flats, intimately acquainted. He could picture the relentless browns and yellow.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
Easily. He could smell the dust, damp and stale stranger sweat. He could hear the neighbours fighting through the paper-thin walls. He shoved the thought away and scrabbled around for the earlier vision of his father in France, indolent, ignorant, distant. But that image had collapsed, vanished. He tried to focus on this Jo woman instead. The thing is, Lisa has this huge career, while Henry has a part-time position with the council, some administration job that fits around the kids. Consequently, Henry and I are seeing rather more of one another than either of us is used to. We've had to get to know each other's quirks. It's simply a period of readjustment. She was obviously trying to convince herself as much as him. What quirks? Dean wanted to know. I'd like to chat in the mornings. Henry is monosyllabic. I'm happy to eat my supper off a tray in front of the TV, but Henry strongly believes the family ought to sit around the table and make conversation. He's kept supper hot for me on 4 different occasions when I've returned home later than anticipated. Although I don't know why he bothers, the warm plate can't do a thing to thaw the frosty atmosphere when I delay a meal. Sounds a bit of a nightmare. It can be. Of course, he's always polite enough. I'm family and he's a decent man, so I know I'm safe from out-and-out eviction, but... Dean fully understood why she broke off. She didn't fit in. It wasn't her home. That was uncomfortable. She rallied and smiled again. At a glance, it was convincing, but if anyone cared to look for longer than a fleeting second, it was obviously not one of her heartfelt smiles. He wondered whether anyone looked beyond. His experience had been that no one ever did. People wanted to accept what was easiest and most convenient, regardless of truth. I'm sure they love having you to stay, he said, mustering cheer. You think? She looked doubtful and grateful at the same time. I'm well aware that it is my responsibility to fit in with their lifestyle and habits. So I haven't once complained about my nephews and niece waking me up at 6 every morning, or the fact that they never watch anything decent on TV. I've been the third wheel to enough couples to receive the message loud and clear. Single women have to adapt. Single women have to accommodate. Right. Dean took a long, deep breath in. He decided he'd better change the subject. Her sleeping arrangements were almost as depressing as her romantic aspirations. He went to the old favourite. So what do you do for a living? I'm a writer. Interesting, he beamed. You? Advertising. He wouldn't let her turn the conversation. What sort of writer? Novelist? Journalist? Journalist. Newspapers? Magazines. Which one? Uncharacteristically, Joe hesitated and then eventually admitted, Well, until yesterday, I worked for Loving Bride. Dean was glad that he'd mastered the art of never betraying any emotion through his expression, least of all hilarity or derision. I don't know that title, he said evenly. No, it's quite specialist, Joe grinned, showing that she'd somehow read his careful tone perfectly. You're not in the market. Truthfully, you are unlikely to ever be in the market. I don't think a single copy has once been bought by a man. Who knew such an entrenched sexism still existed? Sexism is alive and kicking. Never doubt that, Joe said. She sounded worn out. Dean considered her comment. So you are a hapless romantic and a feminist too. How does that work? As a romantic, I'm in the perfect position to see all the limitations placed on women. Don't you think I wish things were different? Dean could barely process, let alone respond to, such raw honesty. There was more to her than gushing optimism. He wasn't sure if this was good to know or disastrous. He pulled the conversation back to her career. So what's your new title called? Will I know that one? He asked. New title? The one that lured you away from Loving Bride. Oh, I'm flattered that you've made that assumption and embarrassed that I have to put you right. I'm sort of between jobs too. Oh, I see. I was fired. There was a silence that settled between them like a film of dust. Dean was not often at a loss for words, but he found he couldn't pull to mind anything trite yet charming with his usual efficiency. He was beginning to understand why this woman might have convinced herself that a dash across the Atlantic to sabotage her ex's wedding was her only hope. Hesitantly, he commented, "Well, I'm sure you'll find something new before long." It was the best he could do. The usual platitude people offered, and he expected her to play her part, to politely reassure him that she would do just that. "No, I don't think I will," sighed Jo. She looked at her hands, which were resting on her lap. The pose oozed resignation. "I bet you're very good at what you do." "I don't think I am. I was once, but I'm not sure anymore." Dean rubbed his chin. This woman was unbelievable. She'd have to change her tack at interview. He needed a moment to think if there were any other directions he could steer this conversation. "But you have hobbies, right?" "Oh yes, I do a French class and I take salsa lessons." "Sounds fun," said Dean. It sounded deadly. Why did single women go to salsa lessons? Did they think they'd meet men there or something? No way, Jose. "You think they are terrible hobbies, don't you?" she asked. It seemed she had an uncanny ability to dig through his bullshit and an uncommon wish to do so. "Well, I think it would be good if just once I met a woman who did something, different." "Different? How so?" "Perhaps sculpture classes, or had an interest in collecting old rave flyers from the 90s. Even attending seminars about antique maps would be cool. Anything." He glanced at Jo and she blinked back at him, possibly fighting tears. He'd said too much. Maybe she also thought that her hobbies were a poor show. Dean rummaged around his brain for something else to say. Something that would not reveal more of her failings and idiocy, but that seemed friendly. He had no idea why he wanted to be cordial towards her, but he knew he did. "Shall we watch a movie? There's a period drama with Renée Zellweger and Russell Crowe that looks like your sort of thing," he said. "How would you know what is my sort of thing?" she snapped. "I might want to watch something completely different." Dean didn't want to inflame her indignation and so resisted telling her that she was an open book. He offered her the entertainment magazine, which she reluctantly took from him. After reading the blurb, she sighed and admitted unwillingly, "Actually, that is exactly my sort of thing. I am going to watch it." "So will I," said Dean with a grin. "We can watch it together." "You don't have to do that." "It will be fun. I like talking about a movie after I've seen it, don't you?" She didn't answer his question directly, but she stared at him for an age. "Oh, go on then," she agreed with a great show of disinclination, but Dean could see that a smile was dancing around the edge of her lips, and he knew that the disinclination was entirely feigned. 19. Eddie. The nurse is at my side almost the instant I open my eyes. She's making soothing sounds, like women do to crying babies. She's not actually saying, there, but as good as. Someone is crying. Well, not so much crying as groaning, moaning. It takes a moment to realize it's me. "It's okay, Eddie. Here's your syringe driver." As usual, she jabs something into me and then moves around the bed, tapping tubes and checking readings. She works efficiently, but with an air that puts me in mind of Mrs. Williamson, an old bird I haven't thought of in years. She was the group director's senior secretary, back at the Beeb. She used to be charged with the job of counting the employees' heads after a fire alarm. We were daft buggers. Liked to wind her up. We'd move around the line so she'd count 29 rather than 28. Or a few of us would nip to the pub and she'd get flustered over the unaccounted for blokes. She carried with her a perpetual tinge of panic. She was always expecting the worst, preparing for it. The nurse reminded me of her. I imagine that Mrs. Williamson, a formidable ancient matron back in the 80s, must be dead now. No longer panicking. "Keep trying to drink your fluids," says the nurse. "Has my son been in?" The question, once vocalised, surprises me. I hadn't realised it was on my mind. It blurted out like a confession. "Not since yesterday." She places her hand on my arm. I don't have the energy to shake her off. But her touch stings and her sympathy makes me cringe. I wonder if she was on shift yesterday when he was here. I wonder what she saw or heard. There was a bit of a scene. Nothing compared to some I've witnessed while I've been lying here, though. No melodrama, no hysterics or fists involved. Lower key. But for anyone who is in the slightest bit tuned into human nature, a notable scene. I've just been scavenging around for something to talk to him about. He isn't the most communicative bloke, and, well, with our past, or more accurately, lack of it, conversational avenues are limited. It was something and nothing. Then again, that's all we've ever been. Something and nothing. It was a spur-of-the-moment sort of thing, an impetuous gesture. That's my style. I said to him, "Hey, I have something you might like." And I noticed that his expression turned. It became a strange mix, somewhere between wary and hopeful. I wonder if he's one of the deep ones, or is he easygoing like me? "In the drawer," I told him. He went over to where I was pointing and opened the bedside drawer. Rooted about a bit and amongst the crossword books. "In the box," I urged. Dean pulled out the small tin box. It used to contain toffees. Not my toffees, I don't have a sweet tooth. One of the nurses saw that my bits and pieces were rattling around the bedside drawer and she was worried that something was going to go missing. So to cover herself, she brought in a toffee tin and said I could have it. He was a bit slow about opening it, cautious or dim, not sure which. I had to urge him. "That's it, open it." Dean prized open the tin. I knew the exact contents. A couple of photos, one of me picking up the captain's cup at the golf club a few years back. Vince Langton's wife brought that picture in when she visited. And another of Ellie and Hannah. It's out of date. Taken when they were kids and used to ride horses. There's my address book, which has my contacts, including the solicitor's details and such. That will come in useful. Some keys, my watch, and the ring. Dean paused over Ellie and Hannah's photo. I could see that he wanted to ask me about it, but he didn't. Too much pride. Probably didn't want to give me the satisfaction of knowing he gives a fuck. He picked out the ring, held it between his thumb and forefinger like he was going to catch something from it. "Do you know what that is?" I asked. "A ring?" "Einstein, you are." "A wedding ring?" he snapped. "That's it. Mine. From my marriage to your mother. I didn't wear a ring the second time round. Saves the trouble of you slipping it off when you're in a bar," he said. I thought that was funny, although I don't think he was trying to make a joke. "You can have it. I want you to have it." "Why would I want your wedding ring?" he asked. "Truth is, I'm not sure. It's not likely that he'll wear it himself, is it? It wasn't exactly a fortuitous ring. Doesn't come with a history of good luck, health, and happiness. But what else could I do with it? Since he was here, I thought he might as well take it. Otherwise I could give it to a nurse, one who might drop it into a charity shop for me. Well, it's yours, I said with a shrug. I thought he was going to sling it back in the tin, but he didn't. He muttered, "Thanks," and shoved it into his inside jacket pocket. I closed my eyes, oddly relieved. It's exhausting, this fathering business. I must have fallen asleep again. Then when I woke up, it took me a minute to remember who it was exactly sat by my bed. He nearly smiled at me, caught himself, and then sort of turned his smile into a peculiar shrug/wink. It was his refusal to smile that helped me place him. My eldest child. "How are you feeling?" he asked. I tried to tell him, like shit, but my voice wouldn't break through. He got me some water and I tried to take a bit, but it scratched to sip. A new sort of pain, more extreme. Then he did this thing that I was startled by. He dripped a few drops of water on my lips, the way the nurses do. Who had taught him that? Why did he think to do it? He pumped the syringe driver and asked if I wanted him to get a nurse. I must have looked bad. I tried to shake my head, but everything was uncomfortable, separate from me. I couldn't seem to hold my body together. I was losing consciousness. I do now drift, in, out. The lad looked shocked. He stood up and called for a nurse. She tapped tubes and checked my charts and my catheter again, nodded and then walked away. Nothing to do. Dean looked scared. "Why did you ask me here?" he whispered. He looked wrecked, probably not that much better than I do. He's desperate. I know it now. He's not slick and showy like he wants to appear. He is one of the deep ones. Poor sod. I knew what he wanted to hear. He wanted an explanation, an apology, a declaration of love. He wanted me, his father, to hand over a bundle of tatty letters and birthday cards that I'd secretly written to him over all these years, but had never posted. I couldn't. I've never secretly written anything to him. I have thought of him. I'm not an animal. At the beginning, the very beginning, I didn't think of him much. Frankly, I was just glad to be out of it. Didn't miss him at all, none of them. Smelly, noisy, demanding kids. Hysterical, slovenly, demanding wife. But a few years after I'd left, I got to wondering about them a bit. Dean in particular, firstborn. Not so much the girl. Just a baby when I went. I didn't know her at all, but I'd almost known Dean. It was the almost that did it. I met Bridget around that time. We got on, we got married, we had the new kids. I forgot him again. I'm not one for looking back over my shoulder. What's the point? But seeing him yesterday, I did fleetingly wonder what it would have been like to know him. That must be the drugs talking. Chemicals in my body. It's not the sort of thing I usually think. Besides, I know enough. I know what Dean came here for. He wanted an outpouring and a balm, or at least a bloody good row. He wanted a reason. I haven't got one that's good enough. If I ever had one, then I've forgotten it. But I suspect I never really did have a good enough reason. You hurt me. He whispered this close to my ear so I could hear him, but no one else could. His skin is fine, clear. He has a face that looks like it has been carved out of marble, smooth, glossy, somehow beautifully intense. I bet he's always more at home with inhospitable climates than sunny ones. He looks used to raw, stinging environments. What has he been taught over all these years, I wonder? How and by whom? I tried to stay buoyant. I didn't want to hear what he was telling me. What would be the point? There's no room for all that now. You didn't even know me. You were a little lad. I thought it was best to get out of there before you grew too attached. It was a labour to get these words out. I'm not sure he understood me, even though his ear was practically in my mouth. I am your son. You are my father. I was born attached, he replied. Don't be melodramatic. You couldn't have missed me. You didn't know me. I left before you got to know me. That's the worst of it. His breath caught in his throat. What could I say? Nothing. There was nothing that could restore his mother's health. No words that would wipe away the months that added up to years that he and his sister had spent in homes. So what the hell was the point in trying? None. What I don't get is why now? He said. Why leave it so late? Why didn't you get in touch earlier? I thought that possibly he was about to cry. I couldn't see clearly enough to know if his eyes were tearing up, but his voice gave him away. Despite working in the arts, I'm not that sort. I don't do tears. Men shouldn't. What was he crying over me for? He doesn't know me. I tried to head it off. Back to some facts. Look, son, I'm glad you're here. Surprisingly pleased about it. But there's something you should know. It was such a struggle to speak. Not sure if the problem was lack of breath or lack of words. Sometimes there just aren't words. The right ones. I know that. I didn't ask you to come. I told him, because it's the truth and that seems important. There's not much between us except a brutal reality. I don't want to muddy that now. The only real thing we have. But the nurse who called me, he stuttered, confused. She took it upon herself. Soft bugger. Agency nurse from the hospice, I explained. She was here with me all last week and we got to talking about kids and things. They're trained to ask if everything is in order. I said it was, but she thought you kids should know I was here. Not me, her, I explained. I have nothing to tell him or give him. Nothing to reveal. Nothing. You didn't even ask me to come. No. Jesus, not even that. He pushed back his chair and walked out. I suppose there's a good chance he won't be coming back. Some might call that poetic justice. Me, I call it sad.
20. Joe. It's undoubtedly the high altitude that is making me cry, I explained to Dean. Undoubtedly, he agrees in a way that makes it absolutely clear he doesn't believe me. Okay, that and the plot, I admit. As the credits roll to an end, I put away my screen and stretch my arms above my head. Did you see it was based on a true story? I comment through my sniffling. Probably only loosely, he replies with a shrug. I've not managed to exercise any control. The tears ran down my face like a waterfall throughout the film. It had everything. True love, triumph over adversity, and a bundle of cute, impoverished kids. Dean offered me a handkerchief at one point, and I was strangely touched that he, a man who was so obviously the very epitome of the 21st century, possessed such an old-fashioned item, until I unfolded it and saw that it had a picture of a buxom naked woman printed on it. It was an ironic handkerchief. Who would have thought there was such a thing? Obviously, Dean remained dry-eyed, but I could tell he was moved because he chewed his nails through the bit when the Russell Crowe character went cap in hand to beg for money so the electricity could be turned back on and his kids could continue to live with him. Did you enjoy it? I asked. The boxing was stunning. The boxing was hell. He grins. Paul Giamatti was good. They all were. was a bit cutesy for my taste, but brilliant cinematography. Ron Howard is always reliable. It wasn't cutesy, you've missed the point. It was about an enduring, genuine love. Was it? I thought it was about the 1935 heavyweight championship. I know he's teasing me, but I can't help rising to the bait. I don't have political causes the way other people do. The only thing I think is worth defending is true love. Besides, they nearly starved. There's nothing cutesy about starvation, I point out. No, there isn't, he agrees grimly, and then he shuffles uncomfortably in his seat, fiddling with the buttons that make the chair tilt or rise. There's a sudden sense of oppression in the air. It's not like he's an aid worker or a humanitarian. He works in advertising, for goodness sake, an industry that will actively encourage people to starve or binge if they can make a quick buck. However, he's taken my comment very seriously. It's unnerving. No one ever takes me seriously, let alone too seriously. What is your usual taste in movies, then? I ask, pulling the conversation back onto easier ground. No, in fact, let me guess. I bet I can name your 5 favourite films of all time. Dean raises his eyebrows with skepticism. Go on, then. I like a game. Fight Club. He lets out an abrupt, short laugh and nods. The first rule of Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club. Dean looks impressed. You've seen it? No, I wasn't tempted. Not even to see Brad Pitt's half-naked hot body. I know the rule because every man I've ever dated has quoted it to me as though it's some sort of profound truth. I grin. Dean nods again. This time his nod communicates understanding, perhaps contentment. Men are an alien species. I was offended when he implied I am predictable, but men are different. Dean is clearly pleased that he's part of the right club. Okay, lucky guess. What are my other favourite films? He challenges. Let me think. I wonder... Are you a Pulp Fiction, The Godfather, Braveheart and Apocalypse Now sort of guy? Someone who thinks of themselves as a bit cool? Or might you prefer The Terminator, Lord of the Rings and The Matrix, a proper lad's lad? That's not fair. You've named about 20 films to cover your options, objects Dean. Am I wrong? I smile. If there's one thing I know, it is popular boy culture. I've had lots and lots of conversations like this. Too many. No, you're spot on. But a real pro would make me choose between the various renditions. Well, with the interminable Terminators, snoring, boring, most people pick 2. Judgment Day, but I think you might prefer the first one when Arnie is a bad cyborg. Dean raises his fine eyebrow but doesn't comment. And the Rocky movies? All 5 are the same, so I don't care. No, they are not. He makes a face to indicate mock offence. Yes, I'm sure they are, although you should know when I make this pronouncement that I haven't actually seen them. Your favourite Lord of the Rings is The Two Towers because of the massive battle scene, and as far as you are concerned, nothing ever touched the original Matrix. Dean laughs out loud. His laugh rings through the cabin. I am suddenly aware that I haven't heard him laugh until now. He throws out charming, not always convincing, smiles, and grins often enough and makes sounds that approximate a laugh, sounds that certainly indicate he's amused, but his out-and-out laugh is something different altogether. It's a wonderful laugh that rings with tones reminiscent of heady nights out dancing and drinking wildly. This particular laugh of Dean's offers promise. It is earnest and reliable. I feel strangely proud to have been the catalyst. His laugh catches the attention of other passengers too. They throw aggravated or jealous glances our way. I stare them down. I don't care about these other passengers, who yawn and snooze their way across the Atlantic, not bothering to swap a word. I'd almost forgotten they existed. But I do care about Dean Taylor. I don't mean I care for him in a romantic or deep way, although again, obviously, that wouldn't be the weirdest thing ever. After all, he is a very sexy, challenging and hot guy. And there was that thing outside the loos, the sexual chemistry thing, but there's more. Beyond the obviously attractive thing, there's a sadness about him that's gripping too. I know exactly what's going on here. I've been here often enough. If it wasn't for Martin and my plan to stop the wedding, I'd be in danger of really falling for Dean. Extreme danger. But there is Martin and a plan, so I'm fine. Just fine. The point is, the other passengers with their disapproving looks can go to hell. We are not doing anything wrong. It isn't as though we've joined the Mile High Club under the blanket. Where did that thought come from? I mean, I wouldn't. Well, probably not. No, of course I wouldn't. I'm flying towards Martin. Martin. I say his name over and over again in an attempt to remain focused. If I seem confused or flighty, it's worth remembering that I've drunk quite a lot of free champagne on this journey. Besides, I haven't been in the habit of thinking about Martin for 5 years now, and I have been very much in the habit of considering quickies with hot, available strangers. Have you noticed no one ever asks about 5 favourite books? Comments Dean. Not on a date, at least. Not that we're on a date, I hurriedly add. But it doesn't come into conversation in the same way as movies do. Books are so much more personal than films. They are, aren't they? I wonder why that is. I have thought about this before. I think it's because the relationship you have with a book is like a private dialogue, while watching a movie is more like an open conversation. You're right. Sometimes it's just too hard, too personal to explain why you like a book. I pause, then add, more personal than the fact that you know I want to stop my ex marrying another woman? Probably not. So? So what? So what are your favourite books? Dean considers. The silence sits comfortably between us this time, and I don't rush him. If I had to pick 5, which is hard because I like tons of books, then I'd pick Rudyard Kipling's Kim, Dickens's Great Expectations, Harry Potter, all 7? I'll take the first and the last, and The Kite Runner. Okay, I'm impressed. You thought I only read graphic novels, didn't you? I had thought that. Do you want to hear mine? Not really. Oh, I'm startled. But before I can take offence, he adds, but I would like to hear about the 5 best moments of your life. Really? Yes. Wow, I've never been asked that before. I've never thought about it before. I wonder why he's asked this. Is it because he has a longing to crawl inside my soul? Unlikely. He's a man. Is he simply passing the time of day? Possibly. This might be something he asks everyone he meets, a sort of party piece. I once came across a guy who knew the periodic table music hall song by heart, and he insisted on singing it to everyone he met. I literally came across him even though this was his party piece. The thought depresses me. Most likely Dean's question about my memories is simply the equivalent. Still, I give it due thought. I know what I'm supposed to say. What's that then? Something along the lines of the moment I graduated, the moment I got my first job, when I went skinny dipping in Lake Garda. You've been skinny dipping in Lake Garda? Dean raises his eyebrows. Once, I flush slightly. I know that's the sort of thing I'm supposed to say, but memory isn't like that, is it? Well, at least not for me. So how is it for you? My memories of good times are very blurry. They're very old. I don't like the way that came out. It doesn't sound true enough. I try to be clearer. There have been lots of good times, don't worry about that, I add apologetically. It's just hard to be specific, to rank and record. I have impressions and feelings of periods of time rather than exact days. Mostly my best memories are connected with my childhood. My childhood is golden. Really? Yes. You rarely hear that. I laugh. He's always joking. Everyone had a golden childhood, right? Adulthood is the bitch. I can't remember it raining, or at least hardly ever. I remember it as an endless series of picnics on the common or sometimes further afield. I close my eyes and sink back into the plush chair. I remember the sensations clearly. The feel of the tartan rug we sat on, itchy but warm from the sun. The sound of a bee buzzing past my ear, and the taste of biting into a salted tomato salad. The juice squirting round my mouth, the pips and flesh slithering down my throat. I remember visiting castles, energetically yomping up the hills to reach the ruins before my brother or sister did. I can still smell the mud and fresh grass. I rush on as something else wonderful comes to mind. And I remember picking raspberries with my family. We'd drive out of Wimbledon to some sorry farm or other. We'd fill punnet after punnet with far more than we needed. The ones in the bottom of the punnets would be squashed because of our greed, but then we'd go home and make jam. I remember the punchy ruby and amethyst colours and my mum's yellow gingham apron. I must have been very young when she wore that because I remember one day needing comfort, although I don't remember why. A fall maybe, or a spat with one of my siblings, and I pushed my head against her body, and I only reached her apron-clad belly. I surreptitiously wiped my nose on it. I giggle at the memory. I open my eyes to check that Dean is still listening, and I haven't lost him. He's staring at me with a deep and obvious intensity, clearly drinking in every word. I'm torn between feeling flattered and wondering whether I have something smeared on my face. People rarely find one another this interesting. What about you? I ask. What are your happiest childhood memories? Dean snaps his gaze away from mine immediately. All of a sudden he looks exhausted, ashen and deflated. His eyes are vast chambers, but I sense the doors are locked. I once visited a pet rescue centre with a friend. All the dogs looked distant and isolated even when they were sharing a cage, even when they were licking your hand. Dean wears a similar look. I try to pull him back. Have you ever given it any thought? Lots. And? I don't have any happy childhood memories, he says flatly. None. I can't imagine how this can be the case. Surely he's exaggerating. There must be one. No, there really isn't. 21. Clara. Clara had packed her suitcase with a prevailing air of calm and organisation. That bit hadn't been tricky. She was an efficient and practiced packer. And then she'd booked into a wonderful, just out of town, let's pretend it's the country, spa, the one that she had visited twice a year for 8 years. Normally, she spent exactly 4 days and 3 nights there, just after Christmas and immediately before their summer break. For those 4 days, she rigidly would follow a low-cal, low-carb diet, have a daily massage, an early morning swim, and a pre-lunch walk, and attend an evening yoga class. She'd read a lot in the hours in between and have her nails painted. This time, she booked a 1-week stay. She told the receptionist that she would not be following any of the diets on offer and that she didn't need a manicure. She had no plans after that. Clara sat on the bed and wondered whether she could possibly summon the energy to join the pre-lunch walk around the beautiful and extensive grounds. She really ought to. Fresh air and deep breaths were what she needed right now, but she found she was frozen to the spot. Her tiny body seemed at once leaden and frail. What had she done? She had left Tim. After all this time, she was no longer a wife. Well, technically she was, she supposed, but she was separated from her husband, and so the world would no longer see her as one. Of course, the world was blind. Clara had not been a wife for years. Clara had sat, ramrod straight, all morning on the bed in her small but smart room. Her back ached, and she wanted to lie down, but when she checked her bedside clock, one of those awful electric things with bright, red, intrusive digits, it was 11:35 a.m. After 11, it was too late to pretend it was a lie-in, and too early for a nap. Naps were for the afternoon, and only then on holidays. Besides, she feared that if she lay down, she might never get up again. What was she going to do next? Money was not her problem. She was certain that Tim would be elegant and generous. He wouldn't want to fuss. But how would she fill her time? She wasn't qualified for anything, and she had no experience. Clara had never had a career. She'd barely had a job. She'd left school at 18 with 3 A-levels. Although her father said home economics really didn't count, she had disagreed. The thought of it, the delicious thought of disagreeing with any man, let alone her father, momentarily cheered Clara. It took some effort to remember that she had once been a rebel of sorts. The quiet sort, but even so there had been fight in her. There was dissent. She'd enrolled at college to do a B.Tech in catering and business studies, because back then, long ago, she'd harboured dreams of running her own catering company. It hadn't happened, obviously. She'd met Tim on her first bout of Christmas holiday work experience, and he'd derailed her. The firm that she was working for had been supplying canapés for a reception at the bank where Tim was employed. Most of the braying bankers had treated the waitresses as though they were invisible, genderless robots, never making eye contact or saying thank you. Tim had been the exception. He had flirted with Clara all evening, practically following her around as she distributed mushroom and Stilton tarts. By the end of the party, she'd given him her number. They'd had a brief but intense relationship and were married within a year of that meeting. She was pregnant within a couple of months of the wedding bells chiming. They'd both agreed she didn't really need to work. Even a relatively junior salary in the city could keep them comfortably. Her mother had asked her, "What's the rush?" Clara couldn't quite remember now, but she had been engulfed by a sense of urgency at the time. Perhaps she was fed up of her father bossing her about. All fathers were imposing, controlling, and demanding in those days, and it was tiresome. Or perhaps she'd simply been flattered that Tim had pursued her with such force and certainty. It had taken her many years to understand what had motivated his vigour and determination. He'd thought she might be a cover. Eddie Taylor. She soothed his pain. He set her on fire. Even now, as an old woman, his name caused an instant swell of lust to flood through her body. It was pitiful. It was pitiless. After the girls were born, Clara and Tim's sex life had stumbled. To be honest, at the time she'd been quite grateful that he wasn't bothering her. So many of her girlfriends struggled to juggle the demands of tiny babies and husbands who threw tantrums as though they were children themselves if they felt pushed out or neglected. Clara had thought Tim was the perfect gentleman, but then the sexless weeks turned into months. Months stretched on for years. He'd barely touched her throughout her 20s. It was a sad, lonely time. Clara didn't tell a soul about their marital problems. Tim was such a good husband in every other way, an attentive father, a good provider. She hadn't understood it. He seemed to like spending time with her and the children, talking to them, playing with them, laughing with them, being with them, except in that way. She'd been far too embarrassed to tell anyone. People didn't talk about things then. Not the way they did now. One of her friends had watched her shrink, disintegrate under the neglect, and suggested she brush up on her typing skills, perhaps learn shorthand and get a job. It was the late 70s and women were wearing their skirts short and their hair long. Working was seen as fun and fashionable. They didn't need the money, everyone agreed on that, but she did need the company. Her closest friends would admit as much. Tim had encouraged her, been as supportive as ever. He'd helped her pick out a new wardrobe, flares and hot pants, tops that tied just under her breasts. They both thought that sexy, hip clothes were required for a junior secretary to the head of comedy at the BBC. She'd met Eddie Taylor within the first 30 minutes of arriving at the Beeb. She'd known instantly that she was done for. He'd looked at her, and in one glance he'd flattened her, raised her semblance of propriety and exposed her as an animal. She'd never experienced anything like it before or since. His glance had detonated a riot of conflicting emotions. Effervescent shards of delight blew away all sense of the decorum she'd previously lived by. The devastating notion that decency was shattered sent a splinter to her heart. Her body betrayed her. She trembled. She wasn't sure if it was anticipation or fear. His eyes were unreasonable. The Ministry of War ought to have commandeered them as a weapon because every woman he ever met was left defenseless under his gaze. Blue, sky blue, sparkling with possibility, irresponsibility, and lust. No girl had so much as a moderate chance at apathy. He was physically magnificent. He had dark, brooding looks like a hero in a Gothic novel. He was big and brutal. He was raw and rude, far too attractive for his own good, or anyone else's come to that. He was broad, muscular, athletic. Clara didn't understand at first. She couldn't explain why her body leant towards his when he walked into a room, why she sagged when he walked out of it. She had never experienced sexual attraction before. She had no idea of the benefits. She had no idea how it would feel to be the recipient of his attentions and then to be bereft. She resisted him for 3 months. He told her no woman had ever held out so long. Once they had slept together, it seemed to her that she'd never resist anything ever again. He crawled up under her skin. He consumed her. She was at his mercy. But he had none. Clara sighed at the too raw memory and glanced at the clock again. 11:39. The minutes crept by. She watched the gaudy digits for an eternity until the clock reported that it was 11:40. She sighed deeply and summoned every scrap of energy she had hidden in the depths of her body to push herself to her feet. She wandered to the window and glanced out. She could see 1 or 2 of the keener guests gathering near the lawn for the walk. They had sticks and water bottles, although Clara knew from experience that such aids were unnecessary. It wasn't a hike, just an hour's stroll to enhance appetites. Still, she envied the walkers as they exuded purpose. Clara had her walking shoes with her, but where would she find the energy to change into them and then participate? She wanted to cry. The window was surprisingly grimy, and the dirt seemed to create a barrier between Clara and the energetic outdoorsy types. She felt she was drowning in a damp mist. She could not focus or concentrate. It was probably shock. She ought to eat something. She should ring for some room service, but she couldn't remember how to do that exactly. She didn't know what words she would use. Clara regretted coming to the familiar surroundings. She thought that the stylish hotel might cheer her up, prop her up. It didn't. Every expensive mosaic tile, each tropical plant and all the lotions and potions were intrinsically linked with her old life. A life she was trying to throw over. Past pleasant memories haunted her. This time round, her visit to the spa was anything other than cosy and indulgent. She wondered what she would do to fill her hours, her days, weeks, months, and years. What had she done? Who would she go antique shopping with now? Who would she holiday with? Who would she grow old with? She was so alone. Then she remembered the letter. And she remembered who else was alone.
22. Dean. Dean had to admit to himself that he was grateful he'd stumbled upon this romantic, inactive feminist who was prepared to lay bare her chaotic apology of her life, even though she had not managed to divert him away from thoughts of Eddie Taylor as he'd hoped. Instead, she created an atmosphere that was somewhat akin to a late-night lock-in in a grungy but welcoming bar. Like people who met at such places, they could freely share confidences and stumble through reminiscences that might usually be left undisturbed. They could do so safe in the knowledge that when the plane touched down and the doors were switched to manual and heaved open, allowing fresh air to explode into the cabin, they'd go their separate ways and never see one another again. He had no favourite childhood memories to share with her, but he told her about his ferocious desire to win the confectionery pitch, and she commented that it sounded as though he had a good chance. You think? Yeah. You like the sound of the ads, then? The strategy was supposed to be top secret, but Dean, in a rare moment of unprofessionalism, had told her something about the concepts. As he did so, he was vaguely aware that he was showing off to her, strutting a little. He didn't dwell on why this might be the case. Yes, but besides that, the marketing guy won't dare risk you telling anyone about the visit to the strip bar. Plus, he'll want to go back. Exactly. It's in the bag. He elicited her opinion as to whether she thought men looked attractive in pink shirts. He had a purple one, but hadn't risked anything more. Did she think he should? Definitely. He chatted about his mates and colleagues. He told her that his friend was having an affair with his own sister-in-law and that he was fed up of covering for him. But I can't blow the whistle, can I? No, you can't. But you can tell him you are no longer prepared to lie for him. In her turn, Jo recounted the details of the last 3 occasions that she'd been a bridesmaid and all the accompanying horrors. Unflattering dresses, frantic brides, and patronising groomsmen. She recounted the stories with humour and grace, even though they were both aware that living through the actual events had been devoid of either thing. Dean wondered if one of the biggest motivators for her getting married was so she could avenge herself on her friends by insisting they wore 3-tier meringues in pistachio green. She asked him his advice about what she should buy for her parents for their anniversary. They are a nightmare to buy for. They have everything. They flicked through the in-flight shopping catalogue for inspiration. Jo liked the idea of buying a silk scarf for her mother and Dunhill cufflinks for her father. But look at the prices, she gasped. You don't want to buy those, argued Dean, although it was clear from the look of longing that Jo would very much like to buy the expensive products. Don't I? No, far too predictable. I bet your mum has 1,000,000 scarves and your dad will still be wading through the cufflinks people bought him for his last birthday. But that is an original gift. He pointed to another page. Jo admitted that they didn't have a teddy bear dressed as a pilot, and although it was very unlikely that they'd want one, Dean insisted on buying it for her to give them. She accepted the toy with a giggle. Thanks. I guess you've worked out that I'm a bit strapped for cash right now, she confessed with a shy smile. The flight forged an intimacy which Dean valued all the more because he knew it was tenuous and finite. This woman was not part of his real life, and that was probably the reason why he suddenly blurted, "Yesterday I left my father dying in a hospital. He has pancreatic cancer. It's spread throughout his body. He's riddled with it." She gasped, as he knew she would. My God, she muttered. They both knew that death was big, bigger than a wedding, even the hijacking of a wedding. I'm sorry, she added. She sounded sincere. There's no need for you to be. I could have stayed with him to the end, but I decided not to. Did she understand he was offering up a mess? That he had the decency to try to tell her his brain was riddled with thorny what-if scenarios too? She'd said she'd bet he'd never made a mistake in his life. Like practically everyone he met was labouring under the false impression that he was perfect. Normally, he was very happy for people to buy into his carefully constructed veneer of perfection, especially women. But for reasons he didn't entirely understand, he wanted to put her right. It was probably because she'd made no attempt to hide any of her many imperfections. In fact, she'd gone to some lengths to detail her catastrophic apology of a life. Things were too uneven. My relationship with my father is... He broke off. Having opened Pandora's box, He was almost immediately unsure as to what extent he really wanted to share the experience of the last few days. How could he finish that sentence? My relationship with my father is non-existent was truthful but perhaps too bleak for Joe to handle. All he could think of to say, even though it didn't so much as scratch the surface, was, well, it's complicated. I suppose you had to get back to Chicago. Obviously you couldn't stay in the UK indefinitely, waiting. You had no choice. Of course she was bound to think the best. How long do they think he has? Her voice oozed gentle concern like buttercream icing emerging in generous folds from an icing bag. Days. My God, what were you thinking? The buttercream curdled. Dean didn't know whether to be offended or amused by her condemnation. He thought it was some sort of consolation that she wasn't feigning anything. She obviously was genuinely shocked that he hadn't found time in his busy schedule to devote to a dying father. He shook his head a fraction and met her honesty with his own. I wasn't thinking at all. He hadn't thought about the dying man. He'd stormed angrily out of the hospital, concentrating only on his pain, his own shame and anger and disappointment. Truthfully, that was all he was thinking about still. Why should he think of his father? His father had never thought of him. He looked right at Jo, seeing her clearly, wanting her, this odd stranger, to see him just as truly. He suddenly became aware that they were tilting their heads towards one another. It felt like they were cocooned, alone. Well, at least you got to say your goodbyes. That must be some comfort, whispered Jo. Dean shook his head as though he was trying to dislodge an annoying buzz. He wasn't going to lie to her. It would be very easy to go along with her imagined sugar-coated version of his past, but he didn't want to mislead her. We didn't say our goodbyes. We fought. I'm sorry. Right, he muttered. But he'll know how you really feel about him. All your years together will have built up some confidence. This last spat doesn't have to mean anything, not unless you let it, she urged. Dean thought that talking to Jo was a bit like having a sick pet. At what point did you decide to put it out of its misery? We didn't have years together. I spent less than 24 hours with him after a 29-year separation. There was no bank of shared experience or memories. Nothing fond was said at the end. He is a shit. Lived his life as one and can now die as one. Oh, if he knows how I feel about him, that's great. But all I feel is hate. I doubt you really hate your father. I just can't imagine that. People have rows, but hating is so big. I hate him. Dean felt like a stupid kid for using such a raw and unsophisticated word. He knew he'd upset her. Her face collapsed in on itself. This wasn't the way this woman wanted to see the world. She believed in happy ever afters. Fairies and magic dust too, probably. They fell silent for a moment. He could almost hear her thoughts. She was scrambling around for platitudes and positive spins, hope and twee comments, the sort you saw written up on posters in people's downstairs loos. Smile and the whole world smiles back at you. Like hell they'd do. She surprised him. You must be exhausted, she said finally. The words somehow released him, and he felt the tension slip out of his neck and shoulders, slide down his back and disappear, at least for a while. He was suddenly swamped by a desperate need for sleep. It was as though her articulating the fact that he must be exhausted had given him permission to be so. Then she stretched across the wide plush seat and patted his arm. Her fingertips lingered, and the gesture didn't feel intrusive. It offered some level of consolation and understanding. Her touch seared through his sleeve, and he had an urge to rip off his shirt, or at least roll up his sleeves, because he wanted to feel her fingers on his skin. He was beginning to like her. He thought he possibly might be able to forgive her for being an idiot and wanting to spoil her ex's wedding, but she broke the mood when she added, "It might have made more sense if you'd stayed in the UK. No sooner will you be home than, well, if everything goes as you expect it to, you'll have to go back for the funeral." The exhaustion was immediately spiked with irritation. Hadn't she been listening after all? "I won't be going to the funeral." "Oh, so who will organise it?" "I don't care. I know he's made a will, he mentioned that. It's probably all taken care of." "But who will pick the music and the prayers?" Dean stared at Jo as though she'd lost her mind. "Maybe there won't be any." "There has to be music and prayers." Dean doubted there did, actually. Still, he found himself in the strange position of wanting to again protect her from harsh truths, even while she was irritating him. It was surreal. The undertakers are most likely to do that sort of thing, I imagine, if there are no relatives. "But there are relatives," she insisted. "Yes, that's true. But I can't imagine anyone will be keen to pick out prayers for him, and I, for one, have no idea what music he likes." That says it all, really. "Jo, he hasn't led a good life. He isn't a good man," Dean stated firmly. Still, she wouldn't let it go. "Maybe not entirely." "Not at all." "No one is 100% evil." "I disagree. Think Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot." "But your father hasn't committed genocide." "No, but he is a weapon of mass destruction. Everything he touches turns to crap." "Not everything. You're lovely and he made you." Dean wanted to laugh. He'd only met her a few hours ago, and yet she said things like, "You're lovely." Who did that? She was wrong, of course. He didn't think of himself as especially lovely. Most of the time, it was all he could do to hold down the bile and anger. He sighed, expelling exhaustion, irritation, and confusion. He rarely revealed what he was thinking. He'd learned the importance of not doing so during childhood, so he wondered why he was taking so much effort to explain what he was feeling to this stranger. All he could think to say was, "Look, Jo, you didn't know him." He wanted to bring this discussion to an end. He now deeply regretted mentioning his father at all. He wasn't sure why he had. To shock her? To give her some perspective? The man had been dead to him for years. What did it matter if he was now actually dying? Other than the drone of the ineffectual air conditioning, the cabin was reasonably peaceful. There was a persistent but insignificant chorus of bored sighs and shuffles as the passengers began to tire of the long journey. The plane's air was warm and sour with perspiration, acrid and coarse. It found its way up his nostrils and down the back of his throat. He knew it would cling to his clothes too. He couldn't wait to get home, to shower off the past few days and change into something fresh. He needed to be the Chicago Dean again. He might pop by the agency later this afternoon, even though he wasn't expected in. He loved his huge open-plan office with its great view of the city. In his office, Dean was tall and strong. When he sat at his enormous glass desk, he felt calm and composed, triumphant and significant. Sitting by his father's hospital bed had leached away some of that confidence and self-belief. England did that to him sometimes. It was hard to remember who he had become when everything about him reminded him of who he once was. Fuck his father, he thought angrily. Dean had been steaming when he believed his father had got in touch with him as he lay on his deathbed. He thought it was selfish and indulgent, melodramatic and confusing. But to hear that he hadn't even done that much was somehow worse. He felt humiliated that he'd gone running when he hadn't even been called. It was the worst. And now his father was dying. Typical of Eddie Taylor, he'd always been top of the class when it came to bailing. Dean felt intense flares of fury burn inside his chest and head. Fuck the woman he had left them for. He wanted to punch something or someone or everything and everyone, but instead he silently simmered. It really wouldn't do to alarm the flight attendants. His eyes fell on Jo. She was asleep now. At rest, her face was free of any desire to impress or apologize, the two states he'd already identified as her default settings. She looked neither young nor old, or strong or vulnerable. She was simply being human. She was sleeping and breathing, her chest rising and falling. Her mouth had become slack and hung open. The straightforward effortlessness of that fact caused Dean to draw a jagged, surprised breath. They talked for a few more hours after he'd told her about his father, about something and nothing. She wanted to know more about what he did for a living and how he'd got into advertising in the first place, where he lived, how many children his sister had. He'd been glad that she'd kept away from the subject of his father, that she'd understood enough to let the matter drop. He'd recommended a couple of hotels that she might want to stay at. He couldn't believe she'd set off halfway round the world without giving her accommodation a moment's thought. He wasn't sure how big her budget was, so he'd written down the name of a hotel that his company had a corporate deal with and told her to pretend to be an employee when she booked in. They never asked for proof. He'd also recommended that she visit Buckingham Fountain, Millennium Park, and maybe take a boat cruise. She'd murmured that she doubted she'd have time for sightseeing, but thanked him for his suggestions. In the end, Jo had provided the distraction he'd hoped for, as she was extremely easy to talk to and listen to. She was quite unlike the women he usually met. So raw and open about her ambition to pursue her ex, she was totally devoid of any artifice or guile. Bonkers, obviously, deluded and mistaken, but at least real. Not that he could blame the woman he knew for being cagey. Men could be bastards. He was a bastard. Of course, women were unlikely to bother to say what they were really thinking or feeling. Still, it was refreshing to get the truth off someone occasionally, even if that truth was foolish and reprehensible. Jo had a naivety, or was it more accurate to say optimism, that he found intriguing. In fact, he found it almost bewildering, because from where he was sitting, her life was a lousy mess, and yet she really seemed to think it might get better. Dean glanced casually around the cabin, looking for some diversion. They were making good time and would land in about 40 minutes, 3 p.m. Chicago time. He'd take a cab to his apartment. Then later he could walk to his office and spend the rest of the afternoon there, catch up on emails, mooch around the creative department and see what they'd been working on in his absence. Maybe he'd call some of his friends and see if anyone was up for a night out, dinner, a movie, anything. When had he last slept? It was worth trying to nap now. He doubted he could anyway. He felt jittery and yet depressed. Wide awake and yet out of step. It had been a smooth flight, with just 1 or 2 spots of turbulence. When the plane shuddered, people looked up from their paperbacks but avoided one another's gaze, unwilling to show that they were afraid and irrational. Everyone was, though. In the end, despite the shows of civility that were meant to prove they weren't dumb animals, everyone was afraid and irrational. Dean became aware that the flight attendants were striding down the aisle, collecting used glasses and headsets. Then the fasten seatbelt sign came on, and as though it had actually instructed everyone to leap out of their seats rather than the opposite, people all around him suddenly jerked into action. The middle-aged businessmen bounced in their seats, slipping their shoes back on, putting away laptops, copies of Time magazine and Sudoku puzzles. Other passengers rushed to the bathrooms, and the captain's voice came over the speaker system, informing them that they were now just 20 minutes from landing, that the temperature in Chicago was a surprising 29 degrees, and that the captain was aware that they had a choice of airlines, and was gratified that they picked his. Dean stretched over to Jo and gently shook her awake. "We're going to land. You have to put your seat up." She sat up, looking befuddled. "Gosh, I must look a mess. Was I snoring?" No. She had been, very lightly, but he didn't think she needed to know. He figured she had enough to worry about. "Well, that's good. Did you get any sleep?" No. She glanced nervously at the illuminated fasten seatbelt sign. "Do you think I have time to go to the bathroom to freshen up? I bet I look a state." "Not really. There's a queue. The flight attendants are asking people to return to their seats. Anyway, you look fine. Better than you did when you boarded." "Oh, thanks, I think." "You've got some colour back in your cheeks." Without giving it any thought, he leant forward and gently, using his thumb, eased out the sleep that nestled in the corner of her right eye. "Thank you." She surprised him by bringing up her hand and rubbing his cheek robustly. "You have a crease where you've leant against the pillow," she said by way of explanation. He stared at her, startled but not affronted. She stared back as though they were in a playground contest. But she lost because she blushed and turned away first. They both watched in silence as the plane pushed through the downy bank of clouds, and suddenly Dean could see the imposing Chicago skyline. Terra Nova for Jo, home for him. The elephant-grey tarmac loomed up to meet them. The wheels banged on the runway with one whack, two, and then a third, before they were pinned firmly and safely to the ground. Dean wasn't a nervous flyer, so he hadn't realised he was gripping his seat arm. He only became aware when Jo placed her hand over his and wriggled her fingers to thread in between his. She gave his hand a small squeeze. "It's going to be okay," she said over the noise of the rushing wind and whirling engines. "You think?" It was a statement rather than a question, but Jo nodded enthusiastically anyhow. It was odd. If he'd been a betting man, at the beginning of this flight, he'd have bet that he'd be the one comforting her as they approached touchdown, not the other way round. She was a peculiar combination, so positive and therefore powerful, and yet so misguided and naive. After travelling at such a high speed for so many hours, it was strangely sobering and very frustrating that the plane crawled to the gate, portable steps being wheeled out to meet them. The engine stopped. The fasten seatbelt sign went off. Passengers leapt up like athletes off the block competing for an Olympic medal, but Dean and Jo stayed still. Her hand still resting on his, fingers intertwined. She smiled at him. He smiled back. "As a resident, I get to file through a slightly shorter customs queue than yours, so we probably won't see each other the other side." "Right. So we should say our goodbyes now." He didn't know why he'd said that. What was he planning to do? Shake her hand? Shake some sense into her? Hug her? "It's been wonderful flying with you, Dean Taylor." "The pleasure was all mine, Jo Russell." As he said it, he was surprised to realise that he meant it. What he said to women and what he thought about them didn't always tally as neatly. But he needed her company more than he could have imagined. She was not just a distraction, but a comfort too. He'd been comforted by her optimism. Even though he didn't share it, he found he was gratified to think that such hopefulness was out there in the world somewhere. They sat quietly for a moment, allowing all the other passengers to rush and tumble around them. Good luck with, everything. Dean couldn't quite bring himself to wish her luck with her ridiculous plan. It was cruel to offer encouragement. I'm sorry about the book dropping and the champagne dropping. She allowed her apologies to fade away. He shrugged, glancing down at the stains. He'd forgotten all about her entrance. Don't worry about it. And I'm sorry about your dad. As I said, don't worry about it.
23. Joe. I watch Dean's back as he melts into the crowds that are heading for the residence queue, then join the significantly longer, more higgledy-piggledy non-residence line. I am continually jostled and urged forward, and so I can't let my eyes linger on the sad and ridiculously handsome man for as long as I might have liked. I mentally shake myself. Okay. What I have to do is think in terms of practicalities. I need to make this happen with Martin. To make it work. This is my big chance. This is my last chance. I must formulate a plan. First, I have to check into a hotel. Thank goodness Dean suggested one, or else I wouldn't know where to start. Wasn't that thoughtful of him? How far away will it be, I wonder? I bet it's gorgeous. He's clearly a man who values style. Is the hotel likely to be somewhere near the wedding venue? I hope so. Next, I'll need clothes for tomorrow. I haven't packed much at all. Whatever came to hand first, without really thinking it through. So I have sleepwear, toiletries, jeans, and clean knickers, but I'll need more than jeans and clean knickers to lure Martin away from his new fiancée. Although arguably, if that is all I wear when I confront him, then I might be at an advantage. He's always been a breast man. Having had my passport and visa waiver stamped, I wander through to baggage collection. I stand on tiptoes and crane my neck. I tell myself I'm not hoping to spot Dean, but I'm proved wrong when a wave of disappointment washes through me as I register that there's no sign of him. He obviously cleared customs before me, and as he had carry-on luggage, he wouldn't have had to hang around this noisy hall. He's probably halfway home by now. I'll never see him again. The thought strikes me like a blow. Suddenly I feel sick and tired and lost. I feel my sanguine confidence begin to drain. Rubbing my eyes with the heels of my hands, I mentally chastise myself. This is idiotic. So I'll never see Dean again. So what? He was an incident, that's all. We shared a few hours and that will be it, because Chicago is an enormous city and there's no chance that I'll simply bump into him. Suddenly, the thought of Chicago looming, huge and unknown, is not so much exciting as intimidating. I feel coldly isolated, and more solitary than I felt at Heathrow. Heathrow was fun. That side of the Atlantic I had shops and hope and blind faith. Where has that gone to? It isn't just because this airport is new and strange to me. The truth is, I miss him. I miss Dean. It is ridiculous, but true. I wish I'd asked for his mobile number or an email address. It would have been sensible to have a contact here in this unfamiliar city. Sensible and comforting. And something more. Something I cannot examine, admit to, or even consider. I spot my bag trundling around the conveyor belt and sweep it up. I thrust out my chin, a physical and mental act of defiance that makes me feel an iota stronger and more sure. Enough of this wishing and hoping and dreaming. I have been doing that for years, to no avail. It's time to get real, to get serious, to be practical. I need to focus on getting into the city, on checking into the hotel, on buying clothes, and on Martin. I have to put one foot in front of the other and do what I've promised myself I am here to do. Yet I can't quite imagine what is next. Not clearly. Not anymore. I can't quite imagine Martin's face. Not clearly. Not anymore. All I see is Dean. Dean's reluctant smile. Dean's tanned hands. I can hear Dean's funny and clever quips echoing through my head. He has a strange way of looking at the world. Slightly savage, slightly damaged. Is that because he's losing his dad, or is there more? What is the deal with him and his father? I'd have liked to have the time to